Bird up. Bird up.
Woo! Yeah, baby! That's what I've been waiting for. That's what it's all about. Woo!
I can't talk right now. I'm making piss.
Okay. So, stream is now going.
Where are we going?
To Pandæmonium, apparently. Wherever that is.
Yes.
Yep. Welcome everyone to the stream. Today we have Ishin Yoko with us.
Hi, but it's okay to just call me Ryu or Ishi, I guess.
Also, I'll make sure to take the drink since I'll redeem that.
Just don't get drunk.
Don't worry, it's water. Unless
What are you doing?
Unless the stuff that comes out of my out of the tap in my kitchen is somehow, I guess, vodka or tequila, and it's somehow extremely weak in terms of taste. But I kind of doubt that.
Oof.
Alright, so since we're doing Pandæmonium, I need to unlock that. So that is in Charlia that quest line starts, right?
Yes, it is in the underground.
Okay.
The one that is like furthest away. What's the location called again? It is.
Oh, is it in Labyrinthus?
Yeah, in the central circle. Circuit.
Ah, okay. Because I went to Charlia because I thought it was there, but
Well, I mean,
I guess not.
it is still like Labyrinthus is still Charlian. It's just beneath, underground.
It's Aporia I need to go to, right?
Yeah, that should be the one.
Also, we might not get Chun Chun to join us after all, because he apparently has kind of gotten on a money-making kick here for the last few days.
See, you just have to go straight ahead and into the building in front of you.
Okay. And the quest should be in here?
Yeah, it should be a blue one.
I don't see any blue ones.
Really?
Online.
Weird.
It's missing a requirement, I wonder. Okay, so it seems like the first quest in the quest line, according to Console Games Wiki, is actually in Old Shalien. Which is the crystal from beyond.
I have memory like a goldfish, apparently.
Maybe you get sent here at some point, but apparently that is where you start the entire quest line.
Well,
because I felt like I remember it being like in Old Shalien, but then you said, "Oh, it's in this place." And I just went, I mean, you've done the quest line, so you probably know it.
well, that's all I have to say.
Alright, so let's see. You want the crystal. Okay, so it seems like it's basically just outside the Valdesian Annex.
Oh, right, you have to talk to... I'm a derp. Because that guy you have right there, he's next to me over here.
Okay.
And he's not an old Charlian for me.
Okay. So let's see here. It appears my calculations were correct. I knew that at this very spot I would encounter none other than Shanna, the hero who saw us through the final days. So certain was I of my math that I stood here for. Well, let's not concern ourselves with that.
I've been here for hours.
Has it not been like technically been like the raids came out in December last year? Well, 2 years ago technically, I guess.
Yeah, they basically came out when what's it called? I think it was...
The expansion. I think I read it as being like in patch 6.01, which seems to have come out. I guess
it was some kind of hotfix patch. It came out basically so that the majority of people who had finished the story at the time could already start the Pandæmonium base raids.
Yeah. I think I read somewhere that it apparently came out on the 24th, I think, December. So he's basically been waiting, if we go off when the stuff was released, for over a year now. Well over a year.
Yeah, 6.2 was the what's it called? The second raid.
Yeah.
Or the second set of raids.
Okay, let's see here. I am Nimgigi, assistant to one Professor Claudine, I think it's pronounced. We work with the Antioscope to observe the ethereal sea and delve into its myriad mysteries. Some mysteries, though, are beyond even our compatibilities to unravel. The strange crystal we but recently discovered, for instance, defies our very conjecture, or our every conjecture. You've been to the center of the star and far beyond it. However, so we hope that you may see something in this crystal that we academics do not. I beg you lend us your well-traveled eye at Aporia. Professor Claudine will be eagerly awaiting your arrival. So I need to go there, after all.
Yes, I was right after all.
It was just one step later in the quest.
West Coast.
Okay. And we
Not even acknowledging me leaning cool against the wall.
I mean, I did see you, but you also stood there the first time. Alright, let's see. Greetings, Shana, and welcome to my humble laboratory. I am sure Nejmi has already told you plenty about us, but allow me to introduce myself personally. I'm Claudine, leader of this little research collective. I must admit, I have been nervous about this meeting ever since Nejmi, or Nemjiji, set out to find you for a researcher in my field. There is no greater an honor than to meet the first woman in history to reverse the ethereal sea and return to tell the tale. The professor speaks often and at length of your deeds, but he has no small number of achievements to his own name. He has peered deeper into the ethereal sea than any other Shalin, and the breadth of his knowledge is peerless. Peerless, perhaps, but for a single woman, we must seize this precious opportunity to learn what we can from her and perhaps crack this conundrum that has stumped the three of us for moons. It was we who peered into the fathomless deep from the Antia Tower, the Dravanian hinterlands. There we spoke with Heidelin and learned of the fate that would befall this star the final days. Soon thereafter, all research was moved to Labyrinthos, and though the antioscope did, and through the antioscope did we continue our vigil, as impressive a work as the device is, however, it can glimpse but a fraction of the sea's infinite depths. Which brings us to the matter at hand. No longer, or not long after the Exodus was declared, we recovered an unusual crystal shard during a routine observation. It appeared before us suddenly, as if propelled to the surface by some unknown force. We found that it possessed an ethereal density that exceeded that of normal crystals by orders of magnitude, and its shape resembled nothing which occurs in the natural world. It was made, not formed. Fortunately, that was the extent of the information we could glean before we were forced to turn our focus towards the Exodus. The crystal was very nearly forgotten amidst the sudden upheaval. But thanks to the efforts of a certain someone, that crisis is now behind us, and we are free to resume our research. Thus did we decide to seek you out, the dauntless adventurer, who delved into the unknown and beheld its innermost secrets, and now we would have you see for yourself. Here's the crystal in question. It resembles what you have encountered before, even by the smallest degree. Please say so. That looks like one of the Convocation's crystals.
Yup.
I guess it kind of makes sense, because if I remember correctly from the last cutscene, before we basically are completely done with the base image queue, we basically see, what is his name again? Elidibus? I believe,
Yes,
talk about
that would be
Pandæmonium. And, like, he talks about Pandæmonium, that's the whole raid series name. And he also mentioned during our travel to the Crystarium that he believed he saw us there, but we didn't meet him during the MSQ. So that means that he's going to be part of this, most likely. So it might be his crystal, but I honestly don't remember whose crystal is whose, other than the one Asm has.
Me neither. They are very... I don't know.
Yeah, all I remember is just that we picked up a bunch of crystals at some point in Amarot, and at some point we gave them to Elidibus. That's all I really remember.
They were very crystal clear.
Yep. Let's see here. Memory abides within this crystal. I know of someone who bears a similar crystal. Let's go with the first one, because I don't remember exactly who it is, but I'm feeling it might be Elizabeth's crystal. Or any of the others, to be honest. As I thought, you do know. Sis, please tell me everything.
Long explanation.
Yeah.
Without saying a word.
Yep, usually I just feel like they just pan away and then back. Because, yeah. Simple animation, I guess.
You don't have a voice actor.
Yep. Alright, let's see. I see. The Asians use these to transfer their memories to new vessels. Fascinating indeed. It was plain that this crystal was special somehow. This revelation surpasses even my considerable expectations. Similar artifacts have appeared throughout the ages. Memories of martial techniques manifest as crystalline shards on the battlefield or storied stones passed from master to student. I'm assuming they are referring to most likely job crystals, I would assume.
Now that you mention it, they do have some resemblance to the crystals we see as job crystals.
Because as far as I understand, all job crystals / job stones are essentially just, we hold those and we basically get the experience and memories from those, basically, I guess, speed up our process of learning those different techniques.
That does explain something that happens during the, what's it called? The Dark Knight quest line.
Probably, like, I've completed up to level 60 in terms of those quests. Did kind of skip through them because I wasn't doing them on stream, so...
Okay. I mean, I think the story is good, but the Dark Knight crystal literally talks to you during the quest. Like, actually directly goes, here is dialogue from me to you in the crystal.
Okay. Like, I am planning on, at some point, basically doing all of the, like, job quests on stream. But that's probably gonna be more when I don't have as much content to do that's, like, current.
I guess.
Because I am also planning on at some point of doing all of the crafter quests on stream, and I've already done all of those.
There's a lot.
Yep. I have made sure though to save some of the things at least for I think I have most of the things from Culinarian's questline at least still stored.
Okay. But apparently the Dark Knight questline is actually story-wise considered one of the best stories in the game.
Yeah, that's the same I've heard, and I believe also the person who wrote it, I think she also wrote or was one of the main writers for Endwalker, I believe.
Yep, basically.
I don't remember though if she was part of the Shadowbringers writing team as well, like one of the main writers there, but I do know that she was part of the Endwalker one.
I don't think she wrote anything. The only thing she wrote related to Shadowbringers was the Dark Knight quest.
Okay, so I guess the last one, the level 80 quest.
I don't know. Like, as far as I know, the Dark Knight is a little different from the other main classes because the Dark Knight was added in Shadowbringers.
No, that was Dark Knight was added in Heavensward.
It was? Okay.
Yep.
Well, then...
alongside Astrologian and Machinist.
Okay,
it was Gunbreaker and Dancer was Shadowbringers.
Then I have my terminology wrong, but from what I understood, the writer on what's it called? On the Dark Knight stuff I don't know how much of it. If it was all of it or just part of it, is the one who wrote Endwalker.
Yeah. Like, I know she was at least one of the big writers for that. But, like, there are, like, a level 80 quest, I think, for every single class. That is technically a class quest, but other than the normal sense, I think it's just, like, a round off on, like, the entire story, I think.
Yeah, I know the level 80 class quest for Warrior requires you to also have Dark Knight,
Okay.
if I remember correctly.
Didn't know
Like,
that.
That's like the separate to round off the story. They have like a connection apparently between the Dark Knight and the Warrior. But I don't know how they're connected because my Warrior is not, my Dark Knight is not high enough level.
Ah, so you can't see it yet.
Yes, I can't see it yet. But
Okay.
like a sword on the wiki requires both Warrior and Dark Knight.
Ah. Because I thought all you needed was just have done, I think, the role quest in Shadowbringers, but I guess you need to have some more requirements for some of the others. I could be wrong though about the
As far as I
role.
can see on the quest, it was like both the role quest for Shadowbringers and in Shadowbringers for both Warrior and Dark Knight that would unlock this thing.
Okay. I still need to do some more of those as well, because I've only done the mage one, and then off stream I did the tank one, so I still need to do the rest of them.
I can't remember. I think I've done the healer one, and that's it.
Yeah.
Oof.
Anyway, I'll just keep on reading further with this.
Yes, we got sidetracked.
Yeah. Okay, a comparison between said artifacts and this crystal may prove a fruitful first step in unveiling its true nature. What do you think, Professor? I'm not in the window currently. Asian memories, windows through which we gaze upon the convocation of 14. Like the crystal of in Shana's story, this one does not bear the mark of the convocation. Who then could these memories belong to? That's true, they don't have any like any star sign dots thing on it. And more importantly, why were they stored in this particular shard? More importantly still, why was it set adrift in on the ethereal sea? Professor Claudine. Yes. I'm well aware that contemplation is the key to breakthrough, but there is priority to consider. We have a guest, one you invited explicitly. Must we do this every time? What? Ah, yes, of course, our guest. Terribly sorry. I do so easily find myself unmoored by the tides of rumination. Rumination, I think it actually is pronounced. Perhaps a more engaging use of your time with us would be for you to take up that crystal. If indeed there are memories stored within, they may reveal themselves to you upon contact, I'm assuming because of the echo. Possibly. If anyone message come Pandæmonium, please. Bases, grave threat, star, danger. That expression does not bode well. What did you see? Pandæmonium? 'Tis not a word I have heard before. If my knowledge of the ancient tongue serves me, it means all demons. Not a name that inspires optimism, all things considered. In the event that another star-shattering cataclysm is in fact bearing down upon us, I would have the aforementioned examples of crystallized memory to hand. Nimjiji. How the hell do you pronounce that name? Ruisenout? I think that's how you say it. And trust these their procurements to you. If there are more memories to be extracted from this crystal, we will find them. As for you, Shana, there is a person I would have you seek. The one who has delivered so dire a warning. Your story tells us that this crystal could very well have been made by one of the ancients. If that is the case, then discerning the nature of this pandemonium would require a trip far into the past to an era before the Sundering. I know of only one individual capable of such a feat, the very hero who traversed time to preserve or to prevent the world's doom. I actually didn't know that that was a known thing to others. I thought only the Scions would maybe know that.
I mean, you did tell the story of how, well, you did tell them the story of how you know who had this crystal, so I kind of assumed that that was in the explanation.
That's true. Let's see. I must confess, the tales people tell of your adventures beggar belief, and their veracity has been a subject of much debate among my peers. After today's meeting, however, there can be no doubt in my mind that every incredible exploit is fact. So I ask you now, return to the past, find out what and where Pandemonium is, and if we need to be concerned by this message. Thank you for the time being. You should keep the crystal in your possession. Do not think. You have seen the last of its memories, and more may be drawn out as you approach their source. Safe travels, and may we meet again soon to share our findings. Okay, so we need to go specifically to the ocular and not just straight to Elpis, I guess.
Yeah, I guess.
Wondering if it's because we're supposed to go to a different time on Elpis.
I think it's just law stuff, but if you look at the Elpis map, it is actually located inside the map of the first.
Yeah. I was just wondering if it maybe was something like, oh, we're technically going to a different time period, but it's still just Elpis. Because we didn't see, I guess, Elidibus during our trip there after all. But then again, maybe it just wasn't around where we saw him.
I guess.
I'm gonna assume that there are no voice cutscenes during this quest line, right?
Yep, there's none. I do think it's kind of cool that what's it called? I think the side patches are actually the first ones to have voice acting.
Okay.
Like the 6.1 and forward have some voice acting, which I don't think was normal for the other what do you call it, intermediate patches.
Because I feel like most of the stuff that gets, like, it's very few things that actually gets voice acted outside of the MSQ.
Yeah.
I think a few quests here and there have been voice acting. I think maybe there were a few times during the Omega quests. I think they might have had like 1 or 2 cutscenes that were voice acted, but I could be wrong about that because it has been, I don't know, months, if not a year since I last did that.
I don't remember.
Oh, is that Elizabeth? I think it is.
You bunked heads with them.
Confused boy. Could it be? Of course not. Apologies, but for the briefest moment, I thought you to be a dear friend of mine. I realize now that such a notion is preposterous. I guess also we keep our form that Emmett made for us when we just return.
Yeah, and any other explanation would be confusing, I think.
Yeah, because I would assume that. I guess it just makes it easier than being like, oh, we need to then have a new body, even though we're just going back and forth there, like, constantly. So, yeah, because otherwise we would just appear here as a tiny, like, specter again that has no form, essentially, which would kind of make, I think, most of the, yeah, which would make most of this questing a bit difficult, I think. And I guess only Hydradeus and Emmett could really see us, like, due to their specialized, unless there are other ancients that actually have that ability. But maybe. I don't think we know of any others, as far as I know. She told me a falling star would appear before me, and I suppose you must be it. Truth be told, I did not expect the expression to be so literal. Apologies for not introducing myself properly. My name is Themis. As you can see by my bare face, I'm not one of Elvis's observers. That's true. Rather, I'm come here on an assignment, which has been more or less routine up until this very moment. So I guess I think that was the guy that you saw at the end of the, like, that cutscene at the end of Endwalker.
It is.
Who I'm pretty sure was supposed to be Elizabeth, but I guess there he isn't part of the convocation, so he wouldn't have gotten that title yet, so he is just Themis, I guess. Let's see. You certainly do know how to make an entrance. I must wonder what brought you here. Would explain that you do not belong here, or any place I know, for that matter. I'm Asim's familiar. I'm also here on an assignment. Let's just go with the familiar.
Ah yes, the Asim's familiar group. That is both of us.
Yep. It appears my initial impressions were not so preposterous after all. I did not know my friend had such a unique familiar at her disposal. If you're here at Asim's behest, then I believe I can hazard a guess as to your purpose. You're here to investigate Pandæmonium, yes?
Roll credits.
Yep. If so, we may be able to help each other, but first, might I trouble you to explain how you came to collide with my skull? Yeah, I have no idea how that happened either.
You fell out of the sky like a shooting star. He just told you that.
True. I just thought that going back to Elpis just meant we came through the same place that we usually would go through.
Yeah, I thought that too. That's where I was waiting for you in the first place.
But I'm guessing maybe because of the crystal that might have interfered slightly with it.
Or maybe because story-wise this is the second time we're here. And we are not moving with the help of old Elidibus, just moving.
True. I see. I believe that dispels any major doubts I had concerning your intentions. Apologies for being so intrusive, but you must understand this is an uncommon occurrence.
To collide with skulls or to fall out of the sky?
I feel like the falling out of the sky is a bit rarer than hitting your skull, especially here where there are a lot of like the different creations that they have.
There are a lot of skull hitters in this area. Please look out.
Yep. I don't know how many of them do skull to skull stuff though. I think it's usually more like fangs to face.
Well, I guess that makes the skull hitting even rarer.
True, because they did say last time that apparently they had kind of gotten into a phase of making a lot of things able to fly. So I guess one of the creatures could grab you and bring you into the air and just drop you.
Oh no.
So maybe the falling out of the sky is more common than skull hitting. I shall try no further, for I am well aware that we all have secrets we must keep. However, if I may, I would very much like to take a look at this crystal of yours. That seemed like a kind of long cutscene or long clip just to. That was okay. Fascinating. While I cannot say much as to what it contains, it is clear that there are memories stirring within. Memories that speak of something greatly amiss in Pandæmonium. The facility extends beneath Elpis and is overseen by the words of La Brea. It houses those creations that are highly valued as research subjects and highly dangerous to the star. Naturally, it is strictly guarded and under constant surveillance.
Surveillance.
Some words are just a bit difficult to pronounce sometimes, especially if I try to say them a bit too fast.
Yes.
Okay, several days ago, however, an unnatural shift in the flow of its surrounding ether was detected. Soon thereafter, all communications from Pandæmonium ceased. That sounds bad. I'm here as representative of an organization that works directly with the Convocation, and have been tasked with investigating this incident. I also just noticed something. He has a white or extremely light blue robe. That I feel like that's not a common thing. I guess maybe that's because of his, like, that organization he works with.
There's a reason for the, the white blue robe, and there's also a reason why his mask is the color it is, like with everyone else. But that's like deep
Is that the same one? Is that the same reason why Venar had the white stuff?
It's a similar reason.
Okay, because I know that
but
Venar had
Venar's
it
a little
because
bit different.
yeah, because I know that Venar was because she had been part of the Convocation, but had basically left the position but kept living, and because of that, she basically had those things, as far as I understand.
Yeah, I guess the short answer is that the black-robed Convocation members with red masks are the Convocation members, and the white-robed ones are usually advisors.
Okay, so like previous members that have stepped down, essentially.
Not previous members. Venar is a bit unique because she used to be on the Convocation.
Okay.
But normally you would, be an advisor, then become part of the Convocation, and after having been a member of the Convocation, you would die.
Yeah, after your duty is over.
Complete, yes.
Okay, but I'm guessing we are gonna get told maybe why he has those robes during the story, or
I
is
don't
that
think
not
Pandæmonium itself explains.
okay?
This is something I've learned from, deep diving a little bit on the lore and asking people who actually know stuff.
Okay. So you basically need to, like, I guess, do quests to read all the different text you can find around the game in order to figure that out.
Yeah, some of it is also, technically put into, lodestone posts. They have these side story things going on that actually explains bits and pieces of the lore.
Yeah, I have seen that there were some of those released, like, I think, since a few months ago, that they had a few of those released.
Yeah.
I'm guessing
I don't
maybe...
know how often they come out.
Okay. I do know that there are also the books that they release, but I'm not sure if they would have that sort of information in those, because those are the, like, Eorzean Historia or whatever they're called.
Yeah, I think the Eorzean Historia is more focused on documenting pre 1.0 events and talking about things that happened between 1.0 and
2.0.
and
Okay.
2.0, yeah.
Okay. I do know that some people also just get the books because they have in-game items included with them. I think one of them gives you like Matoya's hat.
Okay. That is
Which
a big hat.
Yeah, which I think it is just like if you're making a sort of wizard mage sort of thing, that's a perfect hat. That's a big ass like hat.
Wizard hat.
Yep.
Yes.
Alright, let's see here. Now that there is some measure of transparency between us, might I offer any suggestion as to what we should do next? Okay, quest done. I'll just go with the critical hit.
More crit.
During the course of your investigation, you may discover valuable artifacts. These can be examined or exchanged for equipment by speaking with that person in Emporia or... I'm assuming that's the like drops from
Yeah,
the
that's
raids.
the Pandæmonium exchange drop stuff. Basically, you need like a number of what's it called? A number of items, and then you can exchange these for like the standard Pandæmonium raid gear. But it's not that good gear. I am
current at least.
I'm wearing what's it called? Mostly second set gear.
Yeah, the purgatory stuff.
Yeah, the purgatory gear is basically 6.10.
Yeah.
Or 610 gear, and the 610 gear is, I mean, the latest raid, Alliance raid, will give you what's it called, the 620 gear. So
Yeah, and isn't the Savage tier from the second part of Pandemonium, isn't that technically better than the Alliance raid gear?
the Savage gear is better than what's it called? Oh, current patch Savage gear is 630. Or yeah, I think it's 630. That's basically what's it called? The best gear at the moment, if I remember correctly.
Okay.
You can
I do.
exchange into that gear now with how what's it called? With the new Alliance raid, because that will allow you to take the unique drop from the Alliance raid and what's it called, combine it with the unique drop from the second raid, which you can then exchange for the item you need to augment your Lunar Envoy gear.
Okay.
And that's 630. So now you can actually buy your way to 630 gear. But I
You
think
need
if
to
you
do
want
current content, basically.
yeah, you need to do the you can only like get one weekly, so you need to do repeated runs of both Agaliath and the other what's it called, the other raid.
Yeah, both the Alliance raids.
Yep, basically.
Okay. And if I'm not mistaken, the highest item stuff you can get, that's the weapons, which I think they're like 635 or something.
Maybe. But like the thing with the Alliance raids is that you can't make what's it called? You can't make the Alliance axe with the Alliance raid stuff. You need to actually do Savage or what's it called? I believe the Mandible weapons will give you the next the next best thing.
Yeah, I think until it's like fully upgraded, I think the like relic weapons are usually in the like somewhat good, but it's not until the last step that they're actually best in slot, as far as I remember.
Okay.
I think it's maybe just a way that you can get a decent weapon, at least, if you can if you can't get the absolute best stuff yet.
Okay.
I will say it was a pretty big upgrade for me because that was on the like 615 weapon.
Yeah. I
For, like,
have the what's it called, the 620 axe from what's it called, what's the thing again? Oh yeah, you get it when you have done Pandemonium. There's like the unique drop that you get from doing the last boss raid thing in Pandemonium, the latest one in like the second set. When you do like 6 of those, you can exchange it for a 620 weapon,
Okay.
or 7 actually.
Okay. So you basically need to do a lot of the raids in order to actually get upgrades.
Yep. Weekly
But,
stuff.
but I'm assuming it still kind of works the same way as with the previous ones, like all the other 8-man raids that I've done, where it's like, get some tokens, hand in X amount of those tokens, and you can get some gear.
Basically.
Only you get less tokens, potentially, than you get from the old ones.
I don't know about less tokens. Like, you can do all the raids like once weekly for reward, except the last one in the current what's it called ones. I can't even remember. It's got a complicated name, so I'm not gonna try say it. But basically, by repeating those, you can get the or repeating the last one, the last fight in the set. You get the one unique item from that one,
So
and you
from
always get it. It's not even a random drop. It's just, oh, you finished this one. Here you go. You get the what's it called? Unsung Blade of Abyssus will give you. When you have 7 of those, you can exchange it for a what's it called? A Lunar Envoy weapon.
Okay, so from Abyssus, the 8th circle, you basically just have to do that one.
Yes.
And that's over then 7 weeks or what?
Yep. I mean, I think you need like 7 of them. Yeah. So 7 weeks, and you have your 620 weapon.
Yeah, for one class.
Yeah, for one class.
But I feel like, as far as I've heard, a lot of people usually just focus on one class, maybe 2, throughout a like raid tier, because it's kind of impossible to get everything up to like fully geared out.
Yeah.
'Cause,
Like-
yeah, you need a lot.
Yeah.
Well, I guess maybe you could get everything for like tanks and healers, maybe.
Yeah, I mean,
maybe
it
just-
depends on how you build. If you're playing what's it called, Paladin and what's it called, Dark Knight, then it basically doesn't matter. You just get the gear, and then I guess you melt if you wanna. It's just the melt on warrior is a little bit different than the melt on what's it called?
Yeah, the
On
melt
the
is
other
different.
tanks.
The melt is different from class basically.
I mean, it doesn't matter whether you're Paladin or a what's it called, Dark Knight. They can go with the same melt, and it's practically optimal. It's just what's it called?
Warriors should
the
have-
warrior don't like what's it called, the direct hit stat, so you can just go for criticals instead.
Yeah,
Or
because
as
that
critical
now
as you can go.
boosts their attacks that basically get the critical hit thing.
Yeah, I mean the what's it called? The warriors basically always, well, not always, but all of their skills are geared towards always hitting. So that means you can just melt for more critical hits because you always hit and you always crit, so you just want more crit.
Yep.
Where a paladin or a Dark Knight is like, you gotta make sure you actually hit stuff. So you gotta melt your direct hit stat instead.
Yeah, so you hit the like correct cap for that.
Yeah.
Because like from what I understand, Monk has like a special thing where they need to have like enough skill speed to basically hit a certain cap so that their, I guess, global cooldown is at like 1.9 or something like that for it to be completely optimal.
Yeah. I think the only caster class that's a bit crazy is the summoner, because you can just stack spell speed with how many instant casts they have.
Yeah, which basically just means that they can get more spell cast in, I guess.
Yeah. Basically, just more spell cast. Throw more darts. Throw more darts.
Pretty much. Even though they don't have any dots anymore.
No, they don't.
Which I've heard that some summoner mains are apparently not that happy with that.
I guess, but on the other hand, it's probably the most macroable, what's it called? The most macroable class in the entire game, because you can just spam one macro, then spam the next macro, then spam your third macro, then spam your fourth macro, start over.
Yep. Even though doing macros for like normal attacks is not the best practice from what I've heard.
I mean, I don't know about that. It
Like,
works very well on like, it works very well on the summoner, because you have one macro to just handle your normal attacking, and then you have one macro for handling what's it called, Bahamut and Phoenix, and then you have one macro for handling the individual what's it called, the individual
Lego.
summons, your Garuda, your Titan, your Ifrit, and that's the cycle you go by. Just because you can just spam cast everything.
Okay. Like the only things I have on Summoner that are macros is basically just one for rekindle, so that I hit the target of my target. So I don't have to like figure out who the current tank that has aggro is. And then one rest. And that's it.
Yeah. I think I'm down to only using one hotbar on the summoner. It's
I mean,
dunk.
they also have extremely few buttons
Yeah.
compared to something like Scholar, where it's like, oh yeah, you need to have so many goddamn buttons.
Yeah. Don't macro your Scholar. It won't work. It won't help.
Like, I use 3 hotbars just for most classes. I have 2 spots left for Scholar.
Yeah. But I do also think that Scholar and White Mage is the preferred combo to go with when you're doing the hardcore stuff, because they do the most healing together.
Yeah. Plus, it's also then a shield plus pure healer.
Yeah, so Savage is like requiring individual things. You have to have X many, what's it called, physical damage dealers, and you gotta have X many magical dealers, and you gotta have at least one pure healer and one, what's it called, barrier healer.
Yeah.
So that's actually a requirement for Savage plus content.
And I'm assuming that once it gets to Ultimate, it's like, okay, yeah, we need to have like extremely specific things, possibly.
Yeah, I'm not sure it's more specific than what's it called?
Than Savage. I'm just
But
thinking that there might be certain classes that are just, that class is like the same as this one in terms of like what they can do, but they just have maybe like certain skills that just make them preferable to others, maybe.
perhaps, but it is also one Savage only, so it's probably more a question of Like right now, the preferred pure healer is White Mage, simply because Astro is hard to play, and its what's it called? Its tidiness is just
Yeah,
overall better.
like you basically need to.
Technically, right now, the most light barrier healer is Sage, and playing Sage rather than what's it called? Than Scholar is. It's not something that holds you back. It's just you gotta have what do you call it? Probably a warrior with the Sage if you wanna do what's it called? If you wanna go for setting a record, you're definitely not bringing Sage and White Mage. You're bringing White Mage and Scholar.
Okay.
But you can still do it with a Sage. It's not a problem. And I think Ultimate is kind of gonna be the same. It's just gonna be a lot of extra work on everyone's part. I mean, already in Savage, you gotta eat food and you gotta have pods. So.
Yeah, which is not a thing you usually use for like normal content. It's just like, if you have some food, you can eat it. It might make it a little bit easier, but it's not a requirement.
No, it is not.
But once it's Savage, it's like,
melting your gear is always nice, though.
Yeah, but I'm assuming that is like a requirement for Savage. Just like you need to have it melted.
Yeah, you need it. Like the benefits of having melted gear is basically having one extra piece of accessory on. Like that's the benefit of having a full X10 melt.
Yeah.
I say X10 is just 10 melt.
But I guess there are armor pieces that you just can't like overmelt, I guess.
You cannot overmelt augmented gear. You cannot augment. You cannot overmelt. What's it called? Gear you get as rewards. I think overmelting is only for what's it called? Crafted gear.
Okay, so basically any of the stuff that you actually get from the raids, you can't overmelt.
Nope. Overmelting is a benefit for it's available benefit for day one Savage Raiders.
Because of the crafted gear, but otherwise it's mainly just a thing for, I guess, crafters and gatherers.
Yeah. Like if you wanna day one Savage stuff, you are going in there with what's it called? You would go in there with your overmelted 610. And you'd be available with your overmelted 610. You'll be available to basically take it all the way from the beginning to the end.
But maybe a few upgrades in between.
Because you
things.
have to, if you want to upgrade to full what's it called 630, you still have to you still have to
do the raids.
You want to upgrade to 630, but you can't get it right away. You have to repeat stuff if you want to do.
Yeah. Anyway, I should probably get further with this because now we've been told for like I think 20 minutes or something.
Yes, I'm sorry. This is my fault.
Don't worry, I'm completely fine with it. It's just we just end up like going off on a tangent about something, and then it's like, we're supposed to be doing the raids.
Sorry.
It's been an hour now.
Yes, it's been an hour. We haven't raided yet.
Yep.
Oh, I need to charge my phone. I'll be right back real quick, but you just carry on without me.
Yeah, okay. Alright, now then, my proposal is a simple one. Let us journey to Pandæmonium together. Our destination is the same. I suspect the arrangement would work to our mutual benefit. Besides, I shouldn't have no trouble getting us both access. I do hope you agree. I would be loath to part ways from the Falling Star I've been waiting so long for. Originally, I had planned to conduct my investigation with a friend I mentioned earlier. She had also mentioned the anomaly near Pandæmonium, so it only seemed natural that we should investigate it together. However, she eventually decided that it would be unwise for us both to go. Two members of our organization were seen poking our heads about restricted facilities. It could raise questions, you see. Okay. I decided to go alone, but she left me with these words: "Fear not, for in my absence a star shall fall before you." Well, I could not comprehend her meaning at the time. I believe now I understand. She does have a way of being right about these things. Even so, her hints of what to do are generally more cryptic. I suppose I should have kept my gaze to the heavens. Suffice it to say that I'm grateful for your presence either way. As for the matter at hand, we must first gain permission from the wards of La Habrea for entry into Pandæmonium. There ought to be a speaker waiting at Anagnosis. Okay. I think that might be a person that's leveling. Okay, so it's just right over there. La Habrea. What a fascinating etheric signature. In accordance with the convocation's request, the two of you have been granted leave to observe Pandæmonium. I shall register your Aether for the records. From this point on, you may freely come and go from Pandæmonium as you please. Now, that was a painless process. I take this as a sign that we were meant to conduct our investigation together. Of course, while you have been permitted entry into the facility, the specimens housed inside must be handled with utmost care. You are to heed the warder's instructions at all times. Those who conduct their work within Pandæmonium are called warders for their role with respect to the creatures within. You're back, but I might let you carry on with the story. Okay. Generally, creations that pose a threat to the safety of the star must be undone. However, the wards of La have deemed certain such creations as worthy of further study, interring them within the facility. Those who spend their days in Pandæmonium are not merely researchers. They must work tirelessly to ensure that none of their specimens or subjects slip their shackles. For all intents and purposes, the place is a dungeon. Perhaps such a comparison arouses frightful images, but Pandæmonium is a frightful place. Know not the purpose of your investigation, but if you discover aught that merits a report, pray do so with utmost haste. Master La Habrea shall guide us upon the proper course of action from there. Then I take it that means you have detected nothing amiss as of late. The warders have reported nothing that would cause harm or cause alarm. Minor fluctuations in Aether have been observed, but surely Master La Habrea would have acted if they were anything worth worrying about. Is that indeed true? I see. It appears La Brea is kept well abreast of the goings on here. Or there then. I hope I'm not overstepping my boundaries by asking this, but you seem to be quite familiar with Master La Brea. Do you know him? I kind of kicked his ass a few times, if I remember correctly.
A few times in the future.
Yep. Let's see. I know him. We've met. Oh, the stories I could tell you. You're no mere familiar, are you? Master La Brea is not known for being generous with his time. That one would have stories of his company almost beggars belief. Regardless, while I doubt I need to tell you this, he is of the congregation. Take care that your actions do not hinder his work. And with that, we are free to make our way to Pandæmonium. The Nares that will take us there is on the eastern bank of Lethe. Let us delay no further. Okay, back up there.
From...
Is he riding the car back there?
Yes.
That is actually a mount that I know that my friend Chun Chun really wants.
But he missed the event.
Yeah, he wasn't playing during that event.
Well,
I think he played. I think he played it for a few months, like during like the summer of 2021. And then while the event was going, he wasn't playing. And then he came back in like November, December-ish of that year, which was after the event.
Oof.
Yeah, and he has even played Final Fantasy XV, so he apparently liked the game. So
Oh, I hear it's actually one of the what's it called, the better Final Fantasy games. So it's at least one of them that's really popular. The fighting system is very similar to Kingdom Hearts as well, which everyone liked. So that's why 7, the remake of 7 also has it.
okay. Like, I think the only Final Fantasy game that I've heard that people really didn't like was apparently the 13 series.
Yeah, the ones with lightning? I don't know,
Yeah,
purple
lightning.
hair. But yeah, it was very linear, and she was a very unlikable character. I hear that the sequels to 13 might have been better in terms of story, but still a bit lacking in terms of gameplay.
Yeah, I know that there was apparently one where it was like you don't have any companions unlike the other games, and you just play as Lightning. I think that was maybe the third game, and apparently I think there was like a time mechanic, like had a limited amount of time, and apparently that one just seemed like it was not a good game from what fans of the series said at the time.
Yeah.
Like,
Also, do you like my Vera cosplay?
That actually looks very much like something a VR would wear.
I mean, I have the ears and the sharp shoes.
True. But also like just the chest piece and the sort of like I don't remember what it's called, like the essentially like the chest and I guess underwear sort of combination.
The name for this one is called a suppligia. It's gladiator pants.
Okay. Don't even remember what my Dark Knight looks like. That's technically my Gunbreaker. That is actually my Gunbreaker glamour, except for the weapon. That's because I basically have it all tied to like glamour plates, like all of my gear sets tied to those, but because we're not in a city, it can't do that.
Oof.
You remember what my... Can I see them here? Nope. I don't understand why this is not...
See your thing. Oh well, I guess you'll have to carry on the story instead.
Yeah. Okay,
Unfortunately, I cannot follow you down there.
Oh.
Yes, they're doing this again.
And Chun Chun just wrote to me on his character, good luck and die a lot. Ubu. I had to contain my surprise for the sake of appearances, but is it true that you two have met La Brea in the flesh? I find you more fascinating by the moment. Still, I shall refrain from asking too many questions. Secrets will make our journey all the more intriguing. We shall come to know each other in time. A wager? Or else why would fate have orchestrated our meeting? In any case, let us be off. Truth be told, this will be my first time beholding the fabled Pandæmonium with my own eyes. Here's to a new adventure, eh?
I'd like to point out we have actually not really met La Brea in the flesh. We have met him first in the Thancred, and after that we met him in the what's his name, Artbird. So we haven't met him in the flesh. We've met him in the Artbird though.
Yep. Let's see. Yep. As much as I feared, the speaker seemed in such high spirits that for a moment I thought the ethereal irregularity not nearly so grave a portent as I had imagined. Alas, 'twas a fleeting and vain hope. To gaze upon this complex network of chains and wards, the untrained eye might not sense anything awry. No effort has been spared in making this place impenetrable. This literally just looks like a dungeon of sorts, just a fantasy-esque thing.
Like I said,
Yep.
it is indeed a dungeon.
Yep. Even the finest of masterworks is not without its flaws, however. Someone or something is tampering with its protections. It is working from within, eroding them from inside out. Fear not, there is no immediate danger. I reinforced what protections I could the moment we arrived. This will not put an end to whatever is incurring, but it shall at least serve to slow its progress. One small victory, though the road ahead of us is yet long. Yes, powerful foes are at work here. The silence of the air speaks volumes. While I did not expect a bustling facility, I see not a single warder. Our first course of action should be to seek out one out, wherever they may be. However, there is something you must know. Magic I wove upon entering requires my constant awareness. That is to say, if we are forced to fight, I cannot risk joining you in battle. Should I lose focus, Pandæmonium's protections would or will rapidly crumble before the forces assailing them. So I guess that's the reason why he can't fight. And why we and 7 other people need to do it. Were there another way? I would gladly choose it, but let us at least be grateful that neither of us is here alone, trapped in hopeless circumstances. If we should fail to find a peaceable solution, then I hope that I can rely on your strength to see us through. I should have my promise. This request doesn't come as a surprise, to be honest. Let's go with the first one. Thank you for offering your help so willingly. If weapons are drawn, I hope to be able to lend at least a touch of magical support. Creation magics do have their uses in that regard. I had it in mind to use your Aether as basis for illusory allies that will fight at your side. Perhaps 7 shall do. Not exactly an army, but by the looks of you, a formidable band nonetheless. Then, so shall it be. Now, what I wonder awaits us in Pandæmonium's pitiless halls. I think it was pitiless, at least it's pronounced. Okay, we got the first circle unlocked. Only took an hour and 23 minutes.
You're welcome to blame me. It is all my fault.
I think it might be both of our fault technically. Because we just kept on talking about different things.
Yes.
Alright, so is it best to just use Duty Finder, or is it better to use the Party Finder?
I think right now you should just try using the standard, what's it called, Duty Finder. It should be able to get us something within the next 5-10 minutes. Usually doesn't take longer. And there we go.
That was a fast one.
Yes.
Yep.
It's been a very long time since I have had the, what do you call it, the 4 first ones, or the first circles. So I'm gonna just lean back and try be good, okay?
Alright. Like, I have watched the guys for the first 4 circles, but that was Thursday last week. And I only watched the guides one time, so I'm a little bit unsure about most of the mechanics. Like, I have a general idea of them, but I don't remember what boss is in what dungeon or what raid.
Okay.
Okay, this guy says that he'll save them? This appears to be one of the warders we seek, but I'm afraid he's in no state to... I hate this sort of dialogue boxes.
Yeah, it's because we're on a timer, because everyone's waiting for you.
Yep. Then I'm just thinking, then maybe don't have this be part of the opening cinematic for the raid, then have it maybe before.
Yeah, well, they want to be cinematic like this, so you don't have to load between calling in your friends and me. See, so that fell.
And
Basically,
you
he'll
turn
put
down the
his-
battle effects. I am having trouble basically seeing things.
I'm like, yeah, this is maximum. This is good enough. But also that summoner is helping, making me not see things.
Yeah. That's basically what I was also thinking, because like Summoner actually has some of the most flashy attacks, I think.
Yeah, they are very shiny, but also the whole buff slash boost thing is a thing.
So I do remember this guy basically having that attack.
His unique thing hasn't shown up yet.
Okay.
But I can't remember which one it is.
I seem to remember this. You need to like stand in the place
Yeah,
with
you
the
get a
opposite element.
debuff, and then you gotta stay in the area that has your debuff. Or, I mean, the opposite of your debuff. If you have ice, you need fire, and if you have fire, you need ice. And then it swaps it around. Oh no, a paladin with 2 stacks of vulnerability. How will he ever do this? In fact, I can actually, he doesn't look to be very well geared, so I can actually yoink this away from him at any moment by just standing on my stand.
I mean, at least that's a thing, I guess, since if you need to, you can just quickly do that.
Yeah. I wonder which one do I have? Oh, he's charging the fire ones. And it's fire again, I think.
Yeah. He also has something called Aether Flail, which is an AoE on the side that he's swinging it on.
Ah, I see. And he's charging fire again. Oh, I have this. And he's almost done.
Yeah.
I wonder what Slam Shot does. Is it just AoE? Or just AoE?
Yeah, and I guess also a phase ender.
Seems like it, yeah. And let's see, I have fire. And it's done.
Yeah.
I'm gonna just commend the monk. There we go. And leave.
Questions. Since they now introduced the new like comment, like window thing with the adventure plate things, have you seen anyone who has had like an extremely like, I guess, lewd thing? Like a lewd picture?
I mean, I've seen someone, what's it called, show up with, I don't know, swimwear. But I mean, no, I haven't seen anyone go lewd. But you also really can't, so.
True, but more like the way that they did early when the adventure plates came out, where people had like ones where it's like, oh yeah, they basically just angled everything so that you basically have like their character's ass in your face.
Okay, I don't think the images in the recommend thing is controlled by your adventure plate. It looks more like it's what do you call it, the static picture. So what's it called, the default static picture that's always tied to the dynamic auto adventure plate.
Okay.
So they actually don't let you control what is in that frame.
Okay, I just thought I had heard about that. You could have that be your adventure plate, but I guess not. Also, I just noticed
you
I
can
got
have something angled at your below area with the adventure plate, I guess, if you do it right. But the picture for what's it called?
the commendations.
The commendations are the standard pictures instead.
Okay. So I just noticed I guess no one wants the tokens from in here, so I basically got all of them.
You got all of them, nice. I guess
I didn't
you
even
might
need to
be
roll.
able to glam at the end of the day if that's what you wanna.
True. I did also get the what's it called again? The triple strat card from here.
Nice. I didn't think I got that one.
I think it's basically just like a random drop
random
that
drop.
might be dropped for you. So that seems to be the case with like dungeons and trials and raids. Except for Alliance raids, where it's actually like a proper drop that you need to roll for. But you can sometimes be a pain in the ass if you're trying to get a very specific one and everyone ends up rolling way higher than you.
That being said, I think actually the Alliance raids, with the items you get at the end, they're like always there. They're not part of the limited loot. And they're also like multiples of them. So you actually get to like roll 3 times on the cards.
Yeah, I think at least in the near raids, I think it's 2 cards that you have that you can roll it. It could also be that it's 3, but I'm not entirely sure. It's been a while since I last did any of those. So I haven't really had any reason to do them since I got all the cards from there.
I see.
I do still need the orchestrion rolls from the near raids, though.
Okay. I need gear from them. I guess.
For glamour.
Yeah, for glam. Gear for glam. GG.
Okay, let's see here. That was a thrilling display, and if I may be so vaunting, the warriors I spot from your Aether fought even more splendid than I had anticipated. Suppose they were cut from excellent cloth after all. We should wait until this man regains his senses. He wears the robes of a warder, and I would be curious to know what drove him to attack us sight unseen. Shanna, he stirs. How the fuck do you pronounce that name? Ericthonius? That's the only way I can think of pronouncing that. What came over me? It's coming back to me. My mind was filled with a storm of desperation. Anger, I looked at you. I thought I knew, though I knew naught of your intentions. I accept my apologies and my thanks. Had you not knocked some sense back into me, I might have fallen upon someone less capable of defending themselves. I am Ericthonius, a warder of Asphodelos, Pandæmonium's highest level, or higher layer. No wait, Pandæmonium's highest layer, and the place we're in now. One must wonder why you were so desperate to keep us out. What is happening in Pandæmonium? The creations interred within Asphodelos has been set free and stalk its halls to no end but violence. That is not good, to say the least. Has this ever happened before? No, never. Each level of Pandæmonium is under a charge. Is under the charge of a keyword who keeps strict control over the most minute aspects of their domain. They're selected with great care, and their loyalty to Master Lahabrea is absolute. Yet something has gone terribly wrong. Try as they might to hold the line, the chaos within is overwhelming. I hardly realized that I had become separated from my colleagues. I remember a chorus of whispers assailing my senses, and afterwards only flashes of rage and fury, then blackness, from which I awoke to find that whatever had overcome me was gone. I see. Your senses may have been muddled by magics that affect the mind, perhaps the self-same ones that saw you separated from the other warders. Whatever had taken hold of me, thank you for releasing me from its clutches. That you've come here from the surface must mean some word of our plight has reached the outside world. If you know anything that may help, pray tell. Or among horrors, so Pandæmonium's protections are indeed being dismantled from within. By the same individual or individuals that released its captives and set them upon you, no doubt. Such knowledge avails us little, however, if we cannot ascertain their identity. Themis, was it? You said you worked for an organization under the auspices of the Convocation. Were they to receive word of what has transpired here? What measures would they take? Doubtless they would consider this place to be a lost cause. Pandæmonium's ties to the outside world would be severed, or perhaps it would be wiped from existence entirely. As I thought, were the creatures to escape into the outside world, there would be untold carnage. The words of Lahabrea would never risk that, despite what value the research subjects may hold. all the more reason to work with haste. If we can't expect further help, then it falls upon me to save the others. I'll not leave them behind. You would go alone? I won't leave the other warders to face certain doom. I know they fight for survival even now. They wouldn't abandon their duty. They would see the creatures return to their cells at all costs. So I must do the same. Themis, I know the request I'm about to make of you is a monumental one, but please, say not a word of this to the convocation until I've been given a chance to set things right. Forgive my rudeness, Ericthonius, but my decision cannot be swayed by emotion. You would only be consigning yourself to an earlier death. Strength or of resolve alone cannot win in the face of an overwhelming force, or overwhelming odds. That is a version of the song that plays in I'm forgetting what it's called now. The War of Light fight. I'm forgetting this round's name. That's the music that's currently playing in the background, just a like piano version, I think. That being said, our investigation has only just begun, and we would be remiss to turn back ere we've made an exhaustive survey. So for the time being, there is slightly more than resolve to rely upon. I knew you would be all too eager to join us. Each moment since you fell from the sky has been more interesting than the last. More and more, you remind me of my dear friend. Which goes some way towards encouraging me that this matter will yet reach a satisfactory conclusion. I'm gonna assume that his friend is Asum. The Asum that we are a shattered version of. So you agree to help? For the moment, our goals align. The protective magics of Pandæmonium yet hold. So for the moment, time is in our favor. Let us proceed upon the course you and Shanna have set us upon. Themis and Shanna? Yes, thank you. The warders owe you a great debt already. We shall be glad to have someone familiar with Pandæmonium's halls by our side. A party of 3 is ever so much more entertaining than a pair of 2. Now, let us return our attention to rescuing your colleagues. Perhaps it would be wise to approach the gates in case any have followed you out. Okay. The weather's apparently just pandemonium.
Very, very much so.
I mean, I don't really know what I would describe this weather as either. But I guess it's also supposed to be in like a special place underground or something?
I guess. I mean, you are below Elpis.
Yeah. Okay, onto the surface. Now the sound can be heard from within, which means neither creature nor warder has made it this far. We should begin forming a plan to save them at once. Forgive me if I misunderstand, but do you mean to rescue the warders and creature creations both? Naturally, although they may be dangerous, they're valuable research subjects. I wouldn't see our labor, our untold hours of study, go to waste. I dare say La Habrea would smile to hear you say such a thing. That is, if we had cause to report this incident to him. Smile? I'm not sure his face is capable of such warmth. Ah, so you have met him before? I was under the impression he rarely visited Pandæmonium. I have, yes. My mentor was the previous head of this facility. That is to say, La Habrea's predecessor in the position of Chief Key Ward. Her name was Athena, and she was a researcher with the wards. It was she who appointed me to this position, in fact. See, I did not know there was a chief keyword before La Habrea. Your motivation to save your research subjects is not entirely driven by duty to the wards then. You wish also to preserve the work of your mentor. You have the right of it. I'm lacking in ideas of how to go about that, however. I'm a mere warder and cannot wield internment magics. Oh, but of course I can hardly expect you to be versed in the magics we use here. If you recall, during our battle, I bound you in ethereal shackles. Internment is a more refined and powerful magic based upon the same principles. While both are used to keep our subjects docile, key ward of each tier is permitted to use internment. Even if I were allowed, I lack the aptitude to use the spell to any notable effect. Fascinating. I have some knowledge of these forms of spellcraft. Actually, La Habrea himself established their foundation, if I recall, which shackles are meant to bind an object, placed for a short time, or while shackles are meant to bind an object to a place for a short time. Internment freezes the very space around it for as long as the caster wills. Indeed, while the illusory beings you summoned in our fight suggests as much, I see your knowledge of magic is vast. Perhaps you've already mastered the art of internment, and I've been lecturing you like a child all this time. I'm afraid my knowledge ends there. I have not the precise understanding of how the invocations act or interacts with the natural laws that would be needed to cast said spells with any consistency. While I consider myself well versed in various magics, I would be ill-advised to assume the duties of keyword without instructions. That being said, if I were to learn more of internment, the inner workings perhaps. Well, you have a warder standing in front of you. It's fine to me, you two can figure out the rest. I dare say we do. We can just do that. Eric Thonos. So, Eric Thonius. You implied that what prevented you from performing interment magic or interment was a lack of magical capacity. What if I supplemented my own or my power? Or what if I supplemented your power with my own? Will the spell succeed then? I can't say for certain. I never heard of such a thing being done. I believe it may be our best recourse. That is, of course, assuming you can perform the initial rites and incantations flawlessly. Even the smallest misstep, we would have to start over. You needn't worry about that. I've seen the spell cast so many times that their motions have been burned into my memory. I won't disappoint. Very well, let us work with the specifics outwards. Once we do, we can test our methods on one of the escaped creatures. Though I suppose there is the matter of finding one. It would be foolish to rush in blindly, lest we find ourselves surrounded by naught but an untested stratagem at our disposal. Nay, I would prefer to engage a single creature that Shanna could dispatch on her own if the spell were to go awry. Agree, and I may have an idea in that regard. I recall seeing the hippocampus wandering the hallways during my flight. Perhaps it's still there. A few of the subjects housed within asphodels are fond of water, I believe. Are fond of water, and I believe we'll be able to engage the beast without fear of unwanted guests. Then that shall be our first target, or perhaps subject is a better term. Before we commence with the interment magics, the creature should be weakened to a sufficient degree. I believe I can trust you with that task. Dependable as ever. Once you have given it a thorough trouncing, we shall bind this hippocampus with the keywords magic. Till then, my illusions shall fight by your side. Hippocampus will be alone, but it's a daunting opponent nonetheless. Its magic warps the environment around it, and it will be at home amidst the waterways. Steel yourself for a fight.
I guess we have to go catch the brain.
Yep.
The hippocampus.
Yeah. Also, I just got a phone call from my mom. I can see. Would it be okay if I quickly just call her back just to figure out what it is?
Yes, you can just phone her in. Sorry, that was terrible. Go ahead and call her.
Alright, I'll just mute and up the back screen.
Okay.
Yeah. I'll just call her and I'll be back in like hopefully only 5 minutes.
Okay.
Maybe at most 10. I'm not really sure yet, but I should be back in not too long.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I can't even run around on screen because Avatar is in like what do you call it, self-enclosed space. So I just sort of have those. Anyway, how are you, Football? I guess it's my stream now, just temporarily. Kind of. I hope you've all had a good Friday. I hope you're all enjoying the Friday. Sorry about kneecapping the progress on all the raiding, but I guess it just sort of kind of happens because questions and I have answers. But yeah. Why sorry? Because we want to raid. We want to kill the big thing by punching it in the head. There has been very, very little kill the big thing by punching it in the head. That's why sorry. It's enjoyable to hear us talking. Well, this is good. It's very good. Yes. But still, we want to punch the thing. You know, do the thing rather than not. Yeah. Especially because it's like a lot of fights in this thing. And it's not even done like we only have like I don't even know how to pronounce this. Apholidenus, which is like the first 4 ones, and after that we have Abyssus, which is the next 4 ones. And then maybe we have what's it called? Agiliath and Eurofusion, I think it's pronounced. It's weird. Yeah. I think it might actually be hard to get access to Eurofusion. Agiliath, I don't know. Because people are making what's it called? Rather than giving us rather than Duty Finder actually popping off, people are making Party Finder raids for normal Eurothesian. Like, Eurothesian is also kind of hard. I died a lot in just my one run I had of it. Because, well, it's a big raid for lots of people. And it's shiny. That being said, the fights in Eurothesian was really good. I liked it. I hope we get to do it. What about Junjun? I mean, he said he wanted to be on, but then he decided not to, I guess, because he ended up doing something else, I guess.
Okay, I'm back.
Welcome back, Avatar.
My mom basically just wanted to know how I was feeling, because we did kind of get a bit. We were basically told earlier that my grandmother died today.
Oh no.
Well, she passed away, thankfully in her sleep, essentially. But yeah, that was also one of the reasons why I couldn't really stream and why I was home late last week, was because we visited her, because we kind of knew that her time was probably yeah, short.
No
So,
worries.
Yeah. Okay, so I guess just queue up for the second circle then.
Yes, also do not forget to change thingamajig.
Oh yeah. So okay. Not as fast of a queue as we had before.
Still kind of fast.
Yeah.
Bird
I
up.
think people are doing these.
What did you say there? Because I just got the bird up for Steam, and then again, it's still very loud.
Yeah. Well, I guess people are just doing them fast.
Hey, I think I remember a few parts for this boss, but not too many.
I mean, do you want me to tell you about the things, or...
I know that the boss apparently has one point where it, like, separates, I guess, the top and bottom of itself, and I guess has two different attacks that it can do. And depending on which one it does, you basically want to position yourself in different ways. There's like water that will rise up that you don't want to stand in.
Yes.
And some other stuff. Ooh, this one doesn't have any positionals on it.
Yes, because it forces you to stand in specific places.
Yeah, that's pretty nice.
Just gonna stack with the tank. Kill myself.
Okay, made sure not to die there. And I didn't get hit either. Swing. Yep, that works.
Oh. I'm not sure what I got hit by. This is fine. I'm a warrior. I can warrior this one out. Like the warrior badass I am. But this fight has some coordination between the two tanks.
Isn't it so a mechanic where you basically get like triangles above your heads and you need to stack with at least one other person?
Yes, basically. But there's also the tank stack, which we had earlier.
Yeah, the red stack marker with like two glowing orb thingies.
Yeah. And there we go. Mechanic for stacking done. Gonna take this to the corner. Bonk. Kill myself because I'm a warrior. And we heal ourselves.
Yep.
Just casually going like, yeah, this is fine. Oh no, water.
What are we going to do?
Drink it.
I mean, it is sewer water apparently, so I don't really know how much I want to do that.
I don't know, you had an option in Endwalker. Drink water.
Like sewage water. So I got hit with the AoEs there. I was on the wrong side of the boss.
Oh, Sag healers, Sag.
I do think they also just got revived and then died immediately.
That is very, very much how I felt during what's it called? The new trial raid. Oh. I should
Let's
not.
see. If we had a red mage during this, it would have not been a huge problem for people to die.
Yeah.
We've ended up
Rename
with
the red mage to necromancer.
like I'm actually surprised we have 2 reapers and 2 dancers.
Like the, I mean, like the combination.
Yep. That's a lot of enemies.
It's okay. Yosh. Yes.
I might be standing in a bad place for this.
That's fine.
I just started my liver break and then just... I'm gonna be standing at the AoE. And I died from that AoE we just got as well, because I did not have enough health.
Ooh.
I even tried
I'm a
using
warrior. We're gonna win soon anyway.
Luckily, our white mage just barely survived there.
Oh, there we go. See, it was fine. Not a problem.
We were fine. But five of the other players were just dead. We're fine.
Just tanks and healers. Tanks and healers. I mean, tanks and one healer. I mean, Just a warrior. Doing warrior things. Nothing to worry about. Quite literally.
I mean, most things I feel like could possibly, if they have enough cooldowns, maybe survive like the last few percent of a boss.
Most tanks can usually deal with what's it called? 3 or 4 invuln stacks. The Dark Knight can basically survive through what's it called? Walking Dead. But the warrior is crazy and can deal with surviving what's it called? 2 heavy tank busters on with 8 invuln stacks. It's not a problem. That's how strong the warrior is.
Damn. Hey, let's hear. I knew that you were no mere mercenary, but to match or to make such clean work of the hippocampus, seasoned fighters scarcely have occasion to visit Pandæmonium, let alone display their skill. Mastery takes all forms indeed. Needless to say, our plan worked to perfection, in no small part thanks to you two. Themis' power was more than enough to complete the tournament. Spellcasting was never my strong suit, but that almost made me feel like a proper Magos. Truly, having seen your ability firsthand in your fight with Shana, I beg to disagree. Shackles is one exception, and 'tis only because I've been forced to practice it since I was but a small child. Other magics leave me feeling completely out of my depth. Regardless, it seems luck is on my side to guide me to you. We may prove the impossible possible after all. Okay, the Fires of Creation. While our success in sealing away the hippocampus is certainly heartening, the fact that we have yet to see any other warders concerns me. The keyword of Asmodeus is nothing if not cautious. Doubtless he has gathered what warders he could and retreated to a safe area. So it occurs to me that I know little of the key warders besides their magical prowess. Is there not more you can share? Of course, the man named Esperos is in charge of Asphodelos. Not only does he have thorough knowledge of the creatures here, but he takes great pains to be a mentor to each of the warders under his charge. He has done much to ensure that I flourished here, in spite of my ineptitude at magic, and I have always known him to be the sort of man who faces difficult decisions with unwavering composure. Furthermore, keywords are not only masters of internment, they can also bend the hallways of Pandæmonium to their will with creation magics. With all this in mind, I'm certain that so long as Hesperus guides them, the other warders are safe. You can see why absolute control over the environs is imperative. Had we faced the hippocampus under or upon arid sands instead of the waterways, I suspect the battle would have ended much more quickly. In any case, if this Hesperos is as capable and caring as you say, we would do well to seek him out as soon as we can. he has, like it's not, taken your colleagues to a secure location. Safest place would be the innermost circle of Asphodelos. From there, they could flee to Abyssos if hard pressed. Even should they have sought safe haven within the other circles, if we make for the fourth, we ought to counter them on the way. Indeed, and we shall gain a comprehensive understanding of the situation within Asphodelos, which will be essential in determining whether we ought continue down to Abyssos. The rub, of course, is that I myself possess no power to bend the circle to my will. Instead, we must proceed through the center corridor, which was barred by the Phoenix, I think it's pronounced, last I checked. Phoenix, I have heard the name before, a fiery bird with eternal life. Beyond unquenchable brilliance, the perfected concept boasts nigh boundless restorative powers, if I recall. Truly an exemplary feat of creation magics. Perfection is ever built on the back of failure, however, and La Habrea suffered countless missteps during his experiments. And he was hardly the only one. The Phoenix will be but one of many attempts at the concept gone awry. Aye, far from invoking a wonder, our Phoenix is a creature of fury and wrath, and seeks only to turn the world to ash. Thus was it confined within Pandæmonium. Development of the concept continued elsewhere, but as the moons turned more and more, researchers abandoned the project as an impossibility, save for Labre and his words. When I received word that at long last La Habrea had succeeded, where so many others had failed, I was nearly overcome. Pray tell, how did the Orders of Pandæmonium celebrate their master's accomplishment? I don't believe we did. The research of the words of La Habrea has little consequence for our work here, save for those rare times it charges us with a new specimen. Truth be told, I don't remember anyone making note of the occasion. Well, enough reminiscing, we must make ready to confront the Phoenix. While it's possible that it flew off to some other wing of Pandæmonium, we would make that assumption at our own peril. Better be assured that we'll need to bring Abyssos' most unruly subject to heel. I certainly see no reason to delay. The Phoenix's power over flame will avail it far less in a barren corridor than elsewhere, so it may will serve us to subdue it sooner rather than later.
Careful to not get fired.
Yep. Did you see out there? I'm assuming that's the Phoenix. That kind of looked like the keyword for this place.
Well, he is a key personality.
Yeah. I'm assuming it might have been him due to the fact that he straight up changed the area. It seems whoever is behind this can alter the space around us. It will. We face an uphill battle. Possible. If those were creation magics at work, then that means... Let us confront that reality after we have conquered the enemy in front of us. Every drop of our focus shall be required if we are to inter the Phoenix. And I'm guessing that means third circle. Yep.
Time to encircle it.
That one actually has not a less than 5 minutes average wait time, it seems.
Yes.
It has a
I think
6
it's
minute.
also one of the harder ones.
Ah. I'm guessing that makes sense then why people might not be queuing up for this one as much.
Yeah.
To be honest, I also don't really remember too much regarding the mechanics from the video that I watched last week.
I believe most of it is AoEs, aside from that one where you have two phoenixes and you need to split them apart and kill them at relatively same time, or else you won't get anywhere.
Oh yeah, I do remember something about that, where I guess the Phoenix stands in the middle, can't be attacked, and then you have 4 enemies you need to deal with, right?
Yeah, and you need to keep them sort of apart, I think.
Yeah, because otherwise they buff each other or the boss, I believe.
Yeah, I can't remember if, but it's like they have to die away from each other, and relatively at the same time, I think.
Yeah. I seem to also remember there being other ants that apparently spawn, but I don't remember exactly what the deal with those were. I think some of them couldn't target and need to, like, I guess drop an AoE on them in order to kill them.
Maybe?
There was something about that at least, but I could be completely wrong.
See when we get there.
Yeah, because after all, as I've already said, I've only watched the video one time. It was last week. So, and I haven't done these, of course, before, so it's kind of like, I have no clue.
Yeah. You sort of start just learning them by heart once you do them weekly for the stuff you want.
Yeah. I mean, that's kind of the same with, like, some of the older content where it's like, some of the alliance raids, I'm still just like, I have no idea what's going on.
Yeah.
Like for some of the fights. But then suddenly you just notice one thing is like, oh, I suddenly understand why I've been dying to this thing like 50 times.
Because it's madness.
I actually also learned something regarding the Zodiac fight. Like just the normal version at least here the other day. There's like one point where I think Zodiac becomes untargetable and he like there's like lasers, I guess, pointing down towards the arena. I had not noticed until like my, I guess, 3rd time doing that fight that you can actually see up in the sky a pattern.
Yeah.
Of like dots. I hadn't noticed that. I just thought that, oh, you're just supposed to like stand behind where the dot is, or like where the line ends. So it's like something I had no idea you were supposed to stand in a specific spot.
Yeah. it's actually foreshadowed in a in a dungeon fight you have earlier.
Like I know that Mount Golg at least has something along those lines from Shadowbringers. Because that one has.
It's not a Shadowbringers one. It's actually an Endwalker one. What's it called? The last fight in. If I can figure it out.
It would have to be either Tower of Sod or Tower of Babel, because those are the only two before Zodiac. And
then it's after because it's probably Van's party. I think it is. It is after. But yeah.
Like with the last boss where it like is up in the air and like shoots things down.
Yeah, that's basically the same as what happens during the Zodiac fight.
Okay, but I know that Mount Golg also has. I think it might be the second boss in that dungeon. It's basically like a giant wall of sorts, of squares. That one kind of has the same sort of thing where you basically stand on like a grid of like 3x3 squares, and it will basically glow, like the boss itself will glow in certain spots, and you just need to make sure you don't stand on those on the grid.
Yeah.
It's essentially the same thing, just like on a bigger scale, I guess, and the things are placed further away and in not as obvious locations, because I most of the time just had my camera pointed out. I didn't think of like, hey, how about I just do this?
Yeah, there's a lot of fights where just doing that makes you able to see shit. It's funky.
Yeah, but I feel like a lot of fights, it's more just like you need to look at the ground, because like, where's the danger puddles? Don't stand in that.
Yeah.
But then you miss like, oh, I'm looking at the ground like this, and then the boss is over here just like with its fist up in the air, just charging and attacking something, like, oh, and you just get blasted.
Yeah. There's a lot of tells now in the game that I feel like they're sort of, how do you put it? They use the boss to convey when an attack is coming. It's actually a physical position on the boss that you can see.
Yeah.
I feel that's become more common with the later content rather than the new content, which is just, here's your danger puddle, don't stand in the danger puddle.
Yeah.
Well, we have found ourselves one healer and one DPS.
Yep. And there is no party finders up currently for the raid either.
Yeah, I mean, if we need it for story, we can always make one, but at the current time, I think we had 2 healers. I don't know. I think we had 2 tanks, maybe. Well, now we have 2 tanks.
Yep.
But yeah, this is the one that people usually die on.
I can't
and
see
it's
that
funky
there
enough.
is. I can
It's
see that
funky.
there is. Oh, you go ahead.
It is funky enough that it is always the third one that somehow is the one people die on, because it's also the third one that people die on in the next one.
Ah. Okay, I have seen a few clips of the fight from the 5th to 8th circle. Is the third one the one with the weird tree and like the 3 circle platforms, or is that a later one?
That's the third one, yes.
Okay, because I have seen that one, and that one seems also just be a complete just like, what the fuck is happening?
Yeah, they took the AoE combos to the insane level, but not as bad as that one. Elysian or whatever it's called, which is the new alliance.
The new
right?
alliance. Okay. Yeah, like I know
here
for a
we
fact
go.
that I know that there is apparently in the 7th circle, I guess, is apparently at one point where it's like, oh yeah, there's not an AoE going on. Here's the safe spot. It is over, just like it's like in the middle of nowhere. You can't stand there, I guess, until just before the AoE goes off.
Depends.
Something, I don't really know. It's like where there's 3 circular platforms with like bridges between them, and then in that like triangle in between the bridges, there's like an AoE with like the safe spot in there, something like that. I know I've just seen like a few clips where people have been like, oh, we need to stand in there, and then they just jump in there and then they fall and die.
Oh yeah, that. Yeah, you have to just wait because the center comes back, or
Yeah.
rather, the whole arena comes back to normal, and you're waiting for the what's it called? You're waiting for the arena to come back so you can stand where the AoE is not.
Yeah, but I'm guessing that happens like a few seconds before the AoE goes off.
Yeah, I think you have like a whole 1.5 seconds, 2.5 seconds to do it. Ah yes, another paladin. I think this paladin may be doing this content. Can't remember. Oh yeah. Circle Fighter.
And I'm not getting hit by it apparently.
Yeah, so did I, but for you it's a bigger issue. Oh, someone has actually put a... Ooh,
Marker down.
yeah. Just one, not more than one. I don't know what the marker is for.
Yeah, that seems also a bit strange, because I feel like usually you would at least put down 4 markers. It just seems like what I've usually seen in videos, like 4 markers or 8 of them.
Oh, I guess those stocking fires need to be taken. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Oh, my vulnerable stacked off, so right side wing, so I guess we have to stay on the left side. And here's the spot.
Assuming
Oh,
you don't
it's
stand
gonna
in the
fire
center.
in the center. Too late for that healer.
Yep. And there's the sunbirds, which I'm guessing are the ones that we need to drag away from each other.
Yeah. I guess we need to stay outside, and that one over there is mine. Oh, I should not think that. Yep. Guess we go into the middle where it's safe. And then we keep punching the Phoenix. Yes, small AoE. Oh, that's left side. Good thing I can read names. Oh, okay. It's just the rotating area. Now it's just gotta spread into safety zones. Just gotta spread till safety. Yeah, safety. Safety. Oh, fire! Guess I stood a little too close.
You ended up being so close to the lines that went in.
Yeah. It's okay, I'm a warrior. I can eat all of these AoEs, doesn't matter.
I also ended up getting hit by it.
Guess it's gonna fly down in the center.
Okay, something has happened with my audio, because now it's extremely crusty.
Come again?
My audio is now extremely just messed up for some reason, and I don't know why. I think it might be a voice meter that is being an asshole.
Could be. Discord is also very, very not good sound.
Yeah, I can't quite hear though if it's like happening in the game also or only on Discord.
All I can tell is the Discord sound is very, very stuttery.
That could also be because of voice meter on my end, just basically on my audio.
Yeah. Oh no.
So,
Stepped in the fire again.
Once we're over with this one, I'll try and maybe just see if I can get it to work correctly.
Yeah, no worries. Lots of arrows. It's almost dead too. And there we go.
Okay, I think the audio is better now.
Yeah, you sound a lot better, yes.
Okay, I noticed one thing that happened. Voice meter banana for some reason decided to switch which channel it should take in terms of my mic.
Okay. Sounds a
So
bit funky.
Yeah, I know it's happened sometimes where it suddenly does something, but I don't know what happened here. Because it was supposed to take from NVIDIA RTX voice, but for some reason it switched over to the Trust USB microphone, which is my webcam.
Okay.
So I don't know what the hell happened there.
Oof, that's all I have for you. I'm gonna be right back real quick.
Alright.
But you've got story stuff anyway.
Yep. I'm getting pissed, Mike. Not quite in this case, because I don't think this one can really pick it up that great. With that, the Phoenix is shackled once more. However, there is yet the matter of this arena. You know what they say? Testing avatar. I know. As you've told us, there is but one person in Abyssos with the ability and authority to wield such magics. Though fortunately it appears he has saved us the trouble of finding him. A contemptible display, as befits an inferior specimen. Even so, I expected it would at least delay your advance. Imagine my surprise when I saw the chains of interment drag the Phoenix back to its cage. Either the bird is even more of a failure than its creator care to admit, or you are no mere trespasser. I had hoped our suspicions were misplaced, but alas. That guy's giving me massive vampire sort of vibes. Keyword Hesperos, why? Why have you brought such chaos to your beloved Pandæmonium? Pandæmonium. Pitiless, impenetrable, and utterly steadfast. Unlike those caged with its keeping. What has possessed you? I don't understand. Oh, Ericthonius. Must you pester me with these inane questions? Think for yourself. Surely you can muster a theory or two with that dimwit of yours. Then again, you have never been one for insight. Why Master Lahabrea suffers your mediocrity, I shall never understand. Damn. I feel like that burn was almost harder than the Phoenix. You may look like him, but you're not the Hesperos. I know something has warped you too, from the inside out. Keyword I know had compassion for all those under his charge, be they clad in robes or shackled in chains. Was that all a farce? Did you hide your contempt for us all these years? Those who are content to merely glimpse the water surface are doomed to be dragged into its depths. You prove my opinion of you with every word. My mind is clearer than it has ever been. Even now, seeing your feebly grasp for answers makes the bile rise in my throat. Such a waste of potential. To be the son of Master... Oh! To be the son of Master Lahabrea, yet no more skilled with the magic than a newborn babe. Lahabrea has a fucking son?
Yeah, it's quite sunny. I mean, red.
But of course, it's always about Lahabrea. Silence, you're not worthy to utter his name. For once, be grateful to witness a feat beyond your meager abilities, beyond your shallow reckoning. I have slipped the surely bounds of mortality. I have become one with our mythic creations, rid myself of imperfections. I stand on top or upon the threshold of godhood. As a Hemitheos, I think it's pronounced. Shall I serve Master Labrea, ever faithful unto the end of days?
Just call him a vampire.
That's also kind of what I'm getting the vibe of, that he is essentially just a vampire. Or at least he very much looks like something that you would see in, I feel like, a Castlevania game, in terms of like, here's Dracula.
What is a man but a miserable pile of secrets?
But enough talk. Have at ya. Or whatever that, or however that quote goes. I haven't played the game, I just know that that's a meme.
It is.
Like, that entire quote. And it's also been memed where it's like, I guess he's talked for a very long time, I think.
Yes.
Anyway, and he shall require no other. I think not. Whoa. Punch the ground. More powerful than the Scholar's book slab.
He certainly booked it.
I just love the fact that Scholar's like AoE is basically just, oh, slap the book in the ground.
Yes. Book has been grounded. To loot.
Are you so blinded by arrogance that you have lost sight of what it means to serve? Ericthonius is more capable than you could ever know.
I think we should just call him Eric.
Yeah, because some of these names are just like, how the hell are you supposed to pronounce this normally? It was thanks to his instructions that I was able to master the art of entrainment, both how to wield it and how to break free of it. Shana, let us quit this place. Whatever poison has corrupted Sparrow's mind, it is plain his powers far eclipses our own. We must have time to gather our strength. Flashbang.
They could not.
I mean, that's technically also a flashbang, I guess.
It is.
Although, I guess it kind of depends on which game it is. Because I think sometimes they don't work that way.
Generally, I think they've been very consistent with this. Usually when it's ammunition, it's seeds. Not the nut.
Yeah, I do believe that in at least... what is that one called again? The time travel one, which I guess technically is in several of them, but...
Yes.
What is that one called again? The first proper 3D one?
In Ocarina of Time, they were
That's the
flashbangs.
one. Yeah, Ocarina of Time, that was the one I was thinking of. Yeah, I remember they were basically flashbangs in that one.
And other characters actually use them too, as actual flashbangs.
Oh. Oh yeah.
Impa and Sheik, they also use them.
That were the names. I couldn't remember their names exactly.
I played so much Zelda.
Like, I've played Ocarina of Time, but it was only one time and it was years ago, so it's kind of like I kind of remember. I like when I hear the names, I'm like, oh yeah, I remember that, but I don't
But yeah, I
remember
know you
that well.
have a Switch. Did you play Breath of the Wild?
I have played Breath of the Wild, but not on Switch. I ended up playing it on Wii U because I didn't have a Switch at that time. But I did have a Wii U, so I played it on that. Gotta say, the fact that I basically had to constantly switch in some of the dungeons to a different to like the gamepad controller was a bit annoying because I was using like a pro controller for most of the game, and then suddenly it's like, oh yeah, you need to do the like tilting puzzles with like the large sort of tilting puzzle game things.
The not Switch.
Yeah, then I basically just had to like take the gamepad for the Wii U and be like, okay, time to use that instead, because for some reason you were forced to do that.
I guess because the original Wii U Pro controller did not have gyro.
Yeah, I don't think they had.
Oof.
So yeah. Let's see. Weak things, though they may be, it takes a singular aptitude to master interment so quickly, to say nothing of how swiftly that familiar laid low the phoenix. Regardless, their noble aims will be their undoing. Where they fritter away their strength in calming the beast of asphodels, I continue my work. When should they survive long enough to reach the heart of my domain, naught shall await them but doom. I eagerly await your arrival, Eric, though dullards have their uses, or even dullards have their uses. To try and see if it was maybe possible to get the text-to-speech thing up and running again. Still hasn't been updated, it seems.
Oof. Not much to do about it.
Yeah. I guess maybe the patch is maybe causing too much, like a few more problems than they expected, because they did say that they were expecting to have it up and running today. It is technically still today, but I guess it's taking longer than they expected.
Yeah. And there also seems to be issues with some AoE attacks, apparently.
Okay.
Where certain AoE attacks that work in a cone in front of you don't hit what's it called? And also the straight line attacks don't actually hit all targets correctly.
Okay. Maybe we'll get another patch then here in a few days.
There's already been a patch fix today.
Yeah. That was also one of the reasons why it apparently got delayed a little bit, the whole Dalmud thing.
Yeah. There's a bunch of patches apparently coming soon. And there's already planned 6.31 and 3.5. So
yeah, but 3.5 we're probably gonna get in like what, 2 months? I'm assuming.
Yeah, I think so.
And it's like in what, 1 or 2 weeks? I'm guessing we're getting 3.61 or 6.31.
Yeah,
that's what I mean. Where we basically get I guess Savage, because Savage hasn't come out yet, has it? Oh wait, I'm forgetting. It's I'm forgetting. It's
Ultimate.
That's I was thinking like, we just got some new raids. That's the Alliance raids. Those don't have a Savage. Forgot about that whole thing.
Savic. They don't go Savic.
Yeah, it's not until 6.4 that they might still do the new thing they're doing with like normal comes out and then 2 weeks later, I think it is, Savage comes out for the 8-man raids. Was it a week delay?
I can't remember. I feel like the Savage for 3.2 were out when 3.2 was out. Because my FC started Savage raiding already then for the new content, I think.
Okay. I just feel like they said that for 6.2 that they want to try a new thing where it's like the second or the 5th through 8th circle came out like on launch, and then 2 weeks later, I think it was, they basically had the next ones available, or maybe it was a week after, just so like people could do the story, not have to worry about like I guess getting the first Savage kill or something like that.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know about that. But I mean, that would be better, I guess. I just wonder what they will do about, what are they called? The early Savage gear that you usually get through crafting. Because, what's it called? The 610 gear that was in 6.2 in crafting it's basically early Savage gear, basically ready to do all the Savage raids from the get-go, so you don't have to spend time on upgrading. Like, the minimum requirements for doing the last Savage in like, what is it, the 8th circle is 610.
Okay. Yeah, so I think it was also more of an experiment they tried doing with like delaying the Savage release by like a week or two.
Savage.
I think it was mainly just because they were like, hey, you don't have to hurry as much necessarily with this. Yeah. I think was what they said, but it has also been like, what, almost 6 months since they had the live letters for 6.2.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, my darkest suspicions have been realized. We face the key award of Asphodelos himself. More than that revelation, however, Eric worries me. He loved Hesperos for his compassion, but received naught but scorn from whatever the key award has become. He said little since our return, and I hope that the shock of recent events does not prove to be the be a death knell to his resolve. So you get a lot of material from this, actually.
Yes, you do. Is it what's it called, X materia?
No, it's only the 9th version of them.
That's a pity.
Yeah.
Because 10 is the only one that really matters. You'd only slot in 9 in certain overmelt spots.
Yeah,
and
so
you
I
only
guess
slot in 9 if you don't have 10.
Yeah, so I guess if you have nothing better, you can put that in. Otherwise, I guess it's getting saved for like 6.4 probably.
Maybe.
For like overmelts. Like specifically for the people that might buy the crafted gear.
Yeah, I'll make the crafted gear because actually you're. I think it's like, from what I saw with the things you need to do before next patch comes out. It's basically like you can already, this patch, you can already see or know what's required to craft the new the new gear.
Yeah, otherwise, if you have basically crafters and gatherers at a high enough like requirements for like the gear, you can probably get the gear like in a matter of hours probably.
Probably.
By simply going out and gathering, because I've I basically use Teamcraft sometimes, like figure out what I need for certain crafts. You technically don't even need that much for it. I think the thing that's probably the most difficult to get is just you need to buy a lot of stuff with the elegant tombstones of astronomy.
Ah.
I think you need like, I think it was like 4,000 of those worth to do all of the crafts. I can actually just quickly pull it up because I'm curious, because I feel like that was something, and then you needed like an absolute enormous amount of crafter scripts as well. And maybe also gather scripts, but I could be wrong on that one. Let's see here. In terms of tokens and so on, you need 7,960 tombstones of astronomy, 14,625 purple crafter scripts, and 58,500 white crafter scripts in order to get all the materials. That's a lot. But apparently some of the things that you need the purple crafter scripts for you can get from either desynthesis, or it seems like you can also get it from quick exploration ventures. But apart from that, you need to basically buy everything else, either on the market board or from the vendors, I guess.
Oof.
And then there's of course all of the timed items that you need to get. I think like one of the things for the new crafter gear is actually pretty easy to get. All you need to do is just head to the new spearfishing spot in Upper La Nausea, I think it is. I think it's Upper La Nausea at least. You can basically like dive down that lake there, and I believe there's only like one sort of fish you can pick, or like 3 spots you can basically do spearfishing in. They basically contain the thing that you need to do a theory reduction on in order to get some earth sand. I'm forgetting exactly what it's called. Earthbreaker Aether Sand.
Sounds a bit fishy. I know I've made that joke before, but it sounds a bit fishy.
Like, I think you can also get it from other places, but that's the main place that I know of. So if I can see that one of my things got soulbound.
Nice. Time to pull out the materia, hope for 10 with crit.
It unfortunately wasn't that, it seems.
Oh no.
I think it might have been a... It was a crit materia, but it was just a 9.
Oh no.
But
Better than
it's...
nothing.
Yeah, it's better than nothing at least. Okay, who wards the warders? Much as I am loath to disturb Eric so soon, out of what just occurred, I am afraid circumstances do not afford us the luxury of time. Perhaps it will do him well to speak about recent events concerning both the keyword and his father. I'm just kind of surprised that La Habrea has a son.
Yeah, but I guess it's technically also the past when, you know, they were people and not etheric beings.
Yeah. It just makes me wonder, were there perhaps other of the, like, Asians that we dealt a lot with, who might also have had kids?
I think there
For
was
example,
one, but I can't remember who.
I would like. It would be kind of funny to suddenly learn like, oh yeah, Emmett Selch had a daughter or a son or something like that. Like, what?
And she's both sassy and cute.
Yep.
Just
Like,
like
if you-
father.
Like if you're the son or daughter of Emmett Selch, you have to be sassy.
Yes.
Like I feel like that has to be part of his DNA. Just like every single offspring of his has to have some level of sass to him or to them.
Exactly.
Let's see here. The creation of the ward, which surrounds Pandæmonium, was an astounding feat of magical prowess, a feat accomplished by none other than Lahab Rhea. That both my father and I can bind others in chains is perhaps the only thing that we have in common. Ah, so it is true. I am Lahab Rhea's son, bereft of his talent for magics or his brilliant mind, but his son nonetheless. Surely this doesn't come entirely as a surprise to you? Nay, I had an inkling when you said you had practiced ethereal shackles since childhood, assuming you haven't been employed here quite that long. It had to indicate some long-held connection to Lahab Rhea. It was Lahab Rhea that taught me how to cast ethereal shackles, but that was it. My further education was overseen by the wards of Lahab Rhea, more specifically my mother, who was a researcher here. I'm noticing that he said was, so I'm wondering if she is dead. You did speak of Athena, chief keyword before Lahab Rhea. She is your mother, yes? How astute. I can see now why you were chosen to lead this investigation. You have the right of it. Athena was my mother, and it was she who invited me to join her here. Lahab Rhea had nothing to do with it. See, there is a little love lost between you two. What I cannot see is why Lahab Rhea was appointed chief keyword when another was already in place. Was in place. My mother is no longer with us. I had a feeling, based on the fact that he said was. And Lahab Rhea, what?
Big F.
And Lahab Rhea was also eager to assume her responsibilities, with nary a moment spared to mourn her. What love do I owe him now? When he offered not one drop of compassion then. Ah, I see. She's no longer with us. An expression to convey the end of a life. I have known only the public face of Lahab Rhea. Well, he is lauded for his ability to maintain composure in the face of unnerving circumstances. I must admit that oft comes across as cold. Apologies, but can we speak of something else? This topic is not an easy one for me to discuss. Of course, there are more pressing matters at hand. After all, namely, how to deal with Hesperos. We have yet to see the other warders. Judging by what we know, we can surmise that Hesperos has confined them somewhere beyond our grasp. And now that he is aware of our presence, he will be preparing for our next encounter. We cannot expect to face him on equal footing. Quite the opposite, in fact. Every moment we spend chasing after the creator or creations is another moment Hesperos can contrive another advantage for himself. The wisest course would be to find him first and foremost. He said that he had become one with the creations. Perhaps that means he is vulnerable to internment. In theory, that would be possible. However, is it enough merely to confine him? After all he has done, I need to know why. I need to know what drove him to forsake everything he's worked for. Was it all so they could serve his master? To my mind, he's merely put library's own work at risk in trade for some nebulous power. The library is the chief key award of Pandæmonium. How would throwing it into disarray win his favor? Doesn't make any sense. I share your curiosity, but we must consider that our enemy has us at a disadvantage in every sense. What do you think? Should we seek to put him to fetters, or would it be too dangerous to allow him to quarter? I want answers too. If you fail to confine him, I can always strike him down. I want answers too. I'm curious as to why he is doing this. Daring as ever? I see. I know not what trials you have faced in your past, but to see you so certain is also convincing. Is all the convincing I need. Very well, let us try Eric's plan. Thank you, Shanna. I believe I can shed some light on the nature of our foe. When Hesperos spoke with us, I noticed he bore the telltale fangs of the Bricolakas, a beast which feeds off the aether of its prey. Likely that is the creation Hesperos merged his essence with. We know all too well that he can change the environment around himself at will. The battle will not be an easy one, but I believe in our victory. Okay, fourth circle.
Yosh. Oh, this one is filling up quick.
Yep. But I'm guessing this one isn't as maybe difficult as the other one.
It is the second most difficult of the first four. It is the second most difficult.
Alright, so it's the second most of the Abyss's raids.
If you open up the thing,
or Asphodelos, I mean.
Yeah, the Asphodelos. It's the second hardest of that one.
Yeah.
I guess I should give you a clear warning on this one. It features insta-death mechanics.
Okay. I do know that there is apparently one mechanic where he either, I think, has a cloak or sword appear in one corner, and depending on which one it is, he does a certain attack, and I don't remember which one it is.
There is a set of attacks that if you get hit by them, they will yeet you across the arena, and this basically means you'll die because the edge of the arena is insta-death.
Okay, is that the one where he places his cape or something on the floor, And it transforms into an element or something. Is that
I
one
believe
of them?
that's the hidden attack, but yeah. You don't have to guess what attack it is. He'll show you and then hide them. That's his
Okay.
other mechanic.
Ah. So we need to remember stuff. Great.
It's more like just remember what area is the one with the attack you can stand taking. So you just go to that area and it's like, yeah, this is fine, and then you take the group AoE with everyone.
Okay.
And sometimes it'll just be, here are timed mechanics, and just make sure not to stand. They may be hidden. Just make sure not to stand in them when they explode. Anyway, here we go. I hope I don't have to tank this one. Because this is also one I don't know, no. But don't worry, the next 4 ones I could totally tank. Because I know them.
I mean, for this one, you could in theory just like turn on your tank stance and hope the other one does.
I'm gonna yeet his tank stance off the edge if I do that, because he's only got like... He has 20,000 less HP than I do.
Wait, 20,000?
Yes, he's only at what's it called, 74k.
I feel like
Oh, no,
20,000 seems like a lot.
Yeah, he is wearing the 49th level gear. So I guess I'm tanking. I'm the tiniest tank, and I'm just gonna and then turn this guy around. Yeah, he can never steal an attack from me. That's gonna be good luck. Don't stand in the cloak area.
Okay.
I don't know if I'm supposed to run away from it or... But I basically don't want to stand close to it. Suppose I should bring him back to the center of the arena like it's courtesy, but nah, that's fine.
I mean, as long as those of us who need to do positionals can do those, then it should be fine.
Yeah, it's
Oh, which
more
I'm
like,
the only one.
It's more like it's good courtesy to bring the boss back to the center of the arena, because then you avoid this shit.
What does that one do? Is that a knockback?
It is.
Guessing that's the potentially instant kill one.
Yeah, I'm just gonna keep him in center. Oh, okay, that's a directional. Cool. I'm just gonna tank this one up and make myself easy to heal, and then eat a heal. Seems like we should get close.
Yep. What does the one do? Ah.
can't remember what does the last one do.
I think that was just a like.
Yeah, and then we need to go to the edge of the arena.
That hits hard. I was saying like halfway away from the from that thing, and I just got destroyed there by the tank.
Yeah. Balloon coils? Oh, okay. So you have to go into the one that doesn't have your symbol on it.
Yeah.
And catch it. I think we have to be like 2 in each.
I'm guessing that is needs. Are there ones of those where it's like without the X? Or is it only with the X?
So? I don't know. I only saw what's it called, the ones with the X on. Oh, that's the attack. Okay. It shows you at the edge what it's gonna be, and then you have to figure out where you have to stand to not. And this is apparently a line. You have to stand here. Oh, that's okay. But I was enraged, so I guess I didn't move anyway.
I'm guessing a knockback nullifier just works for that.
Yeah, my enrage is also my don't move thing, or don't get knocked around thing.
Yeah.
I can't remember what these are, if they're like lines. Oh.
I think
you have to move to the thing and destroy it. Move to the thing and destroy it.
No, I think it's like.
Oh,
opposite.
Let me take that.
I think someone else needs to do it that isn't.
Yeah, I misunderstood because someone took mine.
And I think there's something where you can only take 2 of them.
Yeah.
Because if you declare one, you basically get Doom on you.
Oh yeah, this is just setting the thing, so he's changing those into different things, and then we have to tell which one does first and react to that. Can't remember what the fire does. But I guess we'll get a short warning.
Yeah, because I feel like when it's the ones for the first time, they usually give you a bit of an indicator at a time.
Yeah, okay, this is a stack.
And we run
move
away.
away. And then it's the electricity. Where I think you have to go to the corner.
Yep, that's the proximity one.
And then it's the
poison.
other one which does
That was
foam coils. I'll catch this one for healer.
We have one that isn't being covered.
Should be fine, I guess. And then it's the water which will throw us across the arena.
I just noticed they. Then they went.
Gonna be fine on the tank. I can take several inroads. And we're done.
I just noticed that like 3% left. We still haven't used the limit break. Better use it.
Yeah, but our other tank was basically running the 49 gear, the 89 gear.
Okay.
Which is why I had 20k more HP than he had.
Because we have like way better gear.
Yeah. I think even if you pop provoke, he'd only have the what's it called? He'd only have the what's it called, the boss for the duration of the provoke, and then it would just go back to me.
Okay.
Because that's how much more what's it called, enmity I'd be generating.
Just due to the fact that you would deal so much more damage and so on. Okay. Now, Themis. We end this here. Fools. I will not be put in chains. To think that I would fall before one such as you. Perhaps I should have treated you as more than a mere nuisance. Despite your victory, you shall never have the knowledge you seek. The secrets of my transformation, the secrets of my deception, they shall return to the star with me. You're wasting your breath. Hesperos, we have the upper hand now. Surely you can see that. Yes, my repertoire is not exhausted yet, however. Although I have failed, my end shall be on my own terms. Oh.
Well, I guess that's sorted out then.
Remain loyal to my very last. Come what may, I die with dignity.
How did you die with a sword in your chest?
I wouldn't necessarily say that committing suicide is like dignity, but I guess that is kind of what they did in Japan with like seppuku to an extent.
And more like what's it called, quote unquote, to regain your honor you could commit, you know, seppuku, but it wasn't really, how do you put it, an honorable way to die. You did it, basically did it because you had been disrespected, or not disrespected, but because you had
have lost your honor.
Disrespect.
Yeah.
So oof. Still oof though.
Yep. How did your ambitions lead you so astray, Hesperos? You were better than that. Your star shone more brightly than any other in Pandæmonium. You had La Brea's respect, his trust. What more did you seek? That you would forsake all that and sully your legacy besides. He became so blinded by his own desire that he lost sight of his duty. In the end, he lost everything, and his plans lie in tatters. I fail to see any dignity in that. Even so, I would have liked to know why he chose this path. Hesperos's infatuation with your father was his undoing. Perhaps he was so jealous that fate had chosen you, and not him to be La Brea's son. So terrible did this jealousy become, that he sought verboten power that La Brea would be unable to ignore. How does a pursuit for respect warp one's heart so? How does infatuation with one person turn into contempt for everyone else? I have never heard of such a thing. It's not as uncommon as you might think. It happens, but that doesn't mean it's right. see, I cannot. I see, I admit I cannot but find it vexing, but perhaps that signifies not but my own capacity for bitterness. I do understand what it is to have been a beacon to follow dark times, a person you trust to guide you through. How it is to desperately wish their light would fall upon you again. But we have spent enough time assuming the intentions of the departed. There are the living to consider. You must find the other warders and round up the remaining creations forthwith. Of that, at least, we can be certain. I believe I can be of help in that matter. The influence of Hesperus' magic is fading throughout Aspodelis. Now is the perfect opportunity to seize control of the facilities and restore things to their original state. Seize control? Can you really do that? What is this pressure? Eric, what lies beyond that threshold? That is the passage that connects Asmodeus to Abyssos. Why? Be on your guard, you two. Now that Asmodeus is free of obstructions, I can more easily sense disturbances in the lower levels. Something stirs in Abyssos. A warding sigil? How? Let us return to the gates for now. I should like to appraise the situation from there. Needless to say, our investigation is far from over. Although we defeated Hesperos, it appears we have but scratched the surface of Pandæmonium's troubles. My head is still swimming with questions, but could this mean that Hesperos wasn't actually behind this? It is a stark possibility, yes. The root of this crisis may lie somewhere much deeper than even Abyssos. When we first encountered you, you said the memories of your escape were vague, that your senses were muddled. I believe this was more than the results of a panicked mind. You were made to feel this way by a powerful magical influence. It is possible that this same magic could have poisoned Hesperos' heart, twisting his affection for La Habrea into a burning obsession. Then, in his altered state, he was made an offer of power he could not refuse. Wait, are you suggesting that someone else turned Hesperos into that thing? If so, it stands to reason that they wouldn't stop at him. Indeed, our mysterious mastermind does not lack for subjects for his experiments. For more potential heavy theoi. If what you're saying is true, then my colleagues, they're doomed to share the same fate as Hesperos. Do not lose heart yet, Eric. Hesperos challenged us alone, and that tells me that the process of his creation was a long and taxing one. He was the first Emetheus, and then, or if he was the first Emetheus, then the rest of the waters are likely still alive. However much as I would like to hasten deeper into Pandæmonium, the way forward is sealed off. We must focus our effort on finding a way through. The creation still having free reign of Asmodeus, that won't be easy. On the contrary, I yet retain control of these circles, and thus can wield internment magic within their halls as well. The creatures will pose no threat to us. Just like that, then nothing stopping us from returning order to Asmodeus. Just so. I shall require your expertise to keep the peace after the subjects have been returned to their confinements, however. You're Asmodeus' sole remaining warder after all. Truth be told, I did not expect this investigation to become so involved. Of course, I would like to resolve matters here without resorting to outside help, but... Do you mean to send a report to La Habrea? Tis too soon to say. Let us first find a way into Abyssos. It would be best to withhold our judgment till we have ascertained the whereabouts of the other warders and the identity of the party responsible for their disappearance. Agreed. Even so, if it means saving even a single life within Pandæmonium, then I'm not above asking La Habrea for help, should it come to that. Recent discoveries certainly paint Hesperos' actions in a new light. The number of unknown elements in this investigation grows, and we must proceed forward with the utmost caution. To that end, Eric and I shall remain here for the time being. Much as I enjoy your company, I do not believe we shall be needing protection so long as we remain in Asmodeus. We should take this time to rest. Surely you're weary, and there may be more battles ahead of us. Demis's burden may grow heavier in your absence, but he shows that he is more than capable to bear it. Still, I would help wheresoever I am able. All we've achieved so far has been thanks to you two, and I mean to repay the debt I owe. I don't know what use I can be outside of placating the creatures, but I'll find a way. Nonsense, you owe us nothing. It was thanks to your knowledge of the magics which govern this place that we were able to come this far. Elsewise, we would have likely succumbed to the Hippocampus's assault. Each of us has arrived at this dire pass by separate paths, but it's only by combining our respective expertise that we will reach the end of it and see Pandæmonium saved. Thank you, Demis. Hesperos' words seem to have affected me more than I realized. Though we've come this far, or together we've come this far, together we'll reach the end. No doubt we will. Even so, let us allow Oshana her rest. Besides, you have someone awaiting a report on your progress. Yes, I dare say your story will be much more than they ever imagined. Okay, we need to go all the way back here.
Yes, because, well, now it's... What do you call it? Technically the end of 6.1? 6.01? I can't remember.
It's 6.01.
Yeah, because 6.1 is Argoliath.
Yeah, that was the Alliance raid. Welcome, Shanna. Back from the past and none the worse for wear. See? So, what did you find? So there is evil afoot in Pandæmonium. An already ominous place, I must say. Mythic beast and missing waters. Truly, we are fortunate to see you returned to us in one piece. It appears the voice Shanna heard from the crystal spoke the truth. As for who left it behind and why, those are yet questions to be answered. Indeed, it could be someone who lived among the ancients. It could be someone trying to avert tragedy from the future. Much remains shrouded in mystery. Yet, ilm by ilm, we shall unveil the mystery. With the help of Shanna, of course. By her actions was the fabric of the past reshaped, yet she returns to the same present she left. Which can only mean one thing, that her intervention in Pandæmonium's crisis is but one of the countless building blocks of history upon which our present has been built. There's no telling what consequences would arise if we stopped pursuing this matter now. Whatever plot is unraveling within Pandæmonium, we must not let it reach its conclusion. If one of those creatures should escape, what rebels could carry forth to the future? They might wreak havoc upon the world of the ancients, and their despair would leave an indelible mark upon history's pages. That despair would only feed the terrible beasts that arose during the final days. The first final days already had a drastic effect on the eons that followed. If the scars the left were made even deeper, then we risk losing our present entirely. Whatever the cost, our connection with the future of Elpis must be preserved. I know I have asked much of you already, but can I count on you to continue your work at Pandæmonium? Your tireless effort are much appreciated. There's aught we can do to ease your burden. You need only say the word. Speaking of which, might you return the crystal into our keeping? While we cannot accompany you to the past, perhaps something can be gained by researching it further. It shines just as splendidly as the day we met it. We shall begin work right away, but I cannot promise any meaningful results for some time. And as matters in Elpis seem to be in a similar state, I must ask that you rest. But before that, allow me to make an introduction. As our research moves into its critical stage, I found it only suitable to recruit another assistant. Mileni, I think it's pronounced, is an expert in armaments from throughout history, be they from the far-flung past or made in the most modern forges. Should you find aught of interest in your adventures, bring it here and she will be glad to offer you her services. We know researchers in numerous fields would love to get their hands on artifacts from bygone eras, and would give you goods in return that should aid in your trials ahead. Furthermore, if you ever wish to peruse the records, events you have reported here, Nemjiti has been taken faithful and thorough notes. She is at your complete disposal. I sense that we have embarked upon something monumental. Something that will dwarf all else I've accomplished in my many years of research. I can think of no greater honor nor reassurance than to have your capable assistance in this endeavor. If there is anything to be found that will contribute to your success, we shall find it. We shall not rest until we have unlocked the mysteries of this crystal, and you will be the first to know when we do. I'm just gonna go with skill speed.
Ta-da! Basically, relic exchange and savages. I mean, savage raids.
Yep.
Is what you got.
Yep. So I can now just add in the unsung relics, I guess.
Yeah.
I do think that some of this is going to be worse than what I already have, because I have some of the radiant stuff on some of my characters.
Okay.
It seems like it will only really go over the Daba, Moonward, and that seems to be it on my character.
Yeah, the next one is 610.
Curious if there's even any of this that I can actually replace, really, of my gear.
I guess. Seemed like the
I think
ring,
I can
maybe?
do it with the ring. Yeah, I think I can do it with the Dabar ring. It's not a huge
maybe
upgrade, but it's a
pants,
little bit.
if you have them.
I didn't have for the pants. I only have enough for the gloves, the helmet, and earrings, and yeah, basically just the accessories.
Okay. Neat.
But even then, it's only like a 5 item level increase.
Still an improvement.
True. I do have 4 of these, so I could possibly on some of the other classes maybe upgrade some of their gear.
If you want it.
So now it's 53. Nice.
Yay!
So what is Unsung Blade of Abyssos? I'm assuming that
Yeah, you'll need 7 of those to get a weapon out of that. What you do is you trade them for one of the weird tombstones all the way at the bottom.
Okay.
I think it is.
yeah, right now
Oh,
it's
you only need 4 of those.
Yeah, I
So
think it's
it's for the
because I think it's when the next tier of the raids come out, they basically just lower them to 4 instead of 7, as far as I understand.
That is plain.
I guess just to like increase or make it faster for people to basically unlock stuff.
I guess. Or if they have a good handful of them, let them get more.
Yep, and I'm assuming this is gonna unlock Savage, the guy that I just talked to.
Yes.
Shanna, allow me to thank you personally for your contribution to our research. Your stories of the ancients' creations have planted the seeds of great many theories, and I cannot wait to finish or wait for them to flourish. I guess count tales of Asphodelos.
Yes, they're so nice. They give you all of them in like one go.
I feel like most of this is probably not going to be too interesting to read. Or is it?
Then in short, Namiji here is making you look good in the history records.
Okay, I'm assuming it's gonna be something along the lines of like with most of the savage race, like, okay, so you did this, but what if it was even more difficult?
I mean, that is what happens for us, the player, but the story is like, yeah, I'm gonna misinterpret everything and write it down as you doing more epic things. That is how history will remember you.
Yeah, because I feel like with some of them, it's like kind of like how with the Wandering Minstrel, who goes like, okay, so you have told me this story, but what if it was even more epic?
Yes, I mean, he has to tell an epic story. This person here is recording factual history.
Yeah, and it's basically just like, it's basically just being like, you say this, but did you mean this?
I guess.
I think I'm just gonna skip through this because I don't think it's necessarily too important, like the overall story.
I mean, aside from knowing that this person is being a bit of a bum, but
Yeah.
that's...
I feel like most of these are just like, you just see a cuts, like little cuts, and then it's like, okay, you get it. I seem to remember though that the eat rates did have a little bit of additional like story stuff regarding Gaia and Reen,
I think so.
but I could be mistaken. It has also been a while since I last did those raids after all.
Yeah.
Okay, another question is, do we continue or do we call it for today? Because it has been 4 hours.
I mean, it's only been 4 hours because we took a long time.
Yep, and I have to sit and read everything.
I mean, do you think you could read more for another, I don't know, probably gonna be 2 hours with you reading? The actual rating is only gonna take like probably 20 minutes or something like that.
Yeah, like each raid is like the raids in total is gonna be like an hour at most, unless we end up having like really long queues or.
We won't have a long queue.
True, because that is
how the queue's not been long.
Yeah, and especially considering how it's also gonna be current content.
Yeah, almost current content.
Yeah, as current content as possible, at least in terms of like the 8-man raids.
Don't worry, the Alliance raids have like a lot more to read.
Yeah, hopefully I have the text-to-speech thing working there, because I've already seen that it does involve apparently Grahatia and Kral.
Yes,
And that
it
immediately
does.
just makes me go like, there's gonna be a lot of reading.
There's gonna be a lot, especially because there's a lot happening.
Yeah, so I think those I'm at least gonna save until I have the text-to-speech thing working, because I can already feel my throat, mouth, or it being like, yeah, you've been talking a lot.
Oh.
Like, it's the same feeling I had when I basically did a Realm Reborn before I had the text-to-speech.
I can't talk right now.
Yeah,
I'm
that's the
making
reason, I
piss.
guess, for why I don't do super much.
I made sure to hydrate. Foul. You just redeemed the hydrate after all. I have
You
basically
could
been
go-
just.
Yep. Going.
What were you about to say?
You could get a warm tea and maybe some honey, and then we could get going. And
True.
finish the thing, making it a one and done.
True. I guess I'll go and do that then. So I guess
Yay.
it's... Should we say like a 10-ish minute break?
Sure.
Because it's gonna take a few minutes for me to basically get the tea made.
Yeah.
And then if anyone needs to like use the bathroom or something, grab a snack, then that's possible.
Oh, that's a good idea. I should do that as well.
Guess we'll just do that then.
Yay!
Okay, let's put that up, and yeah, I guess we'll just be back here then in 10-ish minutes.
Yes.
Alright.
Yeah. Oh. Well, I guess I'm here. Get some water. What are you doing? Wetness. But drinking. Very important. Don't forget too much stretch. And also get warm. Oh, I should get warm. Get moisticles? Is that what you're saying, Fubble? Sounds... I don't know. I don't know if Avatar's here yet. I think he's still teasing himself. I mean, drinking tea. Tea drunker. I don't know, I thought I had more puns, but... Oof. Ja. Chamomile tea, sir. Oh no.
Bird up.
Crack. It's not going pop. Oh no, the timer disappeared. Yeah. I stopped using timers for my breaks a long time ago. Yes, because. Something, it created expectations in my head. Or I need to be back by this than the time. And then I just went, yeah, that's too much stress. No more break timers, just, if anything, maybe start timers. But now not even start timers, now just it happened when it happened.
Okay, I'm back.
Welcome back, Avatar. So instead of you reading the thing, do you want me reading the thing? It does mean that I have to, what's it called? Wait till it appears on your stream so I can see it. But I will read it aloud for you if you wanna, if that can help.
I mean, let me see. So hopefully that'll help a bit. Also,
Okay.
still no word on the Dalamud Discord regarding updates, unfortunately. So I feel like if I had the text to speech, it would go faster with the reading, and it would also mean that I wouldn't have to basically read it aloud constantly.
All right. Yeah, I heard the cracking over here too.
I can quickly try and see if it's voice meter that's being. Or is it still a mess?
Instead of voice meter potato, it's voice meter lalafell. Okay, now I have to listen to what it is Favor is telling me is happening. Also, I can't listen to the Dome and Enclave theme anymore.
Is something happening with the audio on the stream?
It's apparently good now.
Okay, I have no idea what happened. It might have been because I quickly tried just selecting which mic voice meter banana uses, and basically just selected the same one. So I don't know if that might have been it. That when I selected it again, it basically just went a bit banana, so maybe.
But it went voice meter banana.
Yeah.
It was potato. It went voice meter banana.
Yep.
But when is voice meter lalafell coming out?
That's a good question. I think that would probably be after voice meter Popoto.
Oh.
Because they do have to like go from, I guess, potato to Popoto, and then it would be Lalafell.
Oh. Now I'm sad. I have to wait for my tiny taters.
Or who knows, maybe they just decide to skip the Popoto and just go straight to Lalafells.
Straight to tiny and cute. Yay.
Alright. So I'll just keep going, and I'll just keep reading, and
You'll keep reading an unwelcome visitor.
yep. Hopefully it'll help a little bit with the tea, but
Just don't let it tease you too much.
yeah. Shana, I've made a breakthrough. After uncountable days and nights, I finally hearkened to the crystal's whispers, and I must say that apparently there was days and nights in between. It's still so weird when these things happen, like in between the patches when you do several of the things in a row. Just like it's been months, like it's been 5 minutes.
For actual players, it would have been actual months. I mean, for
Yeah.
people who kept up with current content, it would have been actual months.
True. But I was kind of delayed. I think I finished it like main MSQ of Endwalker just before 6.2 came out.
Oof. Endwalker is like a year old.
Yep. A little over a year. I think it came out, wasn't it like the 7th of December that it came out? 2021?
Something like that, yeah.
It was
Finished
originally
Endwalker
scheduled.
after it got a year old.
Yep.
Chun did, at least.
Yeah. He finished it Monday, I
Yesterday.
believe.
Oh.
Like no,
Not
like
yesterday.
he finished the main MSQ of Endwalker Monday, and then there's another one of my friends called Opumbo on Twitch. He is also currently going through it, but he has basically hit the level cap on Bard, which is his main job. He has been on at level cap for that for a while, and so he basically did some of the MSQ on Warrior. He has now hit the level cap there. So now he's started leveling up his Reaper so he can basically do the MSQ there.
Lol.
The only problem is just that he is at like... I think it got to the second trip to Thapnir, at least. And I think his Reaper was at like 78 the other day. So he has some levels to basically gain.
Oof.
Yeah. Professor Claudine, where are your manners? While I understand all too well your enthusiasm, I must remind you that even the most academically inclined prefer to compose recounting of events. By the way, that link is legendary, popular, related to Milk People's champ. What?
Yeah, if you read after the
Yeah,
twitch.tv
yeah.
/ that's the what's it called? Twitch generates like words rather than trying to make a neat system, so they make words, and that's that's the link.
Yeah, and then they have like some random just letters after that, I guess.
Yeah, I guess they ran out of word combinations,
Possibly.
so
I
now
feel like
they
you
make
could have maybe
random
also...
strings.
Yeah.
But they could have done the YouTube thing, that would have been better.
Or just have like some, I guess, random ID just be generated.
Well, that is technically what YouTube does.
True. Yes, of course. My apologies, Sean. Been consumed by my research for so long, I'm afraid I have quite forgotten how to engage in civilized conversation. Ahem. In that case, perhaps we should start from the beginning. With a crystal set adrift upon the ethereal tides containing the memories of a party yet unknown. They cried out for deliverance from Pandæmonium, where the ancients kept volatile creations locked under lock and key. You yourself witnessed the power devouring the facility from within, and the advent of a divine monstrosity wrought of mystic beast and powerful mage. Fortunately, your martial prowess and the combined magical talents of your companions Themis and Eric was sufficient to restore order to the circles of Asphodelos, but the greater threat remains. In the depths of Pandæmonium, a presence yet stirs, its intention and identity shrouded in mystery. That is the issue at hand, is it not? Since you returned to us, we worked tirelessly to discern the nature of the crystal. In the process, I detected an anomalous, I guess, etheric signature, which I believe arose from the memories stored within. analysis of this pattern suggested a feeling of loss or yearning, specifically the yearning to be made whole. And indeed, ambient readings have revealed a faint but identical signature. This can only mean that another such crystal exists in our time. So my friend, I must depart to search for it forthwith by tracing the matching etheric signatures to its source. I believe this will be a simple matter to find our crystal's twin. Professor, will this expedition be carried out only by us? Will Shanna grace us with her presence or protection? I'm afraid she has more pressing matters to attend to, my dear Rui Sinnaud. I don't fucking know. Namely, to seek out the secrets which lie nestled within Pandæmonium, where this all began. From all that we have heard, it appears that time traversal from the Crystal Tower is not fluid. That is to say, one can but travel in predetermined intervals. It would be prudent to check in on occasion in case there are any unanticipated changes. As for you, my loyal assistants, I would ask you to remain here and continue cataloging the ancient creations. Can't mean, do you intend to search for the crystal on your own? Why yes, that would be the most efficient use of resources, would it not? In fact, I have already commissioned a ship and pilot for the very purpose. I trust you to take care of the laboratory in my absence.
Yes, let me do this dangerous thing that you already said was very dangerous and should not be done alone. Let me just do that.
Yep. I apologize for that somewhat abrupt departure. When process is in sight, Professor Claudine tends to become blind to all else. Indeed, and the husband who was than usual. While I cannot fault him for his excitement, I do wish he would spare a thought for those around him. For reasons unknown, the crystal seems loath to be overheard. Much as it spoke only to you last time, none but the professor has been able to capture its ethereal yearning, which has served only to convince him that he can solve this puzzle on his own. Surely after some time alone, he'll come to remember how valuable we are. The search for this crystal seems to be a simple enough matter. Let him have his adventure, and upon his return, I'm certain he'll be back to his usual self. As for you, Shala, it may be best to return to Pandæmonium, as Professor Claudine suggested. Speaking of which, I have a request of my own to make. Traveling to Pandæmonium requires you to pass through Elpis, correct? There's something I would have you investigate in my stead. While those creations confined within Pandæmonium are considered to be failures, I doubt that's their whole story. Barring exceptional cases, they must have been under observation in Elpis before being consigned to their shackles. And if we know anything about the ancients, it's that they would have kept thorough records of the results. Ah, brilliant. Delving into these records may shed light on creatures Shanna has yet to encounter. If your theory proves correct, that is. While there are no guarantees, it certainly beats the current strategy of rushing forward blindly with only her strength to carry the day. For your own sake, as well as ours, please unearth what information you can. Okay. Off to us then. Oh,
I'm
I just saw
protect
Alpha.
before.
I just saw Alpha over to the right.
Minion? Pat?
Oh, Alpha. The, like Alpha from the Omega series of raids. The little tiny chocobo.
I'm
It's
pretty
possible.
sure you can have that as a minion.
You can, but it looked like it was like it walked over and looked up. I know it's possible to see Alpha like in various places around the game, like
Oh.
randomly. For example, when the Christmas event was happening, before I started streaming that, I basically saw Alpha and Omega standing next to a Christmas tree right outside the amphitheater in Gridania, just looking at that, and then they walked away. I've also seen them in Mordona, in Revenant's Toll, up in the kitchen above where Rowena is.
Okay.
Just looking at stuff. Like, you can find them apparently like a ton of different places once you've completed the quest line, which is
Okay.
kind of funny. Just suddenly be somewhere and then it's like, what the fuck? Just look and see like two characters you've seen in the quest line, like, huh.
Yes.
Although I think it's only like a chance that they spawn, necessarily. Because I tried basically getting them to spawn near the Christmas tree. But that didn't work, unfortunately.
I see.
But yeah. You seek records of Pandæmonium's creations. Master Themis has just finished perusing the very same. I should not be surprised that we both arrived at the same conclusion. Luckily, I have saved you the trouble and gleaned what information I could.
How convenient.
Yep. Ah, so you know each other. I was dreading having to once again scour the archives, but perhaps instead I'll rest for the spell. If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. Should we? For I have undone the warning sigil, blocking the entrance to Abyssos. I came here merely to chase an idle suspicion, while awaiting your return. Fortunately, while Pandæmonium's protective wards continued to be assailed by our unknown foe, there have been no fluctuations so great as to make me doubt Eric's capacity to keep watch over Abyssos or Asphodelos while I'm away. He works diligently to master internment, that he might deliver the creations back to their cages by his own hand. I thought it best to give him time to hone his craft. And since Vader's brothers both here, I would ask you to accompany while I attend to another matter. More idle suspicions that I would like to chase down. Rest assured, it shall not take long. I simply have a few questions to ask an acquaintance of mine. Come, he has agreed to meet us near Neos to Pandæmonium. Okay. I'm just gonna travel a long distance.
I mean, you do have a nice chair to sit in while you do that.
That is true. And if I can get hold of a few small materials that are possibly going to be a bit of a pain to get, because you need to get them from treasure maps, specifically 3 enchanted elm lumber, I can actually make a magic bed even.
Magic bed, who is indeed a mount. So you can
Yep.
sleep and fly.
Yep. I basically ended up crossbreeding some Cloud's Breath earlier this month, and end up with 12 of them. So I can make potentially 3 beds, or I'm getting, I think it's like 1 chair. Yeah, because for some reason the chair requires 8, even though it's a little item. I don't know
but
why.
It does also require a chair.
That is true, but I believe you can just buy that for like 5,000 gil.
Oh.
Or you can also craft it, I believe. That was the gathering one I selected. Yeah, you can craft it.
One might say that it's the cherry on top.
I guess. But yeah, I'm basically gonna have to like do some. And I'm not sure. Is it? Yeah, I think I have to do like level 80 treasure maps in order to get this. I think that was where you get it from. Not need to search.
Lag.
Let's see.
Are you okay?
Huh?
I had a lot of lag.
Ah.
I don't know if
yeah,
it was me or you.
I think I might also have had some. Like, was it in Discord?
Seemed like
Or
both
what?
Discord and stream, so I don't know if it was me.
It could potentially also have been me. I have no idea. Like, I can't see I've dropped any frames, but
Oof.
who knows? But as far as I can see, the only way to get that enchanted elm lumber is from the portal dungeons from the level 80 maps.
Okay.
Great.
Oof.
That's gonna pain in the ass to get.
Yeah, I've been wanting to get the Fafnarian silk, but I'm just not getting it.
Question: is that the stuff that you need for this outfit?
The Fafnarian, yeah, that one.
I've actually managed to get this from, I think, a mixture of just, I think, Palace of the Dead, maybe Heaven on High, and quick exploration ventures.
Oof.
I think I've gotten every single piece.
But I don't have any of those.
Yep. I think I got the arms as the first thing, like way long ago, like probably back in like fall 2021, I think.
Lol. Oof.
I think it was from like Palace of the Dead I got it from.
Okay.
It is, I do believe that it is also extremely or pretty expensive to buy those armor sets online or on the market board.
Yeah, I know the Fafnarian silk is relatively expensive because nobody makes them or gets them anymore and puts them. At least there's not that many on the market board left.
Yeah, I feel like it's also because you do have to do like treasure maps, which requires a group if you want to do them consistently and actually get through them without potentially getting your ass kicked.
I've been lucky that the silk I've gotten for the Fafnarian headdress, which is the only piece I own of that set, I basically got by going in and doing as much as I could with the warrior class.
Yeah. I do believe that it is apparently possible to solo the level 60 and 70 versions of it on Blue Mage.
Okay.
But it is difficult, and I think it can only be done on the ones where it's like you get in, find some enemies, and then there's a like 2 doors you need to pick between. I think that's the only one you can do it on, or maybe you can also do the other one.
With the warrior, I have only managed to do what's it called, 3 doors at most.
And then I'm guessing the enemies became a bit too strong.
Yep.
Yeah. I've never managed to get like further. I think the furthest I've also gotten has been like 3, maybe. So, yeah, but that was, I think, with a group.
Yeah.
But not a full group. That was where it was like, Chun basically had a phase where you just kept being like, okay, let's do a treasure maps. Then they went and bought like, I don't know, a bunch of different ones. And then we just went and tried getting a portal. And then we went in like 2 or 3 people.
Okay. I do want to find time to do the new treasure maps at some point. But I think I'd need, what's it called? We'd need people for that.
Oh yeah, like he even suggested at one point like, oh, we can do it like level 91. I was just like, no, I'm not doing a level 91 unless I have a group. Forget it. I'm not wasting a map on a wasting a map, getting a portal, and then being like, oh yeah, just you can't do it. That's dumb, especially considering the new maps, you can sell them for around like 120,000.
Oh, okay.
Like they sell for a lot, and they're really easy to get. All you need to do is just head over here on Elpis.
Yeah,
like
and then
minor.
the waiting, because you can only get one, like, what is it, every 18 hours, or is it
Yep.
17?
I believe it's 18 hours. That's the cooldown.
Okay.
But still, it's like every 18 hours you can basically get a level, like, or get like a few 100,000. So is that a... That's an A or S rank that just spawned.
Lol, let's not do that.
Yeah, I'm not planning on doing it. But I wouldn't be surprised if at some point there's just suddenly gonna be a hot train appearing over there.
Choo choo.
I've actually managed to do, I think it's 2, or maybe it's technically 3 S rank hunts in from Endwalker, because I think I went to Ultimate Thule, and because I had to gather something, and then suddenly it was just like, oh, there's an S rank up. Yeah. And after that one died, some minions spawned. Then after those died, another one spawned. And then they were all just like, don't leave, there's another one, Elpis. Like, okay. It was just kind of random, just like, ha, okay, that happened. Alright, as I have pondered our expedition into Pandæmonium, I could not help but be mystified by how strongly the waters we encountered felt for La Habrea, whether it be good or ill. For good or ill. Hesperos and Eric were 2 sides of the same coin. The former looked to his mentor with absolute devotion, while the latter looked to his father with a bold hatred. I would not expect a familiar such as yourself to understand this, but such extreme emotions towards a singular individual are quite rare indeed. Naturally, I feel gratitude towards my mother and father, yet we are all equals in the larger picture of the star. This view is not unique to myself, it is more or less accepted as the way of things. By contrast, the researchers of Pandæmonium seem to view La Habrea with a feeling approaching obsession. Whether driven by love or hate, they have all been drawn to him. There were many other aspects to the facility's particulars, I found troubling. Besides, I decided the best course of action would be to go straight to the source, pose my question to a member of the Words of La Habrea. My apologies for keeping you waiting. Master Themis, I understand you are conducting an investigation of Pandæmonium and wish to know of its origins. Indeed, in particular, I wish to know why exactly Pandæmonium was built directly under Elpis. The facility is overseen by the Words of La Habrea. Why keep it so close to Elpis, whose governing body has no say in its day-to-day operations? First I thought it be simply a matter of convenience. Those creations which were deemed failures by the researcher of Elpis could be easily ushered into their new homes. Imagine my surprise when a trip to the archives revealed that many of the creations were sent from organizations beyond Elpis, including from the Words of La Habrea themselves. Given this, albeit limited information, I cannot but feel that the Academia Editor would have been a more fitting locale. What does Elpis have that cannot be found there? These are fitting questions, and ones we have asked ourselves many times in recent years. Alas, the nature of Pandæmonium's construction does not lend itself to relocation. When first it was built, circumstances weren't as they are now. As you surmised, the majority of the creations kept within Pandæmonium were sent from Elpis. Yet as the years passed, interest changed. Failures in creations deemed too flawed even to submit to Elpis, paradoxically drew the attention of Pandæmonium's researchers. That is quite the change, and in fact, it almost runs counter to the facility's original purpose. Who is it that decides which creations will be the subject of research? Master La Habrea. Such authority is reserved for the chief keyword, and he has taken it upon himself to step into that role. So if Pandæmonium's resources were being misused, would be under La Habrea's authority, correct? I know not what you're suggesting, but the keywords also hold some sway within the facility. Not even Master La Habrea would be free from their scrutiny. They are duty-bound to report any irregularities as soon as possible. Though I admit, as of late, their communications have been somewhat sporadic. We but recently received a report from one of the keywords stating that all is well within Pandæmonium's halls. Really? And you're certain that a keyword sent it? Yes, of course, our communications suffered a temporary obstruction, but I can assure you that the words did their due diligence in confirming the identity of the sender. Thank you. This information will be helpful in my investigation. That will be all for my prying. Then I shall take my leave. While you have yet permitted to conduct, or while you are yet permitted to conduct your investigation freely, I must remind you that the warder's work is delicate, and it would be remiss to disturb them any longer than is necessary. All is well. A blatant lie, and to that we can both attest. One of the remaining keywords is most certainly in league with the party behind this. Let us hurry. I know not why our adversary sent that report, but 'tis plain that we must return to Pandæmonium with haste.
Let's go to Pandæmonium. I've heard the song too many times.
I cannot guess as to why this false report has arisen now, but it certainly bodes ill, as does the knowledge that our mysterious mastermind has at least one more keyword to puppet. Regardless, they have tipped their hand, and we would be remiss to leave Eric at the mercy of their machinations. Let's hope no harm has befallen him. So, regarding Pandæmonium, are you just unable completely to enter this area?
Yes, it is a separate instance, just like all the other. Like I can enter that area, but it just won't be with you. It's a separate instance, like
Okay.
what's it called? The other ones.
Okay. Because if it was that you just can't enter this, like no matter what, it would be a little annoying, because I feel like some people would very much like to just do T-poses in here. Like take screenshots because of the atmosphere and everything.
Yeah, it's just you can't do anything with friends in there. That's what I meant.
Yeah, that's a bit unfortunate.
So we can't hang out in dark space.
Yeah. I'm also assuming that you probably can't return to the place where you fight Xenos in Walker, like the large flat area.
Yeah, I think that one is cutscene and fight only.
Yeah,
There
and
isn't like an entry point.
yeah, I think the only time you would be able to like take screenshots there would probably be in the moment just after the cutscene and just before the fight, where you can like run around.
Yeah.
Which is also annoying because that place looks really cool.
Yeah.
The only problem is just that if you want to basically go to that place again, it's like, oh, you only have one option, and that is doing the entire, or basically just doing the Game Plus version of the entire MSQ, or at least that section if you can. Just do that section again.
And walk a speed run when?
I wouldn't be surprised if that is actually something that has maybe been done.
We're back looking up speed archive.
I mean, they did actually have on GameStone Quakeo, or a Palace of the Dead run here yesterday, I think it was.
Yeah, from floor, what was it, 180 something to somewhere else, can't remember how many.
I think it was just 171 to 180. I
Okay.
think. And it was apparently on Machinist, without mouse, only keyboard.
Only keyboard, okay.
And it's apparently done by one of the best people in the world at, or at least of English speakers, I believe. I have no idea if there's better ones in Japan, on the Japan servers, but I know at least in terms of English speakers, he is one of the best ones at Palace of the Dead and Heaven on High. I don't remember his name, no. So in my head is something starting with A, but that's all I can remember. I think it's like Angel something.
Well, the leaderboard on, what's it called,
Speedrun.com.
speedrun.com is a little weird. But someone apparently did Satasha, I have no idea, in 2 minutes 80.
Yeah, I do know that there are like speedruns of the different dungeons, and then it's like, doesn't it like show what the group was like consisting of or something?
This was a solo run. It's directly listed as a solo run.
But it does it show what the class was that they played as? Or does it say that anywhere?
No, it just says solo. It's the board is a little weirdly obscured. Maybe my anti-JavaScript meshes is messing a bit with it.
It's like, I think I looked at that page at one point, and yet it seems like most of these speedruns are just like, clear a dungeon, usually unsynced, I guess, in as fast as time as possible.
Yeah.
Yeah. Alright, not quite. I've traversed this, I've traced these sigils countless times, yet still I lack the strength to maintain the spell. And now time moves against me. I can no longer be victim to my own ineptitude. What? Who goes there? What the hell is that? Hehe. There is something to be admired in such single-minded effort, even if your methods leave much to be desired. You allowed this familiar to catch you unaware. Have you set your sights so high as to forget you walk upon the earth? I know this creature, a familiar of the Phoenix, but that monster is locked away. That it is, in spite of the trouble I went to freeing it. I might add, begrudged me for addressing you in this ill-fitting form, if you must, but the control of Asphodel's still wrested from my grasp. It is simply the best I can offer you. Hide if you will, but mark my words, I will find you and make you pay for the chaos you've sown. Now, there's no need for such hostility. A calm heart stays the course. The wisdom of La Habrea, your father. And how would you know what wisdom he speaks? I've heard those words many times, the scolding of a tutor whose student struggles to grasp the most rudimentary lessons, seething with disgust. No. I've not told that to anyone, but even keyword Hesperos can only mean one thing. That still you insist on mocking me. Stop this farce, La Habrea. At last, you move to keep up. Pity that you remain behind. Nevertheless. What? As ever you are, always fail to learn, fail to understand, fail to act. And though fate designed to offer an escape, you remain here. You are bereft of magical prowess and common sense both. But you need not despair. Though you may be, you are yet indispensable to Pandæmonium's greater experiments. There's the affection I remember. Tell me, did I ever once measure up to expectations? You shall take pride in that and rejoice to see a wish fulfilled. What wish? Come and all shall be revealed. All this rage, this hatred, is all but a consequence of ignorance. Our desires align more than you know. What are you? Uninvited guests join our reunion. It seems fortune no longer favors you. Do you think I have any interest in listening to your prattle, let alone bowing to your will? I'm no longer a child, and my faith lies with those who have earned it. So these are the heroes who brought Hesperos low, even as power divine flowed through their veins. Tis plain there are worthier subjects to contend with. There they are. Thank you. If you had shown up even a moment later, I should think what would have become of me. There's something I must tell you. I know who's behind this. There's but one person who can hold thrall over familiar, creation, and keyword alike. Marks of the Father. And so there can be but one conclusion: La Habrea was the driving force behind this chaos from the start. There is logic to that. There are few with the wherewithal to even consider experimentation such a scale, let alone the capacity to create demigods from man and beast, with the rest of us none the wiser. Considering the magnitude of his work, the convocation and the words, his relatively minor role as chief keyword comes under little scrutiny, even as it provides him the authority to wield dangerous magics. It may serve as veil and mantle both. Still, I find the notion hard to accept. The misdeeds perpetrated here could not have been done by the La Habrea I know. You have met him, yes? Do you think he is capable of this? La Habrea is capable of far more than you know. Still too early to say for certain. Let's go with that. I don't really know if it's La Habrea, 'cause
Both.
let's see. It truly is possible with most missing pieces, or with many missing pieces. Still, I see you do not deny outright the possibility that La Habrea is a man with few scruples. That alone should be enough, but let me assure you, La Habrea holds nothing so dear as his own ambition. While he may not be one to let emotion stand in the way of his mission, I cannot believe there are no depths to which he would not stoop. Though we met but briefly, the impression he left on me stands in stark contrast to your valuation. Though his methods are very unorthodox, they seem guided by a firm understanding of what is just. There's one way to find out for certain. We delve deeper into Pandæmonium and pull back the curtain on this mystery ourselves. A wise course? I would not deny the truth if I saw it with my own eyes, even if it was discomforting to behold. Then we must move forward with no excess of caution. La Habrea, or whomever is behind this, has likely spread their tentacles into every corner of Pandæmonium. We can safely assume the other keywords won't greet us with open arms. Agreed. Let us make our way through Abyssos, one careful step at a time. I shall stay by Eric's side, in case our enemies think to target him again. Could I trouble you to take the vanguard? Thank you. As a precaution, I shall safeguard you with a simple spell. This will ensure that even should we become separated, my Phantom Warriors will still come to your aid. If it does come to battle, Keyword's magics will put us disadvantage once again. Luckily we have you to even the scales somewhat. I trust you shall be liberal with your weight.
Yeah.
Okay, fifth circle unlocked.
Guess it's time to show you what a real summoner carbuncle look like.
Oh yeah. I just remember that that's one of the things here, and apparently the Savage version is a fucking mess
Yes.
to deal with.
This one has one insta-death mechanic you can watch out for if you wanna.
Alright, is it still just a get knocked into spikes on the edge?
It is, don't avoid this AoE and you die kind of thing. Or rather, you get hit by the AoE and then you get murdered once all the other AoEs are done.
Okay.
So,
do we just queue up as like...
Yes.
Do you find it still? Okay. I was just wondering if it would be faster in... like through Party Finder still, but there's no... but I'm guessing that's probably more for like Savage.
generally, Party Finder is Savage content, yes.
Yeah.
It could
Or
also be
like
that
farms.
it's... Yeah. It also depends a little on time, because if you are middle of the week and you queue up for it past a certain hour, you're bound to not find anyone. Because everyone's going to work.
Yep.
And there we go.
But since it's Friday, there's probably gonna be a lot more people doing it.
Yes. Ah yes, a paladin better geared than me. I'll just let him tank. He's only ahead by 20,000 HP.
So he's ahead by the same amount as you were before.
No, he's ahead by 1/10 of the amount I was before.
Wasn't it 20,000 you were ahead before?
I meant 2,000. I am bad words.
Ah.
Yes, I know much.
Proto Carbuncle.
It
That
is
thing
very
just
proto.
looks-
It's much bunkle.
I'm just
so
gonna
yeah.
assume that you'll let me know when I need to look for something specific.
Oh yeah, get behind the boss here.
So stairs rotating means get behind it.
Not always. It just means that it does a very big AoE in a certain direction.
Okay.
Move to the other side of the box, not behind the boss.
Okay.
So these
Because it's
boxes,
a reflective wall, essentially.
basically any AoE attack inside the boxes will spread out to the entire box enclosure.
Okay.
Just don't get hit by AoEs here, that's simple.
Okay, it just like only covers the amount that it shows there, I'm guessing.
Yeah, but if it's inside a box, it's the entire box.
Okay. So don't stand in the box, that's the
Yeah, that he puts the stones in.
yeah.
And this is group AoE. And behind the boss. And this is Tank Buster. And group AoE.
Phase 2, I'm guessing?
Yeah,
Special attack.
phase 2 is coming. It'll be a short cutscene. And then his attacks will change. And basically don't stand in green pools. Green pool equal bad. Don't stand in it.
I'm assuming just damage over time, probably.
Yeah, and I think maybe a float. I'm not quite sure. And here's Tank Buster. Oh yeah, just spread and dodge. Blueberry. And the AoE that's over here is the one that's gonna disappear.
Okay,
And then you can move
just
in
keep
to that
spreading.
area.
So I was about to ask what those green ones were gonna do, but yeah, I can see they just spread out.
Yeah. And here comes the special attack you have to dodge. It'll show you a pattern where it goes. You have to figure out where the last-ish one is and run into where the first one is.
Okay, so stand in the last one. What? Or
Let's see if you died. Yes, you didn't. You did it right.
well, we did have another person die. Two people die actually.
Yeah. Both our healer and Dragoon got hit by that. It's no biggie. And here comes Topaz Clusters. It basically means that it will place a bunch of these, and you have to move into the first one. because they're gonna explode like in like a chain reaction.
But we'll be able to see basically the order, I guess,
Yeah.
before they explode.
Basically, yeah. And here comes Steering Ray behind boss.
I'd say the only thing so far that has kind of confused me is just the like devour mechanic thing.
Yeah, it's
It's
a
been
one-time
simple.
thing anyway.
Alright.
But basically, it shows you the pattern with like oh. He's gonna cast Steering Ray in there, so you should stay here on the other side. And tank, Buster thing. Yeah, it's a really pretty fight. I have all the effects on. Avatar is playing with less effects, so mine is even shinier.
Like I do still have effects on, it's just not from players.
It's not as shiny as my fight.
That is still true.
Team stack. And Grewberry. And Tank Buster. And boxes
Oh.
again.
Also just noticed that there's a lot of like plans out here.
Okay, it's cluster again to see where the first one lands. And then you basically have to move into that. And get behind boss. And we're almost done.
Yep. I feel like we would have to basically fuck up extremely badly if we weren't to lose now.
Yeah. And that's the Proto Carbuncle fight. He's very
Nice.
proto, much bunkle.
But I wouldn't say quite as cute as the Carbonkles we can summon as summoners.
No, he's not. I
feel
still
like
wish
if-
we could summon that one though.
Yeah, that would be like, okay, I summon that one. Yeah, that's summoners immediately just like the strongest class. We could just pull that thing out.
And now I'm getting what's it called, a picture of what's it called, Tataru, as you know, she attempted to be an Arcanist at some point and screwed that up. But now it's the Proto Carbuncle, and that's the only thing she can summon.
Yep. Like, it would honestly be kind of funny to just see like Tataru in the next expansion just be like, "Oh, you think I can't join you guys anymore? Think again," and just pulls that out of nowhere, just like Proto Combo on the bunch, just like, "Oh fuck."
Yeah. By the way, my headcanon, Xenos comes back as for a redemption arc, and his redemption arc involves Tataru. He basically shows up at random at Tataru. Yeah, I'm looking for my friend. I can't find said person. And Tataru is like, oh, but why don't you wait here? I've run out of cookies though, but there is tea. And Xenos is like, I've never baked cookies before. And she's like, well, why don't you try it? And later the Scions show up and they're like, that's Xenos. And Tataru is like, wait, that's Xenos? But we baked cookies together.
She has actually seen him. Now that I think about it.
Oh, right. Well,
when he arrives in the Shalin. But yeah, it could be funny and just have like Xenos figure out like, I like crafting things.
I guess.
Like just figure out suddenly that Xenos likes fights, but he loves being an Omnicrafter. Just like Xenos isn't a PvE person actually. He figures out that, oh shit, I'm an Omnicrafter and Gatherer.
Yeah. And when he goes into a fight, he smacks people with a pan instead of a sword now. And that's just how he helps the Scions, smacking evil people with a pan.
He does like Hildebrand's mother.
Yeah.
pulls out a pan and somehow he makes it like into essentially the size of a like warrior's axe.
Now
and
I'm
just
just
starts
thinking
beating people.
regular sized pan, just like bonk,
Yeah.
and that's somehow because it's Xenos stronger than I don't know, warrior Felcleave.
Now just imagining Xenos standing around with just a belt with every single crafter tool hanging off it.
Oh my god, the voice actor for Xenos posted a thing recently, and he's like all the kitchen knives in like, you know, that holder block in one arm and a pan in another.
I think I might have seen that one actually.
Egg. Vanilla. How disappointing.
Like he actually also provided, I think, some voice lines for a thing that Joecat made not too long ago. The basically made like a Reaper video regarding like the so-called spooky slice, as he called it.
The spooky slice. I mean, it is spooky and it does slice.
Like I think the voice lines that Xenos says in that animation is specifically done by the by Xenos' voice actor.
Okay, neat.
Which is pretty funny. I should probably get going with the reading then, so we can keep doing more raids. So this is where research is conducted on creations imbued with poisons and venoms. Eric and I were conveyed not far from here. It seems our foe is finding it more difficult to surprise us. Fortunate for you, since they appeared particularly keen to see you dispatched as quickly as possible. Even alone, you are a force to be reckoned with. Part of me is glad you emerged victorious, that I might observe you further. Were the circumstances different, I might thank you for keeping my son alive for this long. But I believe we can forego introductions, unless I have misread you. La Habrea, I'm assuming. La Habrea, I'm also familiar. Paragon, am I supposed to know who you are?
I like how they literally put a cutscene in there to have you equate him to the Asian we know as La Habrea.
but he has no idea who it is.
Yeah.
Let's just go with La Habrea. Yes. Passively perceptive. Yes, I am La Habrea of the Convocation of 14. If you truly are who you claim to be, then answer this question. That can wait. What is this? Now this is curious. The trap I wove at your feet reacts to ether, but you remain unaffected. Such thin ether, and in an unfamiliar composition besides, it is of no matter, I suppose. A more direct approach, or a more direct approach will beget the same results. I would advise you to think carefully before deciding your next action. Strike me down here, and Eric's wish shall remain unfulfilled. Never again shall they meet Athena. Mother, you would dare hide behind her name? Listen well, Eric. We are of the same mind concerning your mother. You have allies to protect, so what harm is there in hearing me out? Eric, wait. There's a question I must needs ask first. If you truly are La Habrea, why speak such blatant lies? Bitter in defeat, are we? Say my name. A simple request. Themis, was it? A trifle soon forgotten, as are you. I have my answer. The La Habrea I know, or that I knew took pride in the convocation, I would never suffer its denigration? Yes. So they is stationed with this farce. Themis, what are you saying? La Habrea and I hardly see eye to eye, but I know his voice when I hear it. Indeed, he makes a passing fine imitation in appearance and manner. However, the real La Habrea would never call me by the name Themis. Because that's the real La Habrea. What trouble have you gotten yourself?
Freya got fired. Sorry.
Yep. What trouble have you gotten yourself into, Elidibus? I had a feeling it would be something like he wouldn't call him by his real name, he would call him by his station.
By his bus name. Elidibus.
Imposter, you have no right to claim that form, that mask. What? Who? It was a mask that sickened me to wear. The mask of La Habrea, a man who values his position above all, would murder his own wife in pursuit of duty. Yet you would assume my name and will powers that are mine by right. Any worth you may have hinges on that which you so despise. Such trite provocation. I will not be goaded into finishing this my work is done. Eric, listen well. I am Hephaestus? Hephaestus. Is that how you pronounce it?
Yeah, Hephaestus, I think, is right.
Okay. That's easier to pronounce than what I was trying to say. Hephaestus. And it is I whom you should call father. What in the name of creation? We would do well not to stand idle while our enemy is about. I believe an explanation is in order. Elidibus, let us return to safety so you may provide it. Ah, that sounds more like the La Brea I know. Before I depart, however, I must offer you an apology. As Labra said, I am Elidibus, one of the convocation and emissary of their will. For reasons which I do not... reasons which do not involve you, it was necessary to hide my identity while investigating this place. Still, that hardly excuses my deception. I had a feeling. Whatever your name is, you're still famous to me. I know a thing or two about deception myself. I had a feeling. Your perceptiveness does not surprise me. When the time comes, it shall be my explanation. Shall make my explanation all the easier to understand. In any case, we have pressing matters to attend to. Let us do as La Brea has suggested and return to the gates. We can speak there. Please help him. Save him. Okay. As you are aware by now, I am known as Elidibus. After my dear friend Asim and I detected irregularities in Pandæmonium, we decided the best course of action would be to hide my station as I conducted my investigation. I'm sure La Brea as well is eager to find out why I hid who I was. So I shall save that story for later. First, I would like to speak of you, my friend. Although neither Asim nor I have ever met you in the flesh, you came with her highest recommendation. That alone was enough for me to accept you as an ally without question. That somewhere in the world a guiding star so similar to herself was out there amused Asim to no end. There was not a shade of doubt in her heart that you would be a formidable ally. Furthermore, I have heard stories that Mistress Vena, who held the position of Asim previously, journeyed with a familiar much like yourself. That made the decision to trust you all the easier. She too now dons the white robes of an advisor. If she placed her absolute faith in you, I knew I would be in capable hands. Aware though I was of the path you had walked, I had no intention in exposing you. I merely wanted to meet you, to travel by your side for a while. I may know but a small portion of your whole story, but that is enough for me to believe you would never lead me astray. I want to tell you that. Let's go with that. Keywords jail. I don't know how long it's been since we last spoke, La Habrea. Truth be told, I had hoped we never would again. But I see now that I was a fool to think I would ever escape your meddling. Just what is that thing that calls himself La Habrea? And why is he spitting the spitting image of your younger self? I find it hard to believe that you've only just now found out such a being has wreaked havoc in Pandæmonium. Did you think matters would simply sort themselves out? I suppose you deserve at least a cursory explanation. I was well aware of the anomalies occurring within Pandæmonium, including the fact that Asum and Elidibus had taken it upon themselves to investigate. I saw no reason to insert myself into the situation. For a time, that was. Imagine my surprise when instead of a formal report from you and yours, I received a communication from one of the keywords stating that research and operations were proceeding as usual. While Hephaestus' deception was almost challenged in its simplicity, it became plain to me that your grasp on the situation was slipping. So you knew of his existence from the beginning? I can hardly imagine that you would suffer another to masquerade as one of the convocation. Not without good reason, at least. As you well know, the name La Habrea is but a marker of my station. 'Tis not the name I was born with. Hephaestus has claimed that for himself. Cannot fault him for it, as he is my other half, in a manner of speaking. Knows all that I know, my equal in every way. Yet within his heart is naught but greed, envy and desire, all the emotions that we're loath to acknowledge than ourselves. That, if what you say is true, what purpose would such a being serve? He is the product of experimentation gone awry. Reminder of the days when I was yet young and reckless. I thought him sealed the way for good, but it seems time has a way of unearthing the shame we bury. When you spoke of Mother, he looked at you with venom in his eyes, blamed you for her death. Tell me, was he right to do so? His words were but the ramblings of a tortured mind. The hatred and despair he endures has warped his view of the world irreparably. And now that he has awakened, he must be put to rest. If he succeeds in breaching Pandæmonium's protective wards, he shall invite disaster onto our star. As chief keyword of Pandæmonium, it's my duty to decide the proper course of action. As such, I declare that all research shall be summarily abandoned and the facility destroyed. What? You would leave the other warders to their doom? It is a choice befitting La Habrea. Do you disagree? Speak of duty, and ours is to guide our star and its inhabitants upon the correct course. It is no surprise that you would choose annihilation of Pandæmonium if its existence posed even the remotest risk to our people. Yet, as you can see by Eric's response, the decision is somewhat more nuanced than that. Asim and I grappled with this conundrum for some time, in fact. That is precisely why I chose to involve myself directly. It was the only way I could truly determine the best solution. You need not trouble yourself with that further. The chief keyword must prevent the worst from occurring, no matter the cost. Your feelings, Elidibus, are of no consequence. Have you taken even a moment to consider another path? No. You spared nary a thought to or for aught but yourself and your duty. You have no idea of the trials we've endured, the foes that Shanna has stood against. Shanna, is it? A being of such ether as I've never seen. What are you? She's the guiding star that shall lead us safely through this. Thanks to her stout arm and steadfast courage, we have subdued the mythic creations, and returned them to their cells. Speaking of which, I would hear your opinion, Shanna. As outsiders, we are in a unique position to look upon circumstances with our visions unclouded by attachment. Still too soon give up on saving the others. Library can't be trusted. What was that you said about being an emissary? It's too soon. Agreed. We still know next to nothing about Hephaestus, and I highly doubt La Habrea has been forthcoming with the truth. But we've managed to regain control of Asmodeus. He must be made to see that there is merit in continuing on this path. I have it. Speak in your official capacity as Elidibus, emissary, judge which approach is more sound. Even La Habrea would be compelled to listen. As Elidibus, I am duty-bound to assess the matter from a position of impartiality. My opinion as Themis can carry no weight. You understand that? What that means, yes? I do. Even so, you've walked with us all this time, seen what we've seen. Based on that alone, I trust that you'll find the best way forward. Very well, then in my capacity as emissary, I shall state my judgment. At present, there are merits both in destroying Pandæmonium outright and in taking time to rescue its researchers, and neither is yet an impossible task. Therefore, I judge that the most measured choice would be to continue upon our present course. We delve into Abyssos, entering any mythic creations we encounter along the way. You have yet to witness Shanna's might and Eric's resolve. I would ask that you see our capabilities firsthand, and then, and only then, decide if our endeavor is futile. If such is the will of the emissary, then I shall obey. However, if indeed I find your strength to be lacking, I trust there will be no objections to the immediate destruction of Pandæmonium. Needn't worry about that, we won't fail. You are bolder than I remember. And you're even more tedious than I remember, Shanna. come find me when you're finished. Eric is understandably frustrated, but if we are to conquer Abyssos, we must go forth with clear heads. Please let an ear to his troubles, that their weight might be lifted. Okay.
Yeah.
I feel like some of these cutscenes are really long.
Yes. Pandæmonium is 80% cutscene and 10% rating and 10% just
Waiting.
emotions. Welcome to Pandæmonium. The song's awesome though.
Oh yeah, I could hear like, I guess a version of the like main song from I guess the last fight probably.
We'll have the real one next,
Okay.
I think. And
Like, I could
maybe
definitely
also
hear-
after that.
Okay, because I could hear during the proto Carbuncle fight that the song that played sounded similar to the one that was like in the trailer for 6.2,
Yes.
but it
And the actual
wasn't
song
quite
is,
there.
is like it's like the next two ones, and then we get a special one for the last one. Spoilers,
Okay.
I guess. I think.
I mean, it's not too much more. This is just that, ooh, I can pay attention to that now.
To the Musak, yes.
Yep. You do have my gratitude. Ill-fit as I am to show it at the moment. Without your words to sway him, Lahabrea would have carried out his plan without a second thought. When we first realized the creations had slipped their bonds, the other keywords did all their power to restore order, even though they could have chosen escape. They remained to aid their allies. I'm certain not a soul among them would wish to see this facility erased from the world, and they don't deserve to be abandoned simply by carrying out their duty, or for carrying out their duty. Besides, Hephaestus has secrets yet untold, secrets that would be buried in Pandæmonium if Pandæmonium were reduced to rubble. I mean to uncover the truth behind his words, the truth of my mother. While Lahabrea was quick to dismiss his claims, I failed to see what Hephaestus would gain by fabricating such a story. All was told of my mother's death was that she perished in an accident. No one would say more. It was almost as if they feared saying more. In fact, even if it was not Lahabrea that dealt the fatal blow, we've seen with our own eyes how quickly he can condemn others to die. I only wish to know at last what befell her. Do you think, Shanna, does the Lahabrea you know have any regard for the lives of others? Or will he carry out his duty with others' blood on his hands? He always was a man who worked from the shadows. He once used my ally as a vessel for his own twisted ends. I have no idea what he might be like in this age. Let's actually go with that.
The age-old answer.
This age? Just how long has it been since you last met? It's gonna be a while.
Yeah, it's gonna be a while.
Yep. Regardless, I'd like you to try and view him as he is now. Another option would be much appreciated, or another opinion. But it is plain there is much to consider. Thank you, Shanna. It's easy for me to get carried away by emotion where he's concerned. We should focus on the task at hand, proving to Laharan that we are capable of saving Pandæmonium and its keepers. The most convincing way to do that will be to regain control of Abyssos. Although I'm loath to admit it, he would know more about those depths than any of us, and seeing as how we require every advantage we can afford. Shanna, would you speak to him for us? He seems to have a special interest in you, your capabilities, and may deign to help at your suggestion, if only to see what you can do. And we need to run back. Why does there have to be such a long distance between them?
For fun. I mean, for an excuse to use the sprint button. That or I don't know.
It's like it's such a far distance that you can't even see their nameplates. Like when you run between them.
I guess it was mainly so that you get to see this area of Abyssos more that you have all to yourself.
True. Okay. Eric appears to have a deep trust in you, and Elizabeth tells me you share the same relation to Asim. Your unusual Aether does not mark you as a familiar. It is unlike anything I have seen, even among the countless concepts I have observed. To think that I would encounter an existence I could not create by my own hand. Asim never ceases to surprise. The previous Asim was much the same. In taking the entirety of the star into consideration, she came to hold dear emotions and people that are more logical mind, or that a more logical mind would have discarded. This made her act in her own self-interest more often than not. Just as you and Elizabeth have conducted yourself in this matter. The true danger of Asim's nature is its tendency to infect all those she comes into contact with. Them itself said much the same. Trust that I shall do not that would violate my duty. And yet you so frivolously invoked your authority as emissary to justify this little excursion. It matters still, however. Only your deeds can speak for you now. You wish to know more of Abyssos, I take it? Although I no longer have control over many of its functions, I can yet sense what creations lie within. The chief keyword's reach is far indeed. Well then, what do you have to look forward to? I sense no creations of note. Perhaps they have been made into fodder for experimentations, or perhaps they have been transferred to the inner circles, or deeper circles. Yet Hephaestus would never allow you safe passage. He has left a trail for you to, or trial for you to overcome. I speak of Hegemon. I think it's Hegemon you pronounce that as. Keyword of Abyssos. Though her presence is stained with marks of corruption, it is unmistakable. I knew her as a woman gifted in magic and blessed the higher logical mind. While I can sense those qualities within her still, there's something else at work. If I had to hazard a guess, I would say that's because she's already been twisted into a Hemitheos, doubtless against her will. Shana, Themis, we must rescue her from that cruel fate, and if we cannot, we can at least seal her away until we find a means to undo the damage. Your allies make you bold. Much to look forward to, seeing how far they carry you. Bezos, the 6th circle.
Yes. So I kind of called out all the things that happened and then the last one. Do you want me to keep doing that, or?
I feel like the first times we see them, you can do that at least.
Okay. If I remember all of them, this is probably the one of all of them that I've done the least.
Okay.
Simply because, well, I've been content just with doing the last one and then either the first or the third one in Abyssus.
Okay.
Simply because tank-wise, the third one is maybe the one that's most interesting, I think. Or at least easy to deal with because of how big it is, so you can basically tank it anywhere. There's nothing about putting it in a special place.
Because the boss is just stationary, is that it?
The boss is the entire arena, yes.
Okay.
Well, I mean, if you're ranged, you can hit the boss from anywhere, but if you're melee, you have, like, I think it's like 95% of the arena, you can just hit it, and it's got no directional, so you just hit it. So, as a
That's
tank,
pretty
you
nice.
just hit it.
That's
watch
actually
out
really
for
nice.
AoEs.
Yeah. The third one is the one that had like the 3 circle platforms at one point
Yes.
with like the lines between them. Yeah. I actually don't know what the second one is, because I don't think I've seen this from this one. I think I've seen.
I can tell you what the unique mechanic for this one is.
Sure.
It's infection. You get infected with a disease, and that gives you a debuff that takes down. And when it hits 0, you become locked in place, and you'll do a frontal cone AoE in the direction you're facing. So take the AoE and face it away from the group, basically.
Okay. So basically, if you have that, move away from everyone else and face it away.
Yes.
Okay.
So you don't vomit your AoE onto other players. And it's got like a cooldown or a long counter. It's basically a debuff.
Okay, so basically just keep an eye on the debuff, and when it reaches like 5 seconds or so left, just move away.
Yeah, something like that.
Okay. Well, I have actually seen her, but I don't think I've seen the fight itself.
I guess she is in the trailer.
Yeah.
I guess Cloverbud here wants to tank because he's got his stance on.
Okay.
But he is like lacking just about 20k HP compared to me. He's running a combination of 610 crafted gear and or they are. Combination of 610 and 620.
Okay. I'm guessing don't stand on the squares that have the pulsing thing.
Yes.
Alright. So look where it's like where she's facing her hands, I'm guessing.
Yeah, or rather look where she is pointing her weird animal wings that are not actually wings but animals.
Okay.
They have red balls. Balls. And here comes the infection on some people. And they'll get a little snaggy point. And then countdown.
Okay.
Oh, I'll take this away. And,
Oh, and those are tank busters with AoEs.
tank splashes, I think they actually call them.
Okay. I feel like isn't that a semi thing? I know that there's tank busters that have like AoEs.
Tank
Or that,
bust-
like,
well,
or they cleave, I guess.
the
Take
tank boss, the tank cleaves that have AoEs are, what do you call it? They're named tank splashes.
Okay.
They generally don't deal a lot of what's it called damage to what's it called, the tank itself, but it will kill what's it called,
The other players.
any other players. So you don't wanna
Don't want
have
to stand
those.
too close to the tank there.
Yeah. Generally, the old tank just walks the AoE away. Here comes another transmission.
Yep. And it looks like everyone gets it.
Yeah, but I think they have like different cooldowns. Or different,
Yeah, I had
timers.
one that was like 20 seconds ish.
Yeah, mine only lasted like 10. I'm a warrior. I can out-tank anything.
Question, does she have a second phase, or is this just... what's gonna happen?
There is kind of a second phase, but it is mild, because instead of Polymoid, it's now Polymoid Sigma, and Polymoid Sigma is different, and you have to pay attention to what Polymoid Sigma does.
Ah, I can see that it's
if you stand
swaps.
where I am,
Ah, I fucked up there because some people were moving there. I can see that it's like some of them basically just move around.
yeah, they basically exchange the positions of all the AoEs.
Okay.
Because you have AoEs made in clusters of 4. And now it's going across. Let's see, I'm getting
so
that one over there. So that's gonna move here, I think it is. Yeah, that seems right. And Guruberry. Here comes another Polymoid Sigma. And then comes Spinny AoE, it will start after. I guess I'm tanking now.
Yeah, because our other tank died.
Basically. But he is not gonna be able to take it away from me now because I am a lot more geared than he is.
We also ended up losing most of our DPSs, so I was the only one left.
I'll be fine.
Yeah, as long as both healers don't die, we should be fine.
I suppose. We're gonna need that, what's it called? LV3.
Is there a tech thing, or should it just be used?
Just saying this should be used.
Okay. Oh, I did not notice that. Just did that. Yeah, I guess I'll just use it then.
Yeah, go ahead. And group AoE. Oh, I'll have to be over there. Another Polymoid Sigma. And circular attack.
I hit.
No worries. And tank splashes.
I think the healer is probably just trying right now to keep all of you alive.
Yeah, I'm... what's it called? Running low on reductions, yeah.
I can see that they did get off a res on the Sage.
Oh, this is a mess.
You got hit by the by a blast by someone.
Yeah, and I forgot to turn around as well.
But most of the team is up again.
Yeah.
And we only have like 4 or 5-ish% left, so we should be good.
Yeah. See, that's moving over there. This should be fine. And corner ghosts. another LB1.
Yep. I thought I might as well just use the depth is lower, but that one isn't affected by it.
Yeah.
Plus, we also just added, so might as well use it.
And the next one is the hardest fight. At least the one where people usually die.
Mm.
The one where people usually die a lot.
Yeah, which is also where a lot of clips come from, I think.
Yeah. I'm gonna be nutty and do a quick BRB. While
Okay.
you do the story.
Okay. We've won. The keyword is still away and alive this time. Library can't deny us now. Okay, I'll go with that one. Servant of Violence. I should maybe turn down the music a bit because I did increase it before during the fight. Our plan was a success, although I hardly need to tell you that. Hegemon? Hegemon? I have no idea how to pronounce some of these names. Has been sent away, and now you have no choice but to admit the merit in our methods. You have the right of it. I am not so petty as to deny the achievements of those I've squabbled with, no matter how strongly we disagree. Moreover, this being, aether as thin as a retreating mist, unable to wield creation magics, yet powerful enough to subdue a hemi-theos, has made this ordeal far more interesting. Then we have to have leave to continue. As for that, there is one among you whose very presence puts the others at a risk. It would be best to proceed without him, for failure would have consequences that reach far beyond Pandæmonium. And of whom do you speak? A warder who cannot even conduct his duty without aid. This place, hope alone, is not enough to overcome what awaits you. A single misstep will send all to their doom. So long as we each do our part and look to the allies by our side, even a new fight can upraise his companions. That's something that Shana and Themis taught me. While I do not wish to express any bias, I am inclined to agree. If my investigation has made anything clear, is that we are together greater than the sum of our parts. And hope has brought us this far. It drives us to seek the right path and to act before that path lies close to us. Then tell me, what is it you hope for. To see Hephaestus in chains, that's the surest way to prevent further sacrifices. I'm aware that destroying Pandæmonium would rid us of him, but the cost is far too great. And I admit, I wish to know what he means, how he means to resurrect Athena. And there we have it. You must leave this place at once, and do not think to set foot in Pandæmonium again. You are capable, that much is plain. Yet Hephaestus cannot be suffered to live, and I shall not allow his talk of resurrection to poison mine or anyone else's mind. Life flows in a circle, this is known. All souls return to the underworld, and Athena's is no exception. She has likely found a new vessel and a new journey to embark upon. You cannot be ignorant to the folly of Hephaestus' words. Even were he to breathe life into a body, the soul contained within would not be your mother's. What if our knowledge is imperfect? What if Hephaestus has discovered something that no one else has? He knows all that you do, understands the bitter reality of the world. He wouldn't pursue the impossible. Think, Eric. I have already explained that he is merely my twisted reflection. Is it worth bringing back your mother if it means others are used and discarded like tools? Is it worth it to see her once more? Now, you measure the worth of your colleagues' lives. What was that foolish praying about saving them? Merely a performance to hide your childish devotion to your mother. Please, such barbs get us nowhere. We should first discuss. You would call me fool? You who murdered your wife in service of your ambition? For the sake of the star, no doubt. I hear again that voice inside my head. I know who to follow. Hephaestus, father. Mother, oh, I love you so, and this voice will guide me to you. No, listen not, Eric. That's his mother that we're hearing? Apologies. Taught me that a calm heart stays the course, but I could never even grasp the rudder. Hephaestus is cunning despite his warped mind. Whatever took hold of Eric has made short work of his reason. From the moment he laid eyes upon me, I could sense his hatred and rage simmering below the surface. It was but a matter of time before it spilled forth, and that was when he fell into the spell's embrace. A magic woven with such skill that Eric himself failed to notice it until it was too late. this is the measure of Hephaestus' power, then the other keywords had little chance to resist it. We saw his work during our encounter with Hesperos. Doubtless, Hephaestus' magics fed his ambition and envy until there was room for naught else in his heart. And there was something else besides. Did you not feel the presence of another? As I thought, someone was trying to warn Eric, but whom? Could it have been one of the keywords? Alas, their warning arrived too late, and already provoked Eric past the point of no return. I bear the burden of this failure. In my stubbornness, I could but scorn the boy, and Hephaestus knew that. And now I dread to think the ordeal that awaits him due to my rashness. There is time yet to save him. We can easily regain control of Abyssos, giving us a firm foothold from which to brave Pandæmonium's lowest level. The enemy is within reach. Just as with Hesperos, Eric is in danger of being consumed by Hephaestus' spell. However, I have faith he will not easily lose sight of himself. The way forward is clear. Labrea, pray tell us all you know of what we shall find beyond Abyssos. I can only assume one more keyword lies in wait. The deepest level of Pandæmonium is called Tartaros, and your passage shall be challenged not only by a keyword. Hephaestus has laid traps in every corner of its halls. You have no hope of surviving far past the threshold. That I expect is where shadows shall spy, or shall shine. Her dissolute ether shall allow her to slip through the traps unimpeded. We saw it when Hephaestus had no effect, and doubtless even he has yet to devise a countermeasure. Time is of the essence. Hephaestus is already well aware that you can match a keyword in battle. He will not stand idle while you stroll past his other defenses at your leisure. Agreed. However, clarity will be indispensable to our success, and I admit I must insist upon it ere we depart. You discern to what end Hephaestus would use Eric. If you know, I would ask that you enlighten us. Then there's the matter of Athena. Why do you so fiercely rebuke Eric's feelings for his mother? While I understand, the very thought of resurrecting the dead is anathema. You act as if grief over her passing would be equally so. How are we to grapple with what plagues our friend and drives our foe if you refuse to acknowledge it? I do acknowledge it. I wish only to spare those that feel it still greater pain. Did you mean to protect Eric with your silence? So instead of being honest, you bake her with a child. And so you drove your own son over the edge. Let's go with this one. How dare you? No, you're right. The blame for Eric's fate rests squarely on my shoulders. Very well, I shall bear the truth, but only after the foe before us has been laid low. The remaining keyword is Agnestus. She has served in Pandæmonium since its inception, and her affinity for magic is peerless even among the keywords. Hephaestus knows that losing her would mean the end of his experiments. He has hidden her in a space unreachable by conventional means. But your presence makes mockery of such barriers. The scarcity of your ether means that it will be trivial to send you directly to Agnestus. Shall approach as closely as caution will allow. We know where the battle will commence, so I do not anticipate difficulty in detecting your presence. From afar, I shall do my best to provide you with ground on which to fight, and phantom allies to aid you. As for the internment, I have yet to think of a foolproof method. Labre, I'm guessing. Internment shall not be necessary. From here, I can sense Agnestus' essence, but it is scarcely recognizable. Bestus was more ambitious with her than he was with Hegemon. She has been transfigured such that barely a scantling of herself remains. We can take comfort in what a mercy the underworld will be to her. So, kill her, I guess. 7th circle.
Temmelig meget hugstick murder.
Yep. Okay, are you ready?
Don't worry about this one. You don't need to aim.
Alright. Okay, this one has a bit of a wait time though.
Yeah. I mean, we are also past midnight now, so
True.
it's the point where it might start getting a little hard getting a hold of members.
Yeah.
But we do also only have this one and the next one left. So
Yeah, we only have 2 left.
being said, we did manage to pick up another tank and 2 other DPSs fairly quickly.
Yep. Just 2 healers and a DPS left.
Merge deep. Raid the bird up. Oh no. Well, since you have introduced that meme, I guess we need to figure out how to get you what's it called? Monster Hunter, so you can do some actual bird upping.
I mean, I do have Monster Hunter World on PC.
Rise is the better one, both streaming purposes and
Content.
yeah, like Rise is probably the most optimized of the 2. It is incredible. I have a 1070 Ti. It can only play World in like 1080p, and then it needs to be locked to 30 FPS, or else the frame rate on stream is trash. And the frame rate in game will also be trash. and you need to take off all the effects also, because that will make the frame rate nearly bearable. But Rise has none of those problems, and in terms of playing Rise, it is the one that is less difficult to start off with. It is like world can be very imagine like late to mid game Dark Souls when you started out, where Rise is actually
It's a lot more beginner friendly.
It holds your hands, you get a lot more stats to just start out with. And on top of that, it's got the whole, like, in Rise, you are a lot more mobile than you are in World, because you have the whole, what do you call it, Silk Bug move. That's basically, well, it is a hook shot, but it's like, not something that grabs onto points or objects. It's like you throw it a distance, it stops, and then it pulls you. So you can use it like anywhere. Even if there's nothing to grab onto, you can just keep using it. And then there's
so you can use it for like movement during combat, I guess.
Yeah, and there are even like Silk Bug moves that are like dedicated to like pull you around. I think the standard one for the dual blades is like just a short grab and pull, which is apparently, well, it's basically the same as using it normal, but it has shorter distance and it comes out way faster. So it's really good at just moving you around while in combat.
Okay.
And then there's the whole thing with you can run on walls. Like I think there's still climbing points, but you can like, what's it called, jump off with the Silk Bug and hit a wall, and if you hold the run button, you'll keep running up the wall instead of what's it called, walls is 1-2 step fall.
Ah.
So
I didn't even know that.
Like, World is for a new Monster Hunter player a lot worse than Rise. And from a streaming perspective, a lot more difficult, lot more problematic to deal with. Where Rise is just like, I can run it in 4K at like 60 FPS, and I haven't. My card is like 4 years old at this point, so I mean, I probably won't stream it at 4K, but
yeah, because that seems a bit like a bit high, considering that I guess you can only stream it like 1080, right?
I mean, you can stream it at 4K, but you're gonna have to scrunch it down all the way to 1080p.
Yeah, because Twitch can't really handle 4K, I believe. Right?
You can stream in 4K to Twitch, but you're not gonna get re-encoding, and the Twitch, what's it called? Twitch might decide to not, what's it called? They might cut your stream.
Because you basically just try to send too much.
You're trying to send too much data. You're crazy. No one's gonna watch it, so we're not gonna support it.
Yeah.
Okay, it seems like this tank we have here is also new.
They're also watching the cutscene.
Yeah. And they're wearing 610, but only partially melted. They do have the 615 Mandeville weapon.
Okay. I think we might have gotten the same healer as we did before. Like
Maybe.
the Sage. not Sage, Scholar.
Well, someone started this, so I'm just gonna... I was gonna give the other tank a chance to put on the tank stance, but they didn't, and some DPS started the fight, and I was just like, and there we go. That's the other tank. Just. And that should be an AoE. That's the one where you go into the center and you stand in the center. And that's... run forward. And to the back of the arena.
So I guess it's just look at where the hands are.
Yeah, and then you'll get the arrows to tell you where a push is gonna come. And here is the what's it called thing. You just have to stay furthest away, and then you get yeeted into the air, and that's fine. And then they get connected. Run, and then we get a push afterwards, and then you have to just run to the one that's the right side. And tank splashes.
A lot bigger than the were in the last one.
Yep. And spark of life. I think is I think this is the weird. Let's see what it is. One with the fruits. Don't stay on the platforms. Move into the in-between.
Okay.
And free again. Ah yes, these line AoE.
And Forbidden Fruit was moved to the
Depends on the fruit.
way.
Let's see what comes out of them. Just know that the first one is they should be, let's see, line AoEs, and these are like small corners.
Just managed to dodge them.
Yeah. And wait for the center to reappear.
Yep, that's the one that sometimes has confused other streamers, it seems.
Yeah. And line AoEs, and when the line AoEs go out of their places, you move into where they've been.
Yep.
Oh, wait to push, see where the push is, move out of it. And Forbidden Fruit, and that's gonna create AoEs, and then you also get, what's it called, a thing on you that you have to, so you don't stack with people, to move away from the fruit and make sure you fan out.
Okay. Ah, that way.
And now we're getting the thing again where the arena is splitting up. And yes, if you're not careful, you will fall off here. Here comes Forbidden Fruit. Let's see if it's birds or what it is. that looks like... Oh, those are birds. Oh, it's... You have to get very... Oh, here. Seems like we made through that one pretty nicely.
Yep.
And again, tank splashes. And we need someone to catch those towers falling down. And seems like we have someone on the forwards. Now we need to move to the back again. And now we get a push.
Right,
As
that's
soon as
just
that
sparkle
LB3 is up,
pipe
you just use it.
Unless someone else uses it. Or
If you can get away with using it, use it. It comes with written proof.
I should probably wait until see which type it is. Okay.
And go ahead and use.
I'm in the same spot. The those AoEs as well.
Yep.
Nice.
Nice.
I feel like there are a few small mechanics where if you aren't in the right position, it can be a little bit like can come a little bit hectic, but it's not too bad.
It's recommended. Favo says it's recommended for non-affiliates to stream at 720p for best viewing experience. I mean, yeah. But even as an affiliate, the downscaling is actually still random. You're not guaranteed to get what's it called, re-encoding of your stream, even if you're an affiliate. It's only partners that get that guaranteed. And
Yeah, I think isn't it based on like how much of the re-encoding is happening that might determine it?
Partially. Like Twitch will choose them at random. But you also need like a minimum of, what is it, 5 viewers? I think it is. Which is kind of funky because your stream is never gonna start on 5 viewers.
Yeah.
But like, even if you have the 5 viewers and it's a high encoding night, you might not even get it as an affiliate. Because
it's only partners that are guaranteed.
Yeah, only partners are guaranteed.
Okay. Okay, so the moment Actistus was slain, the flow of ether in Pandæmonium focused keenly on this location, creating a tunnel, a sort through which we could quickly convey ourselves. It was almost as if we were ushered here. This space was created with care and concealed with powerful wards. Only a keyword would have been able to detect it, and even then with great difficulty. Ergo. If only I could restore Tartarus to order, but I'm afraid this is the most I can manage with such power as remains to me. It has been too long, Master Lahabrea. Likewise, keyword Agdisis. I should not be surprised you were able to break free of Festus' spell, even diminished as you were. It was not an easy task, even with your aid. Its curses stick into one's heart, creating a storm of emotion that is all too easy to overcome or become lost in. Only by chance did a fragment of myself remain, illuminating a path through the madness. Thus, I am able to appear before you now. Even while my body was powerless to resist Festus' commands, some small part of my logical mind stood alone in defiance. It even managed to speak to the outside world. The report, that was you. Doubtless you recognize my voice. Recognize my voice from the many times I've called out to you. The hope that those pleas would not fall to on deaf ears was all that kept me from succumbing to hopelessness. But I have a greater purpose here than simply saying my farewells. There is something you must know. That the tragedies of the past do not repeat in the present. Forgive me for what I'm about to do, Master Library, but the story must be told. It's the only way to understand Hephaestus' fixation on Eric. No longer can you hide your heart away. Hephaestus? No, the mask marks him as Lahabrea. Master Lahabrea had brought an into Lady Athena's life and sealed away a part of his memories and emotions within Hephaestus. These are my recollections of the moments following. And you truly have no intention of revealing the truth to Eric? Unless I have is now buried, where none can find it. We would be wise to do the same with our memories of this day. Blood should not sway the spirit so, but Athena's teachings have warped the boy. I fear he would see our star burn to keep his mother safe. Eric believes that he feels love, but he is shackled by dependency. He could not bear the truth. His dependence makes it all the more important to be open with him. He will seek answers about his mother's loss, which shall inevitably lead him to you. Are you willing to accept the blame for Athena's death? Are you willing to accept your son's hatred? If that is what comes to pass, then so be it. Better to be burdened with hatred than the knowledge that Athena then the knowledge that Athena, through his body and soul, were tools to be used and discarded. Even were to tell him what his mother plotted, he would ever seek reasons to believe that the true fault lies with me or with him. Should he merely hate me, he will remain unfettered by doubt, free to serve the star, far from his parents' shadow. Eric loved his mother more than life himself, and yet, what a dreadful truth you've borne all this time. Such is La Habrea's nature. Every action, every word, a solution to life's greatest dilemmas, and none to spare for his own. What I have revealed to you is but a small portion of a larger picture. I shall leave it to La Habrea to paint the rest for you, and for Eric, I hope. Thank you, Agditis. I always admired you, you know. What choice did I have when you sacrificed so much to guide our star to the heavens? Hephaestus has doubtless sensed that his final keyword has fallen. We should return to the surface before he moves to strike us here. We are to face him, we must be prepared to bring our full strength to bear. This was ever a bold woman, even in her final moments, that she would unearth the secrets of her past for all to look upon. Still, full glad am I that she faced you as her last opponent. I could think of none more worthy to send her soul off to the other side. One final wish. The vision you saw told the story far more eloquently than I ever could. Athena was consumed by her research and was willing to sacrifice her own child if it hastened her progress. She did not offer him a position here out of a sense of love or pride. It was merely because she knew he would be the most pliable test subject. See now why you hid the truth from him. I cannot say with certainty what Eric. I cannot say with certainty that Eric would or could handle the weight of such betrayal after holding his mother on a pedestal for so long. Unfortunately, it seems not even her death has ensured his safety. Hephaestus has taken up Athena's research and succeeded in creating a Hemitheoi. I know not what his ultimate end is, but this planets is connected with the resurrection of Athena. That knowledge alone is sufficient to direct our next course of action. As for the rest of your story, we shall hear it after we have returned Eric to safety in accordance with Agdis's last wish. Very well. I can at least assure you that finding him shall prove relatively simple, now that Hephaestus can no longer bend Pandæmonium to his will. There's but one place left for him to find refuge, the Black Heart of Tartarus, where Athena built her testing compound. We can assume that Hephaestus will offer fierce resistance. I must focus my effort on securing a safe means of approach. Librarian, I would ask that you assume the duty of summoning Shanna's Phantom Warriors. I have no objections. My ability to fight within Tartarus would be greatly diminished in any case. However, I wish to deal the final blow to Hephaestus himself. There is no need to dirty your hands with such a deed. I take it, then, that you have no intention to seal them away as before? The presence I felt when I encountered Hephaestus bore little resemblance to the entity I created. By his own hand, has he become something far more wicked, and the same magics that once shackled him may very well shatter before the power he wields. On my pride as a researcher, I am loath to repeat the same mistake twice. I would not see these events play out again, and he must be extinguished. Well then, I shall open the way forward. May we finish this together.
Time for me to become your shadow warrior. Again.
I guess.
Well, this one says it's 5 minutes.
Yeah. Question is just if it ends up being that.
500 minutes later. I mean, 3 days later.
We are only missing the healers now, actually. I'm actually
Oh, I
curious
guess this
how,
one's popular.
yeah, I'm kind of wondering why the average wait, like how the average wait time is calculated here. Is it like based on how fast most parties end up getting formed? Or do they base it off the amount of people queued up?
Could be algorithmic.
Yeah.
Where they calculate based on how active the queue is for particular things, and then the algorithm forms a quote-unquote opinion, and then it presents that opinion as average wait time.
Yeah. There's several possibilities, basically.
But it could also be plain old math.
Yep.
Where
Maybe it just goes
3
like
sandwiches and a cup of tea. Yeah, that's probably the time it's going to take today.
it could be something as simple as like, okay, in the last 30 minutes, how long did it take on average for a group to form? In the duty fighter, it could be something as simple as that, and then it just goes like, okay, it's less than 5 minutes, slap that on. If it's above, what is it, 30 minutes, it slaps that on.
Yeah. Though sometimes sometimes I feel like things that don't get run often. It's like often like can't really decide how long things will take.
Yeah. Like if you just, especially if you were to queue up like in extreme trial, I don't think you're gonna get a lot of
You're not gonna
those.
get anyone.
I think technically you could have a chance of maybe getting some, but it's extremely rare, I think.
People usually don't queue for things higher than normal. Everything else is just...
It's a voice acted cutscene.
Oh! Sorry for
I'm kind of surprised by that.
interrupting. Sorry for interrupting.
Don't worry. Perfect Imperfection is his title.
Well, I lost my train of thought. My thought of trains. My sandwiches. Alright, this one. I don't know. Do you want completely blind or should I do some call-outs?
I can get a few call-outs if you want to for the things that are maybe not as clear.
Okay.
Fulgent flame, my
Sunforge,
servant's
and
life.
it's a serpent he's called for, so it's gonna be a line AoE in the center.
Out of my sight! Leave naught but ash in your
And
way.
this is Phoenix, this is gonna be AoEs on the side.
So stay in the middle,
Seep sorrow into your
or
heart.
the center from north to south. Yeah.
Yeah,
The same.
yeah, because it's the
I'm
Phoenix.
tired of this farce.
Does he have enough for a third one?
Nope. Flame Viper's tank town thing.
Okay.
Behold the fruits of sacrifice.
And now he's gonna change shape. Oh wait. Guess I'm just calling everything now.
So I guess he just gets some new moves from this.
Yep. He's basically gonna show us a pattern, and then he's gonna jump in that pattern and throw us around in that pattern. It's a question of figuring out how little you can stand still. And just group AoE here. And it's gonna go back to normal.
Perish in flames.
And now he's gonna do corner AoEs, so just stay in the center. And the corner AoEs are gonna make balls, and where he put the lines is where explosions are gonna happen. And
And they just
then the
cover.
Vipers are gonna move, and they're gonna move to a location, and that location is where the next AoEs will happen.
I did not do that.
From fulgent flame, my
And
servant's
Sunforge,
rise.
that is side.
Let seep sorrow into your heart.
And there's a flame that's AoE. Oh wait, you're dead.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I am getting erased though.
Oh. How much?
Shall see my wish fulfilled.
Hold on.
I'm
I think it's
kidding.
gonna-
I'm kidding.
You'll have to ask the white mage who did it.
But he changed form, and he's gonna call some minions here, and we're gonna kill the minions after they do what's it called, a blind effect. You have to face away from both their locations.
Okay, that's.
And I think that's group AoE. Yeah.
Sear flesh from bone.
And I think that's another group AoE. Oh, he's creating these. You have to find the spot that's not boxed in.
So
Basically where everyone went.
the far east side, basically.
Yeah. It changes though.
but ash in your wake.
And the Phoenix.
I tire of this farce.
Blueberry. And Tank Cone. A line.
Behold the fruits
And
of sacrifice.
Big Chain. And it is jump.
Yep.
You will know my
This
rage.
passion. It's gonna be longer now. Nice.
Who praying
And
before
blueberry.
a god?
And he's going back to normal.
Perish in flames.
And he's doing the four corner AoEs. And after that, it'll be the group things. And this time he's gonna combine it with the other what's it called thing that boxes in areas, I think.
From fulgent flame my servants rise.
And Suntorch is center AoE.
A fitting death.
And Gruberry. And another Gruberry.
And I died.
Yeah, tank, Slave, Buster, Line.
I shall see my wish
And
fulfilled.
Shape Chain.
You are prey to be consumed.
And he's gonna do things that cover up the sides, and then there are gonna be enemies that's gonna do the blind thing, and you're gonna have to look away from both of them. And then we kill the small ads, but also avoiding being inside the kill boxes. And this is a group AoE, I think.
It was.
And there we go.
Nice.
And that's all of them. Now you have to wait till 6.4?
Yeah, around
Maybe?
4 months-ish.
Yeah,
it
before we
is
can
6.4.
we can do the final one.
Yep. And then I guess it's 6.5 if we get the last Alliance raid.
Maybe? Or we might get them together, I don't know.
That's also possible.
Wanna experience the 6.4 circle raids together? Just a question if you wanted to experience them together when they come out.
Sure. So hopefully I
Question
should
is
have
if
a
we
high
do the
enough.
story first.
That's a good question.
Hmm.
We still at least still have like 4 months to think about it.
Yes, we do.
Cause yeah, it's gonna be a while before that comes out.
Yes. And you're
Anyway.
not gonna have TTS at that point again.
True. But at
But I
least
could
it'll
read
only
it all for
be.
you.
That's also a possibility. But at least it's not gonna be like 2 patches worth of quests that I need to read.
Yes.
It'll only be 1. Okay, so the chain of events that led to this moment began with my arrow. When out of mercy I confined you here. Now I bring it and leave no trace of you behind. This is not over. She will not go peacefully. Even a cast-off would uphold this pride, though such an impulse must speak to the overwhelming arrogance of my other half. The name Hephaestus shall grow to eclipse yours. None shall remember the deeds of La Habrea once I fulfill Athena's ambition and bring Eric's dream to life. Speak as if you care a whit for the boy. Why do you cower behind him? Or why then do you cower behind him? There are some desires which must not be realized. Athena would see the world destroyed if it meant she could find hers in the ruins. As for Eric, he knows not what his wish would beget, a truth which you have hidden from him. Do you truly believe a father's role is to deceive and manipulate? My wish? You would claim the name Hephaestus and call yourself his father, yet you bind his body and mind in dark chains. Your words and your pride ring hollow. Athena wanted her son by her side, and he desires to return there. What wickedness is there in mending a broken family? Athena cared not for Eric, beyond how he could serve her ends. You claim to be acting in his interest, yet 'tis plain you are no different. As I ushered Athena to her end, I vowed that my sole mission in life would be to guide this star true. In service of that vow, I silenced the whispers of my heart. I would not nurture a son whilst an entire world looked to me for guidance. For that choice, I bear the responsibility. Yet he is still my son, and I'll not suffer you to seduce him with false hope. You, who are naught but the bitter dregs of Athena, and I, the very worst of us. Mother she, no. Then who? How do I? Trust in the prayer. Hearken to your heart. Come back to us. I'll just go with that one. I hear you. I owe you and Themis an apology. Athena, did you ever? And the Habrea, I will have my say. How? His mind was mine. I can't explain. Shanna's words reached me through the haze. They rang loud and clear. As did the words of another, in a voice much like yours but resounding with truth. How did you master these bonds? We entered much worse. You worthless, you. Oh. That's a convocation crystal. It appears my failures have borne fruit after all. You did well, son.
Hey! Got that daddy praise.
Yep. With Hephaestus' essence contained in this crystal, we may safely return Eric's above, that he would bind Hephaestus with only half his senses intact. You quite understated his adeptness in the art of internment. It was hardly what I had in mind, but a feat deserving of praise nonetheless. Just go with this one. And I'm guessing this quest is just like round off for this patch, I'm guessing. Or for the 6.2 patch, I guess. Because we don't have more rates.
Yeah, this is where it ends. Until, well, 6.4, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah. I guess next time we're playing Final Fantasy, it's the Alliance raids.
Yep. Which, in theory, might go faster, because I hopefully it will have text-to-speech available.
Yeah, and at the same time, we might actually be able to do them duty finder style. But as it is right now, it seems that some people might have to what's it called, queue via party finder instead, because the whole system might be bonked a little.
Okay.
Where the Erothesion or whatever it's called is not queuing proper, so some people can't actually queue for it.
That's weird.
Yeah, I think maybe they didn't put it proper in the system.
Yeah.
It might have been fixed today with the hotfix.
Maybe. I haven't really read what it actually included, but
Me neither.
maybe. Yeah, we can only really guess at what it is that really caused the problem, because I don't think anyone really knows how that whole system is set up.
By magic.
Probably. Considering the fact that it is semi-based, I guess, on the 6.1, or not 6.1, the whole, most of the game is still based partially on 1.0, I believe. It is kind of still, from what I understand, spaghetti code to an extent.
Code spaghetti.
Yep. So that could be some of the things that cause this problem, suddenly, for some reason, oh, you can't actually have this many raids for some reason, or this many dungeons or something, and that just makes it go yeah, can't work. Who knows?
Maybe.
Anyway, I need to do this quest so I can get out of here, because I don't think there was an exit anywhere.
An egg, Sid? I don't know why you would.
I kind of want to maybe go back and check on my retainers at some point.
I mean, you can teleport out of here. But
Oh,
I
yeah,
do
but I
think
don't-
there's a point you can grab onto.
Okay. Okay, let's see here. I feel no trace of Hephaestus' poison in your mind, and for a blessing, it appears your body is none the worse for wear. Wave away here as soon as I could. I no longer sense Hephaestus, and the force selling Pandæmonium's berries has ceased. I will rid of him for good and all. Seen despite his muddled senses, Eric felt that to seal the Festus away was the proper course. It wasn't so noble as that. I only knew something had to be done, so I acted. La Brea, was that how you dealt with Hephaestus in the past? Indeed. He was not by the past or parts of my memory and soul that I had cut away, a mass of ether without a material vessel. Storing his essence within a crystal was the most logical choice. On that matter, I believe the time has come for you to share the rest of your tale of Hephaestus' creation and Athena's end. Heard your words, boy. I can't speak. I heard your words, but only vaguely, as if from under the surface of a deep pool. My mother wished to use me. I would hear the whole truth. I want to know what happened here and what drove Athena to act as she did. I'm ready. Athena's brilliance outshone us all. Even the other members of the Words of La Brea were as children in comparison. So dedicated to research was she, that it was not unheard of her to forget meals or even sleep. Her mind was ever grasping for for knowledge, and it was in this endless search that she became obsessed with uncovering the secrets of life. You see, while we can conceive life in various forms, the means of creating a soul are beyond our ken. Similarly, though we can enhance and alter our physical vessels, we have ever been bound to them. Athena's purpose was to shatter these limitations. Such limitations as we were not meant to surpass. She sought to enter the realm of the gods. Scarce few have the ability to comprehend what such a task entails, let alone the courage to attempt it. For most, the thought would be an idle fancy, considered once and then discarded. Not so for Athena. As leader of the Words of La Habrea, I spoke with her often about transcending our being. From an academic perspective, the challenge has plagued countless researchers through the ages. It was during these musings that I began to formulate a theory, a means by which a person could meld with a creation. The weaknesses of one would be mitigated by the strengths of the other, and the result could be something greater than we have ever imagined. Although it was but a theory, Athena insisted in developing it further, curious about every detail along the way. Our conversations became more frequent, and our platonic relationship grew into something much more. I take it I was born not soon after. Just so. I believe she bore true affection for you. I was blind to her hidden intentions. When the Pandæmonium was built and she requested to lead the researchers, I saw no reason to deny her. Even setting aside our relationship, her accomplishments as a scholar made her the obvious choice. However, in giving her Pandæmonium, I also gave her free rein to conduct whatsoever experiments she could devise. And when you found out what she was doing, you killed her. I made haste to Pandæmonium the moment I learned of these hidden chambers. I left Agdistis to keep watch from Tartarus's vestibule as I ventured deeper, knowing not what would await me. As for what occurred next, it is best to see with your own eyes. Is that me? You are well aware that, out of respect for our neighbors on Elpis, the researchers of Pandæmonium are not to be masked. Yet you stand before me with your face covered. What petty defiance is this? What indeed? So quick you are to rebuke me, though you yourself have not set foot in these halls since their inception. You must know you could not conceal this from myself and Agdistis forever. As well you know that I cannot allow it to continue. I shall say this but once. Release Eric, else I shall have no choice but to strike you down. I would meet my end at the hands of none other. However, my time is come, I will have you know the why of it. Then you will not desist. Once you understand what was driven, or what has driven me this far, you shall see that stopping was never an option. The feelings of one weight a little is one way little against the needs of the entire star. Of course, that I am well aware, but you did not deign to descend from your lofty heights simply to lecture me as you would a child. You have an interest in my motivations. What possessed Athena, peerless researcher and mother to the son of the great Lahabrea, to embark upon the path to her downfall? History will demand an answer, but is it you who deserve one? Give me your... Why? Why is it one that I can't control on my own? I couldn't read it all.
Oof.
Possible you bonded your souls? Aye. That was... that the boundaries between us would cease to be. She offered me everything to be understood. I found myself unable to refuse. At that moment, my mind was a storm of questions, yet one roared the loudest. Did Athena ever truly love me? I am become thee, memory and mind. And I thee. Can you feel it? My heart, all that I am. Yes, as if it were my own. A fathomless desire to dissect the mysteries of life, to transcend our mortal flesh and bleed into a higher plane of existence. An unquenchable thirst for knowledge, not a single thought spared for another, for the star. How disappointing. Yet, what is known cannot be unknown. I beheld my life's work. Treasure might to excise the memory, the seed of desire remains, and when it takes root, you too shall be consumed by the selfsame fervor. I will dig it out. I will dispense with the corruption in my soul ere your rotten inside spreads. It was my weakness that let this wickedness fester, but never again. Today I cast aside fickle emotion and abide in duty alone. Today I renounce all that I was, live only as Lahabrea. Ha.
Yeah.
Thus did I forsake the part of me that had been polluted by Athena, sealing it within a crystal. Never did I think I would one day face those memories made flesh. Forgive my bluntness, but your actions bordered on insanity. To go to such lengths to escape your memories, you nearly rewrote your very existence. Rest assured, the change did not go unnoticed by our colleagues in the convocation. Ike Jorn and Emmett Silk, in particular, made plain the suspicion they harbored.
Eminem Silk.
Yep. As well they should have. That you escaped with your life was nothing short of a miracle. Why didn't you destroy the crystal then and there? Did you think to one day make use of the knowledge it contained? I will not deny such considerations played into my decision, but my main motivation was fear. I had never attempted such a feat before. The crystal was my sole resource. Should something go awry with the remainder of my soul, in hindsight, to cling to it was a mistake born of doubt. Athena must have anticipated that I would resort to such measures and prepared a vessel beforehand that would accept the dregs of my soul. Hephaestus doubtless believed he was performing his duty as a husband and a father should, that in truth he was but a puppet being pulled to and fro by Athena's desires. His goal was not to raise himself high, he thought only to raise his dear Athena alive again, that she might finish what she had begun. Yet for all that, he and I were alike. We yet shared a fatal flaw, you see. Our need to control blinded us to others' perspective. Or other perspectives. While I was enthralled to Hephaestus, called out to me. What say you now? Does the prayer speak true? You did promise? Yes, and now it's your turn to do the same. What does your heart tell you? Let's go with that one. Just want to know one thing. Did you truly believe that hiding the truth was best for me? Even knowing how I felt about my mother? The La Habrea, I know, had a fatal flaw after all. I'm still not convinced. I have said all that I can say. Now it is you who must choose to believe me or not. The La Habrea I know holds duty above all else. I would sooner prostrate myself before an erupting volcano than place my fickle emotions in his path. When you return to the surface, you'll doubtlessly don that mask once more. So before we climb out of this forsaken pit, I suppose I should say, thank you, Hephaestus.
gotta say, currently it feels like the, I don't know, the entire raid series should almost be done based on what's happening in the quest, but there's probably gonna be something that goes wrong, I'm assuming.
You'll get your cliffhanger.
Oh, okay. I've heard enough. There is more I would yet discuss, but we should first return to Pandæmonium's gates. I'll gather my thoughts on the way. Yeah, I am getting the feeling that it would be like a cliffhanger of sorts, because currently it feels like, oh, we're done. I owe you an apology, Shana. It was due to my inexperience that Festus was so easily able to take hold of my mind. I also owe you thanks. If you and Demis hadn't come to brave the chaos occurring in Pandæmonium, I would have never known La Habrea's story, my father's story. It was a tale I too was fascinated to hear. I very much look forward to speaking with Asim upon my return. I cannot help but wonder how much of this she foresaw. I'm afraid I cannot allow that, Elidibus. So long as you retain control of Pandæmonium, there is work to be done. But of course, I shall first free the remaining warders and restore this place to its former glory. Using the facilities in Tartarus, we should be able to reverse the changes made to their bodies and minds. I shall stay behind to oversee the process. That is well, but I must yet learn why I was considered the key to Festus's experiments and how he intended to revive Athena. Such questions are best left unanswered. In fact, if you bid the pursuit of that knowledge, the boundary between man and creation shall never again be crossed. And I intend to destroy the crystal containing Festus's essence, that this mistake never again repeats. I see no reason. Yeah, too many S's. I see no reason to gainsay your judgment. There is yet the matter of your crystal. However, truth be told, I had not considered its origin until I saw the one containing Festus's aether. I was struck by how wholly different they were. There's another. While imbuing a crystal with memories is a simple process, storing a message, a warning even, would be something altogether more complex. This also means that someone besides the present company and Asim was aware of the plot unfolding within Pandæmonium. Then why would they not make themselves known, even now? No threats remain. Perhaps it was one of the other warders. We shall question them after they are freed. That task may take some time. A resource I'd rather not steal more from you. Return at your leisure and we will share our results. You've done more than enough for the time being. I'm of the same mind. Need to lose ends to us and continue upon your journey, or if you are so inclined, take a much needed repose. This talk of journeys smacks of Asim. As well it should. She has pledged to keep moving until she has seen every corner of the world.
do find yourself with a spare moment, you might bring that crystal of yours to Alabrea. May I be able to offer further insight. Until then, my friend. Okay. Back to Labyrinthus. Okay, so I'm gonna assume that maybe that crystal houses some of Athena's soul. Maybe. Because I feel like we still need like a big bad evil person for like the last bit. Currently we don't really have any. Well, if it isn't Shana, excuse me if I'm not my usual chill self. But we have not been without our difficulties in your absence. See communications with the airship Professor Caldine, commissioned for his search, was lost some time ago, and now we have quite lost track of where he might be. And to make matters worse, Nemgigi has just sent word of an unusually large amount of energy coming from somewhere within the ethereal sea. I was just on my way to the Antiascope. In fact, please you must come with me. Okay, I'm guessing this is gonna reveal the big problem we have.
Time for you to scope it out.
Oh, that's Pandæmonium.
Yes.
Ha!
It's
What?
Pandæmonium.
Yep. What is that? Is it real? Why is it that whenever danger visits the world, you are never far behind? Is that it? Nope, fortunately no.
Yeah,
Fortunately,
I
I
guess he
can't.
was sitting on it.
Fortunately, listen, I can't help it. I'm not the one causing problems.
The problem's just the one who are looking out for you.
Yep. Like I'm trying to fix the problems that appear. I'm not trying to cause them. Even though technically we were technically the ones who caused the final days to happen.
Yeah, but it was a setup.
Yeah, we were kind of forced to.
Just gonna say
'Cause-
it. If you put a sandwich on a table, players gonna eat the sandwich.
Yep.
Because that's how you wrote the story.
But also, Fantasy was basically just playing on, I guess, killing Zodiac. As far as I understand, his goal was to create the final day, so he needed to destroy Zodiac, basically.
And dangle.
Yep. So one way or another, he was probably gonna get destroyed, Zodiac. So we didn't really have much choice there. Let's see. And now you two, Professor Claudine's assistants, I take it. As you arrived before me, I take it you are involved in this. I would thank you to furnish me with an explanation. While the research summary you submitted for the forum gave us no cause for concern, these details are alarming. The professor's last message indicated he was on his way to Asisla, but we know not whether he ever reached his destination. A rash endeavor, even for Claudine, but he has ever allowed the thrill of discovery to cloud his better judgment. We have no recourse but to entreat Ishgard's aid in searching for him. As for that sightly fortress which materialized in the ethereal sea, Pandæmonium was it, cannot be left alone. For the time being, information regarding this matter must be strictly controlled so as to minimize panic. We will gather those with knowledge of the ethereal sea, continue monitoring it for further irregularities. You two submit a detailed report to the forum at once. At present, we have far more questions than answers. Nevertheless, I would ask you to assist at such a time that our investigation has concluded. Very good. And now, if you will excuse me, I must appraise the forum of what has occurred here. Poke.
Oof.
Just when we needed him most, Professor Claudian remains unaccounted for. He even brought the crystal with him. We are left with scarce few straws to grasp at. While I am but a lowly assistant, even I can see that our two current problems are likely related. The same party or phenomenon may be responsible for both. Conversely, I see now that my unexperienced imagination failed to do Pandæmonium's pitiless spire's justice. I can only wonder if the facilities itself traversed the ages, that the creations within do the same. What of the keywords? But answers to these questions shall come in time. I'm sure for now I must do as Master Fortuno asked and write that report. As for you, Charlotte, ready to get what rest your responsibilities will allow. When next we call upon you, I will wager we shall need you in prime condition. I guess I'll just go for skill speed. Nice.
Did you forget to bring a friend? Is that what?
No.
Are you having a fight? Is that what's going on? Do I need to break you two up?
I guess you could call it a fight. I'm just spamming an emote.
One emote.
Yep. Yellow Ranger pose A. Could also switch this to B.
Monk skills. Yeah, I don't think you can keep up with that. Oh, I'm not allowed to use summons outside of combat.
Ah.
I also would have brought Bahamut in to fight both of you. Shiny. I like how on your screen it's just what do you call it? It's just dancing around. On my screen it's like a light show.
Yep, that's because I still had the bell effects turned off. Because it's a bit too much in raids and some 8-man raids, especially if there's a summoner. And
I'm the type who don't care, and I guess I hate my retinas.
like it's not so much that, it's just that I don't know, I can't keep track of what's happening, so it's just like I can't see what's happening. Plus it can also sometimes, because of my PC being, say, a little bit shit, it can end up causing problems. It's starting to lag.
Okay.
Which I've definitely have experienced when it's been like special boss fights, where there's like, I don't know, 30, 40 people, maybe more, just appearing. I have definitely had times where my character just like slides around and doesn't do any animations.
Okay.
But he still is attacking.
I don't know why. My biggest problem is during some cutscenes. My PC, for some reason, goes like, yeah, it's only in this specific new cutscene in 6.3. It's like, here you go. 20 FPS. I hope you enjoy the 20 FPS. And I'm like, why are you doing this? Then we get into the what's it called? The Alliance raid, and it's like, yeah, it's a straight 60. Enjoy.
Weird.
I have no idea why.
Wait, damn it. My emote got cancelled because of the macro that I had used.
Oof. I guess it's suddenly a tea party.
Yeah.
I am a strong potato.
Have you actually done the Hildebrand quest yet?
I have done some of it. I have enough to, if I can find my emote menu. This one, yes.
The
We're
mandible
out of sync,
dance.
but that's okay. Yes, I guess we are technically brothers now, because only Mandibles knows the Mandible dance, and so yeah, we're both Mandibles, and thus we're Mandible brothers. Even
Yep.
though both our characters are women.
Yep. I think that you should just refer to it as being a mandible man.
Yes, both Mandible men. Very
Yep.
Mandible manly. That is a big round axe. I wonder if it's as big and adventurous on... Is it glammed? What is it glammed for? Tsukuyomi's Moonlight Great Axe, okay?
Yep. I crafted it for him.
Okay. It's
He got the materials and I crafted it.
neat.
Because his
not
craft
as
is quite
big
high
as,
enough.
it's not that big on the Lalafell, unfortunately.
Yeah.
I have been looking for big axes, but I feel like the result I have landed on, because I have the what's it called, the Morpho, and the what's it called, this axe, and it's just like, yeah, I have a lot of butterflies now.
Yep. I just went with this because I thought, it's Artbird's outfit.
Very, very classic. Oh. Yes. Shiny.
I can spoil this because it's like we essentially have Art inside of us because he was now part of our soul. So I thought, might as well just make this into a glamour.
I guess I do like that thing. How far are you with the new story stuff, with the post Endwalker?
The patch quests. So far, I have done the one from patch 6.1 and 6.2. I haven't done 6.3 yet.
Okay. So I have a theory about Zero, and it's a theory I had before. What's it called? Before 6.3 came out. I'm not gonna say what the changes were. Just said theory when 3.6 came out and I did it. Well, what do you think? What do you think my theory is?
What the theory is?
You mentioned Oddbird and what's
She
special about
is-
our relation.
She is the shard of Asm from the 13th, I guess, is the
Yeah.
void.
Yeah, that's my theory.
That sounds also like very much like a possible theory.
Yeah. I don't know
Well-
if you want a minor spoiler from.
613.
Yeah.
I think I kind of want to just experience on my own, just in
Okay.
case. Also, Junjun just wrote to me, bro, Vitra has a sis in the void. Oh, spoiler, mute. I already know that. We're told that in, what, 6.1, I believe?
6 point long ago.
Yep. I mean, I didn't find out about it until, like, I think last month.
Well, you've also
still.
been saving the whole thing, I feel like. So.
Yeah. And I've also, like, lowered the amount of streams that I did of of Final Fantasy after I started playing Elden Ring.
Elden Walker, yes.
And it was also produced after I started doing the collab with Angie, Cryptid, and Jonas in Stardew.
And then you also started going to school.
Yep, and after I found out that I could possibly, by reducing the amount of streams that I did and potentially also reducing the amount of time, could maybe make it so that it would be possible for me to hit affiliate. But it has gotten closer, and I think the fact that Angie, during the last Stardew stream, had basically like mentioned it in her Discord. I think I set up with around like 5 to 7 people in my like stream for like most of it,
Nice.
which was nice because that boosted me up to like I think 2.3-ish average viewers last I checked.
Okay.
So if I can keep that going, I could potentially hit affiliate maybe during this month, but I'm not getting my hopes up.
Well, good luck.
Fabo ask how come it is you want affiliate? I don't know. I just because that is a milestone I've gotten, I guess. And also because it's kind of like I don't know I feel like a big milestone in general if you're streaming that you have like hit affiliate.
I guess partner is technically even bigger, but that one is like a huge, like, thing to do. So what is it, like 75 average viewers or something?
For partner, yeah.
Yeah, that's
But
not
at
something
the
you
same
just
time,
get.
like, I have been looking at the whole partner stuff, and with how Twitch is, yeah, there's. I feel like it's more beneficial to be an affiliate. Especially, well, recently it's gotten a little bit better. With them opening up the whole platform limitation deal, basically taking that away. Because before, if you were a partner, you couldn't stream anywhere else.
Yeah.
Like it's still, if you are a affiliate, it is still like you can't stream, you can't multi-stream at all. Technically, if you want to keep your affiliate agreement, which I think it's a bit dumb, because if you look at what's it called, what YouTube does, if YouTube is basically like, yeah, you can stream anywhere. We don't care if you are what's it called, a YouTube partner. You can still stream anywhere, but affiliates on Twitch and partner on Twitch is just like, no, Twitch only, you donkeys, which is annoying.
I'm thinking that YouTube is probably a bit more lax with that because they know that they are a video platform before anything. They are not a streaming platform solely. They have gone a lot into that, but they do know that they are mainly a just video platform. Because like,
I mean, it's gotten. Carry on.
I'm just saying that a lot of like big streamers do have like stream archives there because Twitch is not exactly great for like archiving streams.
Yeah, they store jack all aside from clips. But like, but at the same time, it's gotten a lot better on what's it called, on YouTube recently. Like, they actually have emotes now, and if you subscribe to what's it called, or not subscribe, but if you become a member of a YouTube channel, you can also use the YouTube emotes, like what's it called? You can like take those YouTube emotes and actually use them in comment sections on videos. Like,
okay.
You can upload to Twitch, yeah, I think so, but
yeah, I did that at one point, but it doesn't. I feel like it didn't work that well.
Yeah, they don't peruse the uploaded videos. It's literally, so you gotta download from Twitch, then upload it back to Twitch, and then you have your archive on Twitch. But like, just why not let us archive it directly? Like, you can archive directly from Twitch to YouTube, but just by connecting it and clicking the button. But
yeah,
it's just kind of weird.
And they've even like reduced the amount of time you can actually have like streams archived if you're not an affiliate. It's only a week now.
It's only a week, okay.
Yep, they changed it apparently like I think a month or two ago. Something that was just like, oh yeah, you can only, like, videos only stay up or streams only stay up for like a week now if you're not an affiliate. If you are an affiliate, you can stay up for those like 2 weeks, I believe it is.
Yeah, if you're a partner, they stay up for like 60 days. Which is like forever in comparison.
Yep. But I feel like if you're a like partner, you probably have like just a YouTube channel where you just go like, okay, yeah, stream is done, upload there.
Yeah.
If you archive them, of course, but
yeah,
because not everyone does.
I just think it's a little bit silly because archiving, what's it called? Archiving on Twitch to YouTube is easier than archiving on Twitch, which is dumb. Like, just why?
Yeah. It's weird because if Twitch actually had a, like, would allow you to just archive it easily there and forever, and maybe also a better way of just finding archives, I guess, then it could be fine, because I feel like currently it's not really possible to just find like a random person's archive.
Yeah, you gotta advertise your archive if you put it on Twitch. I mean, technically, in theory, you could archive by highlighting your full stream, but the whole highlighting system doesn't even help you with that, because they literally go, "Oh, you've been highlighting long streams, like making highlights that are what do you call it, 6 hour long or 4 hour long, or however long it is you stream for." And they go like, "Yeah, no, you are not allowed to make what's it called? You're not allowed to make highlights for a little while." Like, I tried doing that on Twitch for a while, and they basically stopped encoding my highlights for I think a week or two.
Damn.
Yeah, like it's just the whole system just stops working. You don't even get a warning. And I asked about this, and it's basically like, yeah, no, you can't make that long highlights. It's good. It's cool if you can make that long highlights out of good quote unquote the quality content. If you stream that long, that's cool. But no, you're not supposed to make what's it called, full stream highlights, because the full stream is not a highlight.
Yep, but meanwhile you can just like download the video, upload it again, and that's okay.
Apparently.
Like, that's the exact thing, but just with more steps.
Yeah. Finding videos and past broadcasts are a hassle. I guess on Twitch, I mean, they haven't made a system for it. But yeah, as it is right now, I archive all my streams on YouTube, basically.
Same.
It's one click. It's actually not one click, it's two, but it's 2 click. Sometimes it breaks and then you have to do it again, but whatever.
Yeah. I mean, technically it's a little bit more if you also have like to set it up, but we don't really count that part.
If I did edit the highlights, I edited out the breaks, but 10 minutes in 2 times 10 minutes in 4-hour streams is it's not a lot.
Nope.
It literally looks for what's it called, the length, not the what's it called, or rather it looks for repeated lengths. So if you make highlights that are like, if you make 3 highlights and they're all 4 hours, they're basically like, yeah, that's too much. That's archiving, not highlighting. That's not what the feature is supposed to be.
Yeah. Yeah, I've started like, I think it was like a few months, like back in summer, I think. I slowly started uploading my old videos or streams because I had them saved, and I was running out of space. And I finally, like, I think it was like last month, near the end of it, I finally finished up, like, getting all of them uploaded. So now I can finally just like export them directly from Twitch instead of being like, time to upload them from my PC.
Yeah. I don't what's it called, edit my my VODs for the archiving anymore. I just archive the full stream as is. But I'm also intending to like take clips and throw the clips on what's it called, a separate clipping channel. Like, I've made a separate clipping channel, but I've not uploaded anything yet. But I intend to. I have been making some clips, though I must say the editing tool on the Twitch side is it's not the finest tool in the world, I will say.
Yeah.
But it does work out for kind of work out for doing, you know, highlight pieces. So if I had the time and energy, I would probably do a little more with my clips other than just doing the slicing that what's it called, that you can do on Twitch, because Twitch will only let you slice pieces together. It will not let you what do you call it? It will not let you do zoom ins and stuff like that.
Yeah.
They were experimenting with that, but only for partners, and I don't know if partners still have more detailed editing now. But yeah.
Yeah. Like, some of my streams I've had to edit a little bit, but that was simply because they either ended up going too long, or because of the files basically starting to complain.
Yeah.
So I basically had to like go in and be like, okay, here's a like 30-minute break in one of my 12-hour streams. Cut that entire thing out. But otherwise I just like leave the breaks. Or like the breaks that I take in. Because it's too much of a hassle to then like edit it down either on my PC or on my laptop and then sit to render and then have it sit there for like a few hours, just like I could just upload it normally.
Yeah.
But now I don't need to worry about that because I just do the export thing and then it's done. The thing is just that those videos won't be released until in like over a month at least, because so far I've scheduled videos to be released until the 6th, and the only reason I haven't gone further is because I don't have thumbnails made for the rest.
Oof. I for the VOD I don't even bother for the VOD stuff. I don't even bother unique with unique thumbnails. I just use the thumbnail I post on Twitter ish. Squad streaming. You first.
Oh, I'm just saying that the ones that I've done is just like purple border with like a number in the bottom of like what number of that stream it is, and then a simple picture in the middle.
Okay.
That's it.
Yeah. Squad streaming, as it is, as far as I've understood, is a partner-only feature, and is probably going to stay partner-only feature as it is. The partners cannot bring other non-partners to a squad stream. I don't think they will expand on it to make it what's it called? To make it an affiliate feature. They have added something else recently, the guest star feature, which everyone got. But I find the guest star feature a bit what's it called, funky, because all it really does is it gives you a separate it like lists what's it called, it's like a call basically and a webcam from what I can see, and then you can add it as a browser source, which is kind of dumb because we already have that. We have Discord, which I don't think anyone on Twitch streams on Twitch without Discord.
Yeah, at least if they like, I'm assuming that they just thought like, hey, this is like a cool idea, but no one's gonna use it.
Yeah, they're written on Twitter. They will roll it out to affiliates when it's stable. I'll tell you one thing, it's stable, and they're not gonna roll it out to affiliates ever because they haven't done so. One thing I know about Twitter, and I know about YouTube too, is that they will suddenly change something without mentioning it, and then they will just pretend like if it's something that took off or something that people actually started using, they will, like 4 or 5 months down the line, just go, yeah, look at this thing we're releasing right now. It's a really good feature. Look at it. See what we done did do.
They decide to like change the rules in a way that everyone hates.
Yeah, like
you can't have links to other social medias on your Twitter.
Thank you, Twitter. Thank you,
And
Twitter.
if you say a curse word in the first 15 seconds of a video on YouTube, that no longer can get monetized. And that works
if you make
for every
a
video
Let's Play,
before.
if you make a Let's Play and there is violence in the first 15 seconds of that Let's Play because the video game has violence in it, you're gonna get demonetized.
Yep.
It's so dumb. Which means they're just gonna get videos that have boring 15-second intros or wait throws or something. But like, really, the biggest issue with these platforms is they don't want to tell us when they do an update. They only want to tell us about when it was good. I remember back when I when I took my long break from streaming, they basically removed the feature to upload from Twitch to YouTube, and they did it, you know, without any announcement. And magically, about, I think it was 3 or 4 months before I started streaming again, they put the feature back in again, and they didn't tell anyone about it. It was just like, surprise, here it is. I don't know, because they don't freaking care. The only ones they care about are the ones that make money, and the ones that make money already have like an underground back team that just downloads the stuff, does the work, and puts them on YouTube manually.
Yep. They have like
Because they
3
edit them
editors
anyway.
like doing that.
Yeah. The problem is Twitch wants to make their own programs all the time. Many that use Twitch Studio has gone over to OBS Studio. Well, because I don't know. They wanna be, Twitch wanna be the controlling factor in all their streamers. That is all I can say. They haven't made Twitch. I don't think they made Twitch Studio because they wanted to make their own streaming software. They made Twitch Studio because they wanted to control how people stream. They wanted to have more control in they didn't want this third-party entity called OBS Studio to be the controlling base and stuff. They want it to be.
Yep. I'm kind of wondering if that is specifically Twitch that's deciding to do those things, or if it's because of Amazon. That's like being like, hey, do this.
I'm not entirely sure about that. Like, from what I understand, based on what I can see, it is fairly obvious that Twitch is not making money. It is like a bit of what you call lose-lose situation in many ways for them. It is just like YouTube, that they are barely making enough money to stick around. So it's a bit of a back and forth on that, if you ask me.
Okay.
So yeah.
So
but at least we have OBS Studio.
True. Yeah, regarding I forget what's called now. Stream archives. I also found out that YouTube has an upload limit now. You can't upload things that are more than 12 hours long.
Okay, I mean, I can kind of understand that. Like, they've also put 4K limitations. Like, if you want to watch things in 4K, at least in some parts of the world, you have to pay for it. But at the same time, I don't even ever watch anything in 4K. My screen is not that big. The majority of users on YouTube, I think it's like between 25 and 30% that don't even have what's it called, 1080p screens. So
Yep.
funny enough that Twitch, Facebook, and YouTube are head contributors. I'm not sure what you mean with head contributors, Forbo. But like, I understand paywalling 4K, and I guess top sponsors. I mean, they're top sponsors by way of their corporations because they want their names on stuff, and that way they can like an advertise. If you're giving an advertiser budget and you can be a top sponsor with that advertiser budget, you're gonna be a top sponsor with that advertiser budget because it gets your name places in terms of advertisement budget. It might not, what's it called? It might only earn your money back, and earning the money back is basically, you know, the only point that merits you not getting taken down. What is actually keeping you on the table is your ability to prove if you can, or rather than your ability to prove that this is something that can eventually make money is what keeps you on the table. And that's where YouTube kind of sit. It's kind of funny that Twitch is since they want to make everything themselves, but they could make a Microsoft Apple situation. I mean, I guess. But again, the Microsoft Apple situation is a bit complicated. It's a bit more than just machines. Apple is a brand. Microsoft is the one that gets used, which is kind of weird. And slowly Apple has gone from being, you know, just the expensive brand people use, or rather Apple used to be the platform of innovation. Today the platform is how do you call it? It's not the platform of innovation, it's the brand you buy to prove that you're rich to others, where Microsoft is actually the one that gets used. I can't remember when I last saw a company that worked in innovation and used Apple. It's more of an old case. Okay, but I guess we've gotten off track. Where were we, Avatar? Where was our thread?
I don't know. Actually,
I'm a tiny cute potato in a blue armor. Look at me.
In terms actually of Apple and Microsoft, one of the companies I actually worked at when it came to coding, they didn't want to use Microsoft. They were specifically like either Mac or Linux.
Well,
because I guess because of Microsoft apparently has a few things where it's like it can be a little bit weird apparently with some code, I guess, but
I mean,
I haven't had any problems.
Like if you're programming for something that's supposed to go on an iPhone, you're probably using a Mac. But even if you're not,
yeah, in this case, this was more of like a website / I guess app that technically was just a website.
I see.
But I didn't really understand why it was. They were like, oh, it needs to be, we are only using Mac and Linux. I didn't really understand why it was that way, because as far as I've experienced, I haven't seen anything where it's like, oh, Microsoft operating systems work worse for coding, because I've done all my coding so far, apart from at that company, on a Microsoft computer, so it's like, I haven't seen anything.
You mainly also work in JavaScript, don't you?
Yeah.
And maybe, I don't know, PHP? Have you? I can't remember.
A little bit.
But like JavaScript and PHP are both, what do you call? Like JavaScript exists probably almost in any platform that is today. So if you know a bit of JavaScript, you can basically JavaScript your way through a lot of things. But like if you're going to make a .NET application, or if you're going to make a C# or C++ application, you're probably on Microsoft. If you're going to make something in what was even the language? I can't remember what they called it. A-Smart? No, that's probably not it. But there was a language specifically for making apps for Macintosh and making apps for the smartphone, for the OS X, whatever you call them, language, and that's probably better on Mac. And I think Adobe is actually, if I remember correctly about Adobe, the Windows versions are ports, which is kind of funky.
Yep.
Which is maybe why Adobe works kind of better. But at the same time, Adobe is probably one of the most shit companies. So if you can get away with moving away from Adobe, you really should.
Yeah, we just have the problem at my school that they kind of just made us use that because they are not gonna like show us how to do things in other programs.
Yes,
I will say,
so nice how Adobe just buys the self. They have the weird student agreement thing, like, here, put Adobe for free on all your student laptops. It's the best deal you can ever get.
Yep, have to pay like 700 Danish crowns for like a year subscription to it.
Oof. I think I paid...
But that was with like the reduction, which was a pretty significant one, because I think the normal one was apparently 1,700 or something like that.
Oof. Still too many money. I bought Affinity Designer and Affinity... what's it called? The other one, Affinity Photo. And I think I paid, for both of them, I paid $120. And that was...
one-time purchase.
That was a one-time purchase back in 2015. I have not paid a single anything since then. And it is basically, so far for what I've been doing, it is basically about as good as the Photoshop pack.
Yep, because like I feel like a lot of the things that are in Photoshop, most people don't use it.
Yeah.
Like if you're trying to like, just for like web design, for example, you don't need all of the like small fancy things where it's like, oh, you can do this fancy blending of stuff. Like, no, you can literally do all of that in GIMP if you want to.
Yeah. The worst part...
You could do it in Paint.
The worst part, Forball, is that your CS5 pack, Photoshop won't acknowledge that one anymore. Like, if you own a CS5 pack, I don't think you can log in anywhere and go like, yeah, download my CS5 pack. They'll go like, yeah, we're gonna need a subscription if you want to do anything Adobe anymore. And that's like, I download my latest version of Affinity Designer and Affinity Photo, and it's like, yeah, log in here. Yeah, you're cleared for the version 1. Keep that. And they're like releasing a version 2 now, but and I'd have to pay if I want version 2, but basically I can keep going with version 1. What's it called? You can't know. That's why you have them on 5 USB sticks. Holy macaroni! But yeah, I'm so happy for my Affinity Photo and Designer. They are so nice
Because you
to
can
have.
keep downloading it even if they like come out with a new version, basically.
Yeah, and I mean, if I can make you extra jealous, this model is made in Affinity Designer.
Nice.
Yes.
I'm also forgetting, there was like a drawing program that a lot of artists use. I don't remember
Clip Studio,
if it was.
I think.
Yeah, Clip Studio or was it Paint Tool Sai? That
Could
like
also be.
went to a like subscription model so a few months ago, where I feel like a large part of the art community just went like, what the fuck are you doing? Don't do it in Adobe. It's like, I think a lot of people don't like the idea of like a whole like, hey, you need to pay money each month for this or every like 6 months or something, because people don't like that. They want to be able to just like maybe pay a bit more, like a one-time purchase, and then never have to think about it again.
Yeah. But everything has to be a live service these days. I mean, I understand it if there's a server that's, you know, in the background having to chug to, you know, keep us alive. And I understand it if there's actually, you know, more than money making that you can get out of it. But
Yeah.
like this Final Fantasy here is indeed a live service. You pay for it monthly to be here, but
Yep.
at the same time, it's not like, how do you call it? It's not just entertainment that happens in 14. You basically pay for the connection to this, and you pay for the connection and access to a community, not just the tool itself. You pay for access to Hangout. You pay for you know, the ability to have the story for you. But Photoshop is just
Pay for the access to go to the different venues where there's like a ton of people dancing around naked for some reason.
is that
Stuff
in the
like
par-
that.
Is that in the party finder right now?
Not necessarily, it's more just join Seventh Heaven, a Discord community for players created content and RP. It's just an advertisement that I just saw. But I have seen definitely sometimes where it's like, oh yeah, this is 18 plus. Like, okay, I'm not going there.
Yeah. But like, I mean, I think it's funky how what's it called? I can't remember. It's Apple. They want to do a metaverse now, and and
It's shit.
Meta wants to do a metaverse, but like,
But yeah, it's Meta's metaverse that's absolutely shit, apparently.
yeah.
From what I've
I
seen.
mean, if you wanna take part in Apple's what's it called, metaverse, you have to wear the face of Squidward on your head.
What?
Yes, the AI freaking headset looks like what's it called, Squidward. It is so ugly, and you're not getting me to wear that. Like, it's putting, in terms of how stupid it looks, it's putting Google Glass to shame. Like
God.
Google Glass looks normal in compared to freaking double giant hockey stick sized Squidward face you have to wear on top of your normal face. And that's because the detailed tracker of all your face things is like placed in front of your nose, but like the goggles for the AR, the AI mixed reality is like how do you call it? Holy flip! But yeah, it looks like Squidward. It is so dumb. You're not gonna, no matter how brilliant the promise of AR and VR in one set is, you're not gonna get me to wear Squidward's face on my head. If you cannot make it something that is normal glasses sized, then no.
I feel like the thing I'm also just like, why do you keep doing these weird things and like doing it in a bad way when I'm just like, VR chat. Just look at what VR chat has done. That is the best experience you can have basically when it comes to like a virtual world in VR. That's one of the best experiences you can have. That is that game.
But like, it's kind of funky because you look at their attempts at VR worlds and social interaction online, and over here is Final Fantasy XIV basically doing one better without the VR.
Yep. But I will say, Final Fantasy does have limits though, that VR chat doesn't have.
Yeah.
Because you can actually like interact in a different way with people.
Yeah. That is true.
Like they are also completely different games.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, they're different experiences. I mean, it's kind of a tacked on side thing where people has gotten around, like, performance is just there for fun, but people, use it for more than just simple plinky plinks on the plonky plonk. They actually use it to make music because someone bothered to sit down and just put a MIDI keyboard in the game, like an actual MIDI keyboard.
And that results in like 7, I don't know, Lalafells or Mikoto suddenly standing in, I don't know, Redania, Limsa, wherever, and just playing random songs.
I don't know. I can't play music. I'm just gonna put the performance away again.
I can increase I specifically have also made like performance macro so I can increase the audio for that.
Yeah, I always run around with the thing turned off, but the fact that it's a full keyboard, like it is a full in-game MIDI keyboard, and you can make actual performances in-game like it's an actual instrument. Like there's a trumpet if you want to run a trumpeter.
Yep.
Like, this is an actual thing. It works like an instrument. And it has a large extended keyboard. I say large oh, you even have the full one, and you have yeah, I can see you've set buttons up for all of them.
Yep. And I have reasons for that.
Wait, have you installed the MIDI controller thing?
Perhaps.
So that you could just get a robot to play for you?
Maybe.
Just saying maybe. I get the feeling what you're telling me is yes. That being said...
It isn't technically allowed, after all.
Is this Rust? No, it's Final Fantasy. Final Rustasy.
But it is insane when you just like somebody just teleports like your hometown in Final Fantasy and just suddenly hear like, I don't know, some random song just playing in the background. Like what the hell?
Yeah, that is. But that's also why I've turned it off, because sometimes you arrive and you're there, and then it's just like someone who's either practicing actually using the thing, or just fiddling about for fun, and that's really annoying. Like I have met people who genuinely can play on these things, but at the same time it's just Ugh.
I think someone in my FC actually plays it somewhat
Okay.
decently. One called La Toto, I believe her name is.
Okay.
They aren't online currently though. Yep, La Toto Lato. She is the, I guess, main Lalafell in the FC.
Main Lalafell. Good to know that every FC has a main Lalafell, and I'm proud to tell you that I am the main Lalafell of my FC.
I mean, in our case, it's mainly because I think she is like the only Lalafell of the people that actually like play regularly.
Okay.
I think we have like the majority of the FC. I think is female Mikote. Then I think it's Vieira. I think it's mainly female Mikote, and then it's sort of like a mix of female Vieira and Aura. We have
in other words, what you're telling me is that your FC is made up of cultured people in a certain way.
We do also have, I think it's very few female Ellison. I can remember one specifically. I don't remember if we have any Rokuden females, which I'm a little bit disappointed by. I think we might have a few here as well. But in terms of male characters, there is very few. I think we have maybe one Rothgar and like one or two male here.
Okay.
But it's not a lot. I mean, we are also only 75 people, and some of those are alts after all.
Yeah, I think we are fewer. I think my FC is probably in the ballpark of 10 people or so, at most.
I can
Most
see
of the
that
rest of our FC is just inactive. People
Yeah,
have
we
not played
have-
in a long time.
we have some people that haven't been online for like over a year now,
Okay.
and some that haven't been on for
usually-
like a long ass time.
I usually measure people by not by whether they're in the FC, but if they're actively here. I think a total members we're like 20, 25, but out of those 25, we are only actually like 10 who play regularly. We're very tight knit, very small. What's it called, FC? But we do actually do things together, and most of the
Same here.
members of the actual, active FC, most of them are actually quite. They go for what's it called? They have been raiding actively since the hardcore stuff came out, and I think they're gonna get really active when Omega Ultimate comes out soon.
When Top comes out,
When who?
Top, the Omega Protocol.
Oh, that's.
I'm
just
I'm
called
assuming
Top?
I'm assuming that's gonna be what it's like. I don't know, reduced to, kind of like how there's
Oh, the
Obu.
Omega Protocol Top.
Yeah,
TOP.
or if we want to basically add the ultimate part, Topu.
Top you.
Yeah, because there's already Owo and T for the ultimate weapon ultimate and the Epic of Alexander.
IST.
Yep.
Oh,
I don't
like some
think
tea.
I don't think Coils has a like abbreviation, as far as I know, like the unending coils.
I think people just call it the unending coils.
Wait, I remember now. UCOB. That's what it's called.
Well, that's
Because
gonna sound
unen-
like a real good cup.
Because it's unending coils of Bahamut. UCOB.
Yes. Yes.
It's just weird. Some of those like names that they just come up with, like you cup ooh tea, and I'm assuming top next. Like, oh, okay. I don't actually.
It's a whole conversation almost.
Yeah, I think the only ultimate that hasn't gotten like a actual sort of word-esque thing is Dragon Song Reprise, because that's just ESR.
Ah.
And that doesn't really work the same way.
Yeah.
And I don't really know that if there's any, like, I guess there aren't really any dungeons, trials, or raids that really have any, like, shortened names for them.
Ooh. Most of the what's it called trials just really take the boss's name,
Yeah.
like
Highland Extreme, Bravana Extreme, Hades Extreme.
I think there's one Warrior of Light Extreme just goes by WOL Extreme.
Yeah, because that stuff is just too long to write.
Yes.
And so I'm guessing some names, like the bosses, might also be shortened, so like Hyde Extreme maybe,
Yeah.
instead of Hydelin.
Uh,
But yeah.
Anyway, this stream is only getting longer.
Yep, we're about to hit, in like around 14 minutes, we'll hit the 9-hour mark.
And it's literally become just a conversation.
Yep, for like the last
We should
hour, I think.
we
So-
should switch to just chatting. Whoops, wrong button.
Maybe. I am also
Invite
thinking that
Volvo.
maybe.
Make it just chatting. The next 12 hours will just be what's it called?
Just a podcast.
Yeah. Old Talk Podcast. EF off. Will be off.
I just think that if we do that, I'm gonna be extremely tired for the Stardew Valley. Unless there's something canceled, I haven't heard anything about it.
Now you're very lucky.
I'm laggy.
You were. Must have that you said what just came out as
That's because I went ahead and like opened up Discord, and I don't know if that caused it.
What chord?
Did it happen again?
Slightly?
I think it's because I try and open up Discord, and that like messes things up. So
Maybe
like,
Discord was trying to load things.
That's possible. I think it did also go to a different channel, now that I think about it. So see if there had been any updates regarding the text-to-speech. There isn't.
You either need more internet or you need to restart your router.
That's a possibility, because I haven't restarted that in a while.
Yeah, I probably restart mine like at least once every 3 weeks, because otherwise I might run into trouble. That's just how the internet is in my area.
Like, I have had some, I think like a few months ago, or maybe it was just weeks, I did try and restart my router because for some reason my internet just started acting up weird. Where it was like, it just did not want to do what I was trying to do.
Yeah.
Like, I would just like lose internet randomly for no reason.
Ooh, chicken
Oh, yeah.
nugget.
This is what my Dark Knight was. Now I remember.
Time to make dinner.
I have some weird glamour plates, I think. But I basically made one for like every single class. except for Black Mage and Monk. And that's because I didn't really have space for them. And because I already had one for Fisher, Crafter, and Gatherer. And also I'm gonna play those a whole lot.
I think I have 5 glamour plates just dedicated to glamoring my summoner. And the rest of them are like, I have a half glamour plate for my crafter. I have a couple of swimsuit glams, a base, two glams for my sorcerer. I mean, for my scholar. And then I have 2 glams for my dark knight and 3 for my warrior.
This is my Fisher line. I still need
Very
to
fishy.
I still need to call it the Hawaiian shirt. Something. I feel like it needs to be maybe a red, orange sort of color.
Something Hawaii-like.
Yeah.
Are we allowed to do things here? Are we? Oh, we can. Okay.
Like change glamour?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's because we are technically inside of a city, I guess, right now. Or a sanctuary, as they call it.
Okay. But yeah, this is my casual clothes. This is my I'm an investigator clothes. Then there is my party clothes that I wear to, you know, be fine and fancy and dandy and stuff like that. And then I have my weird full glam, and then I have my true to cosplay glam. Because this looks more like the actual character from the anime, and this is like more what do you call it? More fancy, because I want her to also look something.
Yeah. I also finally got the corgi scarf here, I think, a few days ago.
Wolf?
You can get it for 2 of the silver certificates from the Wondrous Tales.
I say I don't think I unlocked Wondrous Tales. I probably should have.
I would highly recommend doing that, because if you complete one of those books, that is either 1 level 90 map, 1,000 or 10,000 gil, or 500,000, or not 500,000, 500 poetics, just by default, and at least half a level of XP for the class that turns it in. And potentially also some additional rewards like that's the wrong button, either causality tomestones or astronomy tomestones. You can get a lot of stuff.
Look, it's my Power Rangers glam.
I actually found out that I can kind of figure out how to play Machinist in PvP.
Okay.
I think I found out that Dragoon, Astrologian, and Machinist I can kind of figure out. Most of the others I'm just kind of like, I have no idea what I'm doing.
Oof.
And the only reason I tried messing around with Machinist was simply because I had to level it up to 70, and then I tried doing PvP with it, and then I found out I can actually kind of figure out how to do this. I'm still not good at PvP, but I can kind of figure it out.
Okay. I noticed something funky.
What is that?
I don't know if it happens. Yeah, it does happen. So pay attention to the axe when I switch the glam back.
that it's... I don't
The
know what
wings unfold. Like, they do the unfold animation when I switch.
Okay. I guess that's maybe because it like counts it as you're equipping it, and then it just plays that animation, I guess.
Yeah. It's the same animation when you draw it, except, well,
Without drawing it.
yeah. That is a pointy sword you have there.
Yep.
Where did you get said pointy sword?
Heaven's Ward relic.
Ah, I haven't made my, what's it called? My Heaven's Ward relic.
I feel like that's actually one of the easiest ones you can make, because most of the things you need is just materials that you can get from, like you in starting it.
Excuse me?
Most of the materials you need to make the relic, you can get before even starting on the relic.
Ah.
Because most of it basically need like 10 of these unidentifiable things. You can get those either from beast tribes or just buy them with poetics. And then you need like 4 of some different things that you buy with Grand Company seals. I believe it's like 80,000 in total for all of the materials for one relic. And then there's like a bunch of other things. There are some things that can be a bit of a pain to get, specifically some crystal sand, but if you have a lot of white scripts, you can just buy blue crafter or gatherer script tokens and then turn those in. You will have to get a lot of poetics though in order to buy all the things.
Okay.
But you can just slowly gather most of the things, and then you can essentially, if you skip all the cutscenes, just potentially get it done in a day, like one relic. That is, of course, if you have everything, because I think you could potentially get it done in maybe 4 hours, maybe 3. You do have to also do like a lot of dungeons and trials at certain points, and also do a farm of like some energy thing, which can also be a bit of a pain. But if you can basically get a group for, I'm forgetting which raid it is now, for Eyes of the Creator Savage, you can basically just spam that one and get it done in like, I think maybe an hour at most.
Okay. Oh,
But
guess
yeah.
what?
But
The Palace of the Dead run on Games Done Quick is starting in a few minutes.
wait, it's starting now? I thought it started like... Oh wait, I forgot it wasn't Thursday, it was Sunday, or Saturday, I guess. I completely forgot about that.
2:45 a.m. and I guess they're a couple of minutes behind.
Yeah,
So,
because I feel like it was supposed to be at like 1 a.m. GMT, I think it was.
Something like that.
I think that was last time I looked at it, but it might have been pushed due to
Yeah.
scheduling stuff, I guess.
Yeah. Schedule right now says local time is 2:45 a.m. and it's 3 o'clock now. So
Yeah. But I'm assuming that with such a big of an event, it's basically impossible to make sure that it like goes smoothly all the way through, because there's way too much.
They have all gathered. They all have the emotes out. For the
And now
Palace of
Farboy
the
is
Dead
saying
run.
that, yeah, Farboy's now saying that it's bedtime.
Yes.
It is also 3 in the morning now.
Yes. I will probably, I don't know. go to bed soon, actually.
I quickly need to do some stuff over on my island sanctuary.
Don't worry,
Before we
we've
go to
only
bed.
been at it for 9 hours.
Yep. Like, most of the stuff is pretty quick. I just need to, like, quickly deal with the animals, check the farm, and then set up the workshops for tomorrow. That shouldn't take more, like, I think that's at most, like, 10 minutes.
I haven't looked at it seriously. I've only set it up to just do something. And I don't even care if it's efficient. I'm like, yeah, this is fine. I'm gonna do this. This will be done when it's done.
Yeah. I'm just like, I need to do some of those things because I can't craft anything else. I can't build any of the big buildings that give a lot of XP, so... And I need like 42,000 or something like that XP. And the only ways I can get that is from the animals, which give 50 each when I get the materials. I might get something from the farms, but I'm not entirely sure. And the only other way is from mine or gathering materials or crafting items, each of which give 10 per craft or gathering. So that's a lot. I think I calculated to be around like, I think 3,000 gatherings I needed to do. It's gonna take a while. I'm planning on doing it maybe Sunday, where I can just like put on a podcast and just mindlessly run in a circle up on a mountain, just gathering things. Because I need to get 2 levels in on the island sanctuary in order to finish up that stuff.
Oof.
Yeah. It will, however, apparently give me a glamour set, which I really want.
Yes.
But I have no idea how it looks.
A glamour set you apparently want, but you don't know?
Listen, I'm just like, if there's a glamour set I can get, I want it.
Bobo, you have to drive north. North.
I mean, he has been apparently thinking that I live in the clouds.
I mean,
At some point at least.
even if he keeps heading north, he won't get to the clouds. But at the same time, if you live in cloud, that... How will he get past the Buster Sword?
That's a good question.
Well, it seems like the what's it called, Palace of the Dead run is already experiencing technical difficulties.
I will say it would be extremely unfortunate if he ended up going in and then he gets disconnected. And because I believe that would basically make it so that the run is, or that the entire thing is like, oh, you died. Yep, you're kicked out.
The issue was the frame rate. It was a slideshow.
That makes more sense then, because that's not watchable, I guess.
I have no idea what an incubus is, Bobo. But I can guarantee you I'm a dragon. It's Avatar who's the incubus, if anyone.
He basically thought that I was a dragon, apparently. I guess because of the horns, but then yesterday I told him that I'm technically more of a, like, half-demon. And he came to the conclusion, incubus.
Well, can't drag on these knots because they're very, very much
Oh my god.
part of the tool. Bongo. Well, where did the bongo?
We did also mention. I did also show him that there's something that Fantasians exist yesterday, and for some reason I mentioned bunny boys because I think he mentioned like bunnies. I mentioned bunnies, and then he was like,
turn into a body boy.
I mean, you
I don't
should.
want to do that. But I don't want to.
But you should.
But then my name won't match.
Oh,
You're
you
gonna have to
went
split
that
the
you
other one.
actually made a name that fits with the aura.
Yep.
Don't worry, everyone thinks my name match until I point out how Lalafell names work, and then they don't.
Yeah. I didn't
Also-
necessarily match it to like an aura specifically, more to the character that I based it on.
I see. Also, I realized something. Tataru's name is a reference.
To what exactly?
So in Final Fantasy XI Online, there's what's it called? There's a dwarf race who is smaller than Lalafells, but they're pretty much just kind of Lalafells.
Were there
And they're
Lalafels
called
in
the-
that game?
They're called the Taru.
Ah,
So Taru is a reference to Taru, which is the dwarven race of Final Fantasy XI Online.
which in
And they're
turn
like-
became the Lalafels essentially.
They are very different. Like, they all have nut-shaped heads, and they're like the size of like look at the center knee plate on my boob. That's the height of a Taru.
Okay,
They small.
I think there's a reference also to another one of them in game. And there was
Okay.
in an event where it's like the black mages apparently have something with them,
Okay.
I think. And apparently there was also an event like a long time ago, I think back in the Realm of Born, maybe Heaven's Ward, where that character appeared in the game with a giant version of herself, apparently,
Okay.
that you then had to fight in a fate or something like that.
Lol.
Yeah,
But-
I don't know.
But yeah,
I'm forgetting what her name was.
Taru's name is a reference to Final Fantasy XI.
Nice.
And yeah. Also, Tataru is the grandmother character of this game. That's all I'm gonna say. She is
Pretty
tiny
much.
grandmother.
Yep. And then there's Matoya, who's big grandmother.
Yes, small grandmother, big grandmother. Contemplate her blue gumball. Very hard.
You could also call them, I guess, grumpy grandmother and caring grandmom or grandmother.
Bumbly
Tataru's-
grandmother and rumbly grandmother. Because Tataru pretty much early game or early in the story is very bumbly. Especially when
Yeah.
she tried to become an arcanist and her
Yeah,
carbuncle just runs away from her. And I'm like, aw, what's Tataru?
I'm wondering, does that since that carbuncle wasn't like dispelled, does it still exist? Just
I
running
have
around.
no idea if it does. It probably just
That would actually be a fun thing to just suddenly be like, oh yeah, in like the next expansion or like in some patch, just like that thing just appears somewhere. Just like, huh, where did that carbon come from? And then Tataru's there like, you.
oh no. I think Fobo is trying to tell us to go to bed. I mean, we're
Yeah.
all three in the same time zone. Fobo, when are you going to bed?
Yeah, that's a good question. But yeah, we should probably start it. I should start in this stream now.
Ah,
Now he's nervous.
very nervous. Ah. But yeah, we all three need to go to bed.
Yep.
Just as the stream start lacking out like crazy.
Again,
Yes.
let's Twitch.
Are you
Find
okay?
someone to raid.
Are you with us, Avatar?
I'm here.
Oh,
Can
there
you not
he
hear
is.
me?
I can now, but before you were very... At least...
I did also open up Twitch, and that might have been the thing that caused that.
Oh no. I think you need to restart that router.
Maybe. That might be a thing that I need to do.
Yes.
I do think I have someone that I can raid. Hopefully start like now. Twitch or my stuff. Nope, they actually just ended their stream. Oh well.
I mean, there is another stream right now that's playing Final Fantasy.
True. I guess we just go and get them. God, that was loud.
You don't have to.
True.
I think everyone here is just going to sleep anyway.
Yeah. I'm just not gonna raid them because no reason to it.
I guess. It's up to you, really. Thank you for streaming, though. It's been fun doing the Pandæmonium raids.
Yep, it has, even though it took like, what, 7-8-ish hours to finish it all because I had to read everything, every single little thing.
I mean, I could have read some of it.
But I feel like that would basically have been like the same amount of time.
It would have been longer because there'd been a slight delay, but...
True.
It would have lessened the strain on you. I think if we're gonna do the last part of Pandæmonium together, perhaps we should split the reading load between the two of us.
Yeah.
So that I read, what's it called, one character, and then I read the next character, and then you read the third one, and
Yeah, we could basically essentially assign a character to each of us. Like as they appear, just like, okay, you take that character, I take this character, and so on.
yes. What do we do if we have separate options for choices of dialogue?
That is a good question.
We'll find out by
I
then,
don't
or
know.
maybe we both have to read some things together at the same time.
Can't hear anything then.
No one
It's
will
like-
understand what
just-
anyone said.
Just two people saying something at the same time, like what happened?
Yeah.
But yeah. I guess I'll just go ahead and end the stream here, and yeah, I should hopefully be back tomorrow unless Stardew Valley gets cancelled and maybe I don't end up playing Elden Ring. I don't know. We'll see.
Always good to have backup. Backup.
Yep.
Always great to have backup.
Yep. But yeah, I'll just end the stream here then, and hopefully I'll see everyone maybe another day or something. And thank you, Ryuko, for streaming or for playing with me.
Yes, I wasn't streaming. I was sleeping. I mean, I was here actively raiding.
If you were sleeping, then you did a really good job in the raid.
Yeah, especially the one where I was main tank for most of it.
I mean, it would be a pretty impressive skill to just be like, just sleeping, but you're still like so good at the game that you're able to like do normal raids.
Well, apparently that was how I got my driver's license. I spent most of it sleeping in the driver's license class, and somehow
Okay.
I passed both the what's it called, like unlike the rest of the students, I somehow passed both the driving test and the test for what do you call it, knowledge test thing, paper test. I passed them
Yeah.
both first time.
That's pretty good, actually.
Pretty funky. How did you sleep through class and pass both of them? I don't know. I
feel
did
like
the same with psychology, and I got a good grade. Somehow.
Like I kind of did that in, what was that, 8th grade with the geography. I wasn't
Okay.
really, I hadn't fully paid attention, I think, and I think it was probably also because of the fact that it was a multiple choice like test. I got a 12 there. Like, what?
Magic.
And the thing is, my dad had tried the like night before, been like, okay, here's a like map of the world. What's the main city of this country? And that had nothing to do with it. None of that was relevant. There was no questions like that. It was more like, oh yeah, how much of the how much does this country produce in terms of this, or like how much of like, I guess, farming makes up this country's like, I don't know, earnings or something like that. Like,
Yeah.
had nothing to do with like.
Anyway, I think Fob was telling you to go, telling us all three to go to bed, including himself.
Yeah.
You know, just a thought, just a thought.
Yeah.
Very big thought.
Because it
That's,
sounds like
you know.
he is asking how red I want my buns.
I mean, I do like buns, especially split in half and with jam on, and maybe a bit toasty, and with cheese and.
Now you're
stuff.
hungry.
Yes, I'm hungry. I
I
have
think
not
it's
had
some
food since dinner.
Same. But I think it might be some different buns that he is talking about.
No.
Anyway, I'm gonna end the stream now, so yeah. Thank you
Yes.
everyone for watching, and thank you again, Ryuko, for playing with me.
Thank
Was
you
fun.
for streaming.
Yep. Anyway, see you guys tomorrow, I guess. If a stream happens, and if not, then Tuesday for some Elden Ring. See ya.